Benedikt, vi går ut live nu.
Good morning and welcome to this presentation with Rottneros. My name is Benedikte and I work as an analyst at ABG. Allow me to introduce Lennart, CEO at Rottneros. Please go ahead, Lennart.
Thank you, Benedikt, and hello to everybody. It's a pleasure to be here today, and I really didn't have a good opening for this day, so let us just send our thoughts to those in the Ukraine, and for the next hours focus on the business that we are here to cover. Some words about Rottneros. We have been around for more than 400 years. We are a pure play pulp producer up until this year. We have a long history, and I think that as such is a testimony of us being sustainable. But just history as such is not enough proof to be sustainable, and that is something that we certainly work with going forward in every aspect of our business. And what is Rottneros today? We have two pulp mills, one on the east side of Sweden, north of Stockholm, where we make sulfate kraft pulp, chemical pulp. We have the original Rottneros mill in Värmland, where we make mechanical pulp. Close by, in the same city, we also have Rottneros Packaging, where we make molded fiber trays. Have done that for a long time, but are now accelerating our business efforts. And we have also sourcing operations, both in the Baltics and since 2 years back, also with Nyquist Skogs, which is a forest management company which is sourcing forest from the local forest owners. 50% of Swedish forests are owned by private people, and the other part is companies, church, and the state. So as we're not having a field organization, it was important for us to complement our sourcing from state-owned and forest associations to private ownerships. We are a listed company since 1987 and are in the mid-cap list. I talked about sustainability, and for us and me, sustainability starts with our people. And it's important for them to see what are our values so they can be aligned with our values. They see what we say is what we do. We walk the talk. We have a joint vision and business idea on how to drive the company forward, and also values on how we want to work together and create a culture that is welcoming, which is also taking in aspects of diversity and equality. In order to drive a company, you have to set targets, and these are the targets that the board of Rottneros has set for us. And from a sustainability perspective, we put them in 3 categories. It's financial targets, social targets, and environmental targets. And I think with this triangular, and if you're focusing on these 3 things, we will continue to develop a company that will also be sustainable in the future, i.e. we will generate returns to our shareholders. We will be a workplace that new generations come and want to work for, and we make sure that we leave as little impact on the environment as possible. Rottneros is part of the circular bioeconomy. We source our raw materials up to 150-200 kilometers around our mills. It's basically Swedish raw materials, so we have a little bit of imports from the Baltics, just about 10%. Last year, we have a very broad portfolio of pulps, which is focusing on dedicated niches and long-term customer relationships. And we have a business model that is built on a strong cash flow, and we've demonstrated that over the last years. Just some more words about the circular economy. As I've said, we have a sustainable and renewable raw material, the forest. We are based on European technology. Swedish and Finnish technology is mostly common used in the forest industry. And the majority of our sales is going into Europe. Some 67% of our sales is in Europe. The remainder is Asia, smaller parts in China, and some 15% in North America, thanks to the logistic possibilities that we have, as we have a deep sea harbor as one of our pulp mills. Enough about Rottneros, some words about the market. It's there where the things are happening, and as you probably know, the pulp market is a very cyclical market. We had a upwards trend in 2018 and profited in that also during the year of 2019. Then 2020, the first year of the pandemic, was characterized by very low pulp prices, especially in Europe. And then towards the end of 2020, they started to rise, first in China. That movement came up and to a standstill. And what we see here is the price line of pulp in Europe. So the blue line, the dark line, is the pulp in US dollars. That is the currency pulp generally is traded in. And as we are a Swedish company, we then translate that into Swedish kronas, which is the lighter line just beneath that. So you can see that in 2021, the market developed very positively. It peaked in October at a new all-time high, $1,340. That came down in November and December, and you might have feared that that downward trend, as also you can see historically, should have maybe gotten on for a little bit longer. But due to logistic constraints in global transportations, that downward trend already stopped in January. January prices were unchanged versus December. And in February, we saw an increase to $1,300 again. And we are now targeting $1,350 as of March. And to understand a little bit what is driving the prices, it's a question of balance, the balance between supply and demand, as we tend to look at it as the stock levels of pulp. And the bars here are the stock levels. The line again is the US dollar pulp price on a monthly basis. On the previous chart, it was the quarterly average, but here it's the monthly price, and this is only until December. So we haven't the latest figures in here. But as you see, the bars at the bottom have come down since the peak at the early 19, and we had a downward trend. And we can see that also and hear that customers are desperate for pulp. It's a very tight market, and all we produce, we actually can sell. As I've said initially, Europe is our major market. It's the paper and board market in Europe that we're playing on, and this is the entire market. So this is both integrated producers that make their own pulp, it's paper producers or board producers that use recycled pulp, and it's those who we supply to, non-integrated players who make paper or board without having their own pulp making facility. And as you can see here, containerboard is by far the biggest part of the market. Graphical paper is down to 21%. It used to be the major paper grade, but that has shifted over the years. And there's an accelerating trend recently due to digitization, the way we consume news and books in our reading pads instead of the printed media. That has led to a decrease and a concentration. There's an ongoing closure of machines going on as well. But the packaging market is strong, it's growing, and also tissue, which you see here with 9% on the top left corner, is a growing market. We'll come back to that in a little while. But as I said, we are a pure play pulp player. We are focused on niches. We have a huge variety of different qualities. 2 pulp mills making 4 different main qualities of pulp. And then if we combine all the different customer-specific qualities we have, we are plus 50 different grades. Some are general qualities, some are customer tailor-made qualities just to fit their production. So we have brown and white long fiber sulfate kraft pulp, that's chemical pulp basically out of Vallvik, which is on the east side, and we have 2 lines for mechanical pulp in Rottneros mill. The big difference between these grades is if you take a chemical pulp mill, 50% of the raw material we take in, 50% of the wood becomes pulp, and the remaining 50% becomes energy. So this is a very bioenergy driven circular process, whereas on the mechanical pulp side, the yield of the wood is 95 to 98%. So almost all of the wood we take in becomes fibers, but in order to free those fibers up, we have to add a lot of energy. So for the mechanical pulp, energy is important. We all know how the energy market has developed over recent years and months, especially now in the winter of 2021-2022. And in order to level out the effects of this volatile energy cost, we do have a long-term energy price hedging in place. We have hedged our electricity prices up to 2025 with a very high amount of hedge coverage this year, next year, and 2024, and then it's coming down, and then we're continuously building onto our energy hedges. So the average price is around 31 euros per megawatt hour, which is of course giving us the peace of mind to develop our business and adopt to a new scenario that is emerging here on the energy market. And then on the far right you can see fiber trays. This is our molded fiber trays that we produce ourselves based on our own mechanical pulp. If we take all the grades we are having and combine them, you can see then on the right side what different applications we are supplying to and how all our different grades can be combined. And you also see on the figures there on the left what their share in our sales is. So white NBSK, that's the long fiber chemical pulp, is the largest quality with 31%, 24% is the UKP, and so forth. And then, of course, we have all the various applications to the right side. And then we can see here on the next slide how our sales are distributed over these various grades. So 26% of our sales is going into the board and packaging. This is a growing segment. And here we see basically all our grades are suitable. The white side you would see on the printed side of a carton board. The brown side you often find inside, in some applications even a brown, both in and outside carton board. The CTMP is in the middle of the board, giving it bending stiffness, bending strength. And here we have customers who are both integrated and non-integrated. And we also have our groundwood quality that is going to this grade. And it's in the board and packaging. Things are happening going forward. Filter is another speciality based on the way on how we dry our pulps. Printing and writing is decreasing. It's 21 on a European level. It's 17 for us, and it's decreasing. If you compare this over the years, it has come down over the recent years from some 27% to 17%. Electrical applications, that can be the inner part of a transformator. It's isolating paper. It's isolating material in condensators. So these are very high technical applications which demand a very pure pulp with very low conductivity, and this is a quality that only very few suppliers can produce. And then we have specialities and tissue. Tissue is an increasing market, but we see this is not the segment or application where we actually have the most customer benefits. So this is something we try to have as a balancing factor to see that we can level out demand variations in our more niched and focused areas. Some words about last year. We're on the beginning of March, so soon we will have a first quarter report, so I just stick to the full year figure of 2021. And as you can see here, coming from 2020 on the left to 2021 on the right, we had a strong impact from prices. And that's an impact of the curve that we've seen there, and that the pulp price has gone up. Currency actually has strengthened during the course of 2021. The Swedish krona strengthened versus the dollar, so that has a negative impact, but the overall impact was some 297. Volume-wise, it was not a very good year for us. We had some production issues, so that was a negative impact. But we also saw a very positive impact on variable costs. And here on the variable side also our electricity hedges go in. So this becomes a bit technical, but by and large you can say that our 2021 energy price, the real cost we had after hedges and the spot market, was lower than in 2020. Fixed cost has increased. There were some maintenance efforts to cater for a generation shift in operations. We have quite a large number of people that will phase out through to pensioner in the coming years. So here we are preparing to have operators in place, so they are fully trained when that becomes when that comes and happens. And if we just look over time, we saw that 2021 is a year that we now have put behind us, with a very strong performance in 2021, where we had positive quarterly results quarter by quarter. So sorry if I said 2021 was a weak year. It was 2020 that was a year of not so strong performance. But again, we have come back in 2021. And on the basis of the strong results that we had on the bottom line, we had refinanced ourselves. We issued a bond in 2017 with a 5-year tenure. It was a framework of 600 million. We only drew 400 of those. We didn't really need those, despite the fact of all the investments they have made between the years of 15 to 18. So we decided to pay it back early, and then taken up a new bank loan, which now has a facility of 150 traditional loan and 100 million in a revolving facility plus a check credit. So it's only the 150 that we've drawn at this point. The positive side with a new bank financing is that we have a lower financing cost year on year. I talked about our cash position and how our financial situation is currently. So it's very low debt. We actually have a positive cash at the end of last year. We only have utilized the 150 million, so we have 282 as a credit reserve that we can use if times become rougher going forward. You can see here also our net debt over equity ratio has been very strong, despite the fact that we had investments of 125 million last year. We started paying a dividend, which was agreed upon at the extra shareholder meeting in September. And for this year's shareholder meeting in April, the board has proposed a dividend of 0.6 Swedish kronor per share. So a very good cash flow, a strong balance sheet and financing situation that gives us the possibility to continue developing Rottneros in the way we would like to do that. And that brings us to what is driving the market going forward. We see some major trends. Globalization maybe come to stop, but we will continue to see an increasing number of people that increase their welfare. So tissue will continue to grow. E-commerce has grown strongly over the last years and will to do so. We see this green transition, and that probably is accelerating very strongly now, which needs more cables, more transformators, which will be a boost for the unbleached kraft pulp and sustainability as an overriding theme for all the forest industry and of course Rottneros as such as well. Our drive to come away from fossil-based products. And there we have Rottneros Packaging, where we decided together with Arctic Paper to start building a facility where we can utilize the technology that we have created over 15 years. So we are actually the first producer of a modified atmosphere packaging on a fiber basis that has not been in the market before. So to sum it up, we are continues to see a strong market. There was a small dip at the end of 2021, but coming into 2022, it has bounced back. We are having strong results with us. We continue to have a strong cash flow position and do that in order to build a balance sheet which is resilient to these terrible and volatile times that we're heading for. And despite the fact that we're focusing on our pulp production, we will also continue building out packaging now, which makes it even more clear and distinct third leg for Rottneros. And with that, I leave over back to Benedict to do some questions and answers.
Yes, thank you, Lennart. Thank you for an interesting presentation. So we take a few minutes now with our short Q&A. And my first question is related to your targeted production growth of 3% per year. Could you elaborate on what pulp grade you plan to grow within, and also related to Rottneros has a wide range of different applications for its pulp. Could you elaborate on which market do you see the highest growth going forward?
So if we start with the production question, we had an investment program called the Agenda 500 that was between 2015 and 2018. Over those years, up until last year, we invested almost 1.2 billion Swedish kronor, which is half of our annual turnover. Those investments were focused on enhancing our environmental position, debottlenecking parts of our production, as well as in focusing on quality. And the grades that we've focused most on are the chemical pulp mill in Vallvik, where we make both the brown and the white. And that is really not depending on us, on how that share is, but it depends on the market. We are very flexible. So we will see a continued production there. Targeted, or the permit we have is 255. And our focus is now to at least get it up to 245,000 tons. So that's where our efforts are focusing on there. And then in the Rottneros mills, it's primarily the CTMP that we've invested for. We've invested for an fossil-free energy system at Rottneros mill. We basically do not use any fossil oils anymore. We have a biomass boiler We have a wastewater treatment system that will generate methane gas in the future in order to substitute the remaining liquid natural gas that we're using as a top-up energy for the drying part. And the CTMP line has gone from some 80,000 tons and now to 220, and that is where we also see going forward that there is more room to bring out CTMP. So it's chemical pulp and CTMP where we see. Groundwood is the most traditional way of making pulp, where you actually grind the wood logs against rotating stones. And it's very difficult to actually increase the production in that line. There are some fixed parameters which we do not or cannot impact on. So CTMP and chemical pulp. When we look into the various applications, I would say we continue to see a strong growth in board and packaging, definitely. Not the least also by what we see is happening overall in the market. There is a squeeze on recycled fibers. Corrugated is mostly based on recycled fibers. A lot of board grades are based on recycled fibers. And as those grades are growing and there is a smaller amount of recycled fibers available, this will open up for potentially more primary pulp into that market segment. But also filter is growing. Filter, here we talk about coffee filters, we talk about engine filters, both for air and liquids, oil, gasoline. Despite the fact that we are electrifying the car fleet, this will take a long time before all cars which are actually running around right now will be substituted. That means there is a secondary market and spare part markets which our customers are supplying into. And then, of course, we have the electronical applications, as I've said, going from fossil-based energy into wind-based and solar-based. You need to build transmitting lines, you have to build new transformators, and all of that is driving the demand of our customers and their customers to use more brown pulp, unbleached pulp at the very high quality with very low conductivity.
Thank you, Leonard. And also, you have an interesting project with Arctic Paper, as you talked about. Could you give some more flavor about the market you are about to enter, and what is your long-term strategy within fiber packaging? This is currently a very small part of your business, but where do you see this going into the future?
Yeah, I easily could get carried away if I would start at work and see that going into the future. But there's a huge amount of fossil-based packaging in the market, single-use packaging, plates, bowls, cups, pre-prepared food packaging, all of that can be actually substituted. I mean, we in the forest industry, we all believe and say whatever is made out of fossil-based materials can be made on the basis of bio-based products, fibers. So we have a technology which we have accumulated over 15 years. When we moved out in 2019 from the mill, where we had a small demonstrating production going on into new locations, we also got food certificated, i.e. food production certificated. We have created a new production line, both with thermoforming and laminating, and that is really the key. I mean, this is already a big market. If you look into Asia, there are many of these thermoforming machines, most of them for more simpler application. It could be packaging, where you have corner protections and technical products, but also single-use plates, bowls, cups, and so forth. But when you start adding a barrier, this is actually where the technical know-how comes in. We don't want to do this on the basis of PFAS, which is polyfluorocarbon chains, which are cancerogene and which we do not want to have in our products. So this is what we will not work with. And there already is a ban for PFAS in Europe in place, or in certain countries, and I think it will develop over the years. So we are working on adding the barrier into the mold so you don't have to add an extra film. But for the highest barrier need in order to have a modified atmosphere packaging, you still have to add a film at this point. It could be a fossil-based film or a biomaterial-based film, as long as it has an oxygen barrier. And combining all of that, we see that the market is so big that we cannot meet it from our production site in Sweden. It's also quite far away from the market, so we found the perfect fit in Arctic Paper. They're located 80 kilometers east of Berlin. It's an infrastructure in place. It's an existing big paper mill. So water, wastewater treatment, fresh water, electricity, all of that is there. It's the proximity to the market which is important, because if you start transporting packaging, it's a lot of air you're transporting around. So here also the proximity makes it that we will be cost competitive. But it's a vast market, and even if we look at a production facility that we are planning for with 100 million packs, that is only a fraction of the market, and I think we will see a very strong move away from fossil-based going forward.
Thank you for a very interesting thoughts, Lennart. I think our time is running up now, so thank you very much for the presentation today and taking the time for present to us. Thank you also to all who listened in. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Good morning. Welcome to this presentation with Bergs Timber. My name is Benedicte and I work as an analyst at ABG. Allow me to introduce Anders Marklund, CFO at Bergs Timber. Please go ahead, Anders.
Thank you, Benedicte, and good morning to all of you, and welcome to this presentation of Bergs. I will today give a presentation of Bergs' current operations, and I will also touch on our strategic direction going forward. And finally, I will also give some heads up on the financials, and I will also give some comments on the current market situation, and especially on the effects from the tragic assault on Ukraine. So let's get started. For those who have followed Bergs over the years, you have seen quite a big transformation of the company the last 4 years. From being just a pure sawmill company with plants in southeast Sweden, we now are a different company with a broader product portfolio that I will describe today. And the listed parent company, Bergs Timber, is an active owner and owns and develops companies within the wood sector. We have a very decentralized business model with independent subsidiaries with clear responsibilities for operations, financial strategy, and so on. We have operations in 3 product areas. That is wood protection, it's joinery, and it's sawn wood. And we have a clear growth agenda also that will be fulfilled by organic growth through investments, but also looking into acquisitions and also be part of innovations within the wood sector. And we have some guiding principles as a steering model for our group. As I said, we have a decentralized business units, and those should be characterized by entrepreneurship, simplicity and speed, and continuous improvement. We don't talk that much about synergies in our group between our companies, but we are very eager to learn from our colleagues and by examples. And if it's good between the companies, they are allowed to work together and should work together. We are not imposing big group projects as a rule. Looking at the operations that they are currently, we have 8 independent companies in Sweden, Estonia, Latvia, and the UK. We have production at 9 manufacturing sites. We have about 1,000 employees in those countries. Net sales for last year amounted to a little bit more than 3 billion, with a very good profitability. We had an EBITDA of about 500 million, given a margin of 16.5%, which is a record year for Bergs over all years. And due to the good profit and also the cash flows, we have a very low leverage in our group. Our net debt to EBITDA ratio is 0.14, and that gives us a very good platform to develop the company in the strategic direction that we have decided on. Looking at our product spectrum, you can see a lot of different products. It's sawn wood, it's doors, windows. We have cladding, decking, pallets, heating logs, garden products, furniture, houses, and also aftermarket services related to those products. And comparing these product groups, as we looked 4 years ago, then we just would have 3 of those products. So it's a definite development of the group since the last 4 years. As I mentioned, we have operations in 3 products groups, and the biggest one based on sales last year is wood protection with 44% of net sales. Then we have joinery segment, and within joinery we have windows and doors, we have garden products, and we have houses. Then we have sawn wood, 35% of net sales, and then we have 2 sawmills, one in Latvia and one in Estonia. In addition to those 3 core product areas, we also have one area with energy and logistics, meaning that we have a pellet factory, and we also have a port operation outside London in the UK. We have talked many years about the advantages with building wood and using wood for many applications. But now we can see a clear trend that things are happening. There is definitely an increasing interest from designers, architects, but also from constructors and building companies to use wood as building material. And that is also due that there have been a lot of innovations in building techniques to build with wood. Previously, we built buildings with 2 or 3 or 4 floors. But today we're building, at least in Sweden and Norway, up to maybe 20 floors. So it's definitely a big improvement in using wood as a building material. And that will continue for sure. And wood is also a very renewable and sustainable material with a high substitution effects compared to other building materials. And one interesting fact is this graph shows the price development for different building materials, where you can see a significant price increases from 1990 for steel and concrete, which are the main building materials today. But we have seen wood being really flat over the years. But last 2 years, we have seen a significant increase in wood, of course, of many reasons. But definitely one reason is that we see an increasing interest to use wood in the building sector. And we hope that the wood will establish a more higher platform going forward. So increasing wood consumption and interest for wood. That gives us also a very good platform to develop company in according with our strategy for growth and profitability. And this graph shows the illustration how we see the growth. Where we are today, we see a big contribution from wood protection. We see a contribution also for rolling out timber windows internationally, which I will describe very soon. We see an increase in garden products. We see a lesser growth in sawmills, mainly due to the restrictive raw material supply. And we also see a contribution from innovation that we will actively participate in. And looking at the different product areas, we can see what activities we should do in able to reach those targets. In wood protection, it's a lot about investing for organic growth in our production units, but also participate in acquisitions and also work in activity in the market using more digital devices and being more active in the marketing activities, especially in our main sales channels, which is the builders, merchants, and DIY chains. And in joinery, we see a clear potential to grow our timber windows concept. I will be back to that very soon. We should also build capacity and secure supply for that expansion. And that also might lead to acquisitions in that area. And we will also here work with design, digitalization, and marketing development, not least with the digital devices and to visualize our products in a very good way. Within sawnwood, we see mostly improvements in efficiency and productivity. The winning concept in sawwood and sawmills are actually to be a low-cost producer, to be long-term competitive. And we're also looking into to expand the operations also with some further processing from the sawmills. And then lastly, participate in R&D and innovation. And one example of that is the stake we have just acquired in wood tube, which is a stud made from paper for interior walls and then the furniture frames. And that is environmentally friendly, of course, and very appreciated by carpenters also, instead of using sharp steel studs and so on. So that's an example of innovation. So looking into wood protection, what is wood protection? Yeah, that is kind of applications that we use for mainly construction. and it's treated against moist, water, fire, and so on. And the biggest product group within wood protection is some kind of construction frames. For example, stress-graded C24, CLS, TR26, for those who know those standards. And then we have decking, which most of you have used by yourselves, building decking around your house or a summer house. And then we have different kinds of outdoor claddings. We also have fire protection that we see a very good growth potential in, especially when we are building more in wood. The need for fire protection is increasing, and that we are looking into and see very good potential. And the focus in this area is to grow the organic growth through investments, and also moving to more specialty products with higher margins. As I mentioned, it is fire protection. We also have a known product that is linseed impregnated with very good characteristics and different colors, and very popular in the market at the moment. Joinery consists of windows and doors, which is the biggest segment within joinery, about 60% of the sales in the segment. Then we have garden products, which is about 30% of sales in the segment. And with garden products, we mean fences, stairs, sitting groups, and swimming pools, for example. By the way, we are selling 11,000 swimming pools to France last year, so we are a very big supplier of swimming pools. And lastly, we have house production with a modern house production facility in Latvia, and that stands about 10% of sales within joinery segment. Focus here definitely to grow the windows and door segment, especially with the acquisition we made last year in June in the UK. But also to participate in acquisitions in the other areas. And the windows and door segment, the biggest market for that is UK for us. And here we are talking about bespoke windows and doors, not standard assortment. Every single unit is custom made and ordered from the consumers. And in the UK, we are working under the trademark Timber Windows with a network over the UK with a lot of showrooms to visualize our products to the customers. And here we see a very good growth potential. And in the UK, as I said, we have 44 showrooms around England, especially the south area, including London. We are owning 8 of those by ourselves. By 36 of them are, or 38 of them are through a franchise kind of network. This is a typical showroom. This is just outside London. And the concept of timber windows is very scalable. Therefore, we see a clear potential to take this internationally from the UK, even though the growth in the UK is still there. We are looking into Europe. We're looking into Scandinavia and even to the east coast of the US. And the first step taking this internationally, we will open 2 showrooms in Sweden now during March. One will be opened in Saltsjöbaden in Stockholm, and the other one in Hovås in Gothenburg. So we're really looking forward to that. And sawnwood is our 2 sawmills. The biggest one, which stands for about 80% of the sales within sawnwood, is in Latvia, Vikawood. It's a very highly effective and one of the most modern sawmills in the Baltics and in Europe, I would say, with high profitability over time, and mostly directed to industrial customers, where Japan is a big market for glulam production. And the smaller sawmill we have in Estonia, and that is mostly directed to supply our wood protection unit in Latvia, where about half of the production goes to to that production unit. So it's a smaller sawmill with a smaller assortment. Our financial targets, we should have a growth of about 10% over a business cycle with a margin of over 9%. We should have a financial debt lower than equity, and we have a dividend policy that should be 25 to 40% of net profit for the year. And we decided on this in March last year, precisely a year ago, when we revised the growth and EBITDA margin and raised those targets compared to the previous targets, showing our ambition to grow and work with the profitability. And if we look at the outcome the last years compared to the financial targets, we see the net sales increase 42% last year. We had an extremely good profitability last year, well above the target. We have last year's made dividends according to our dividend policy, except for 2019 with the corona crisis. And we have a very low leverage, as I mentioned before. And looking at the short summary of the outcome for 2021, as I said, it was a record year with very strong market conditions. And the net sales was increased by 42% to a little bit more than 3 billion. We had an organic growth of 34% and acquisition of 8%, and that was the windows and door company in the UK. EBITDA a little bit more than 500 million, giving a margin of 16.5%, a significant increase compared to last year. And this increase was mainly attributable to higher sales prices within wood protection and sawmills, but also higher volumes in the joinery segment that contributed positively. But we, in that segment, also noted higher costs for input materials and also disturbances in the transport sector that hit the margin a bit compared to previous years. We had a lower margin in Q4 last year, but still on very good levels. Remember that Q2 and Q3 is seasonally the best quarters for us, and they were heavily affected by very good market conditions. But we are still on very good margins historically. And we also proposed a dividend of 30 öre to our shareholders. Whilst we had a very good result, the cash flow was not corresponding to that, but that was mainly due to higher working capital as the prices to the customers and also our input prices increased, and that means higher debtors and higher stock levels. So that's fully normal due to those factors. But given that, our leverage is still very, very low, so we have good financial ability to develop the group in our strategy. So, looking at the coming periods, what are our view of the market conditions? As we communicated in Q4, we said we see a continued positive demand for wood products, and that's still valid. We have strong order books for next year, and that's related to our joinery products. Doors and windows are sold out the next 6 months. We also have good order books for the garden segment and also the house production. We also noted that we will have higher raw material costs within the wood protection and joinery segments. And that we see that we can compensate that by increased prices. And it will also be compensated by a very good performance from our sawmills that still have very, very good margins, as the raw material cost has not increased in comparison to the sales prices. So that is still valid. The new parameter that has come the last weeks is, of course, the tragic attack on Ukraine. And how will that affect us is, of course, a relevant question. And we have no sales at all to Russia, Belarus, or Ukraine, or that area. Our sawmills are not buying any saw logs from those countries. All supply are in Baltics and from Scandinavia, Sweden, and Norway. However, we have some supply to our wood protection unit in the Baltics, or in Latvia, to be specific, like most companies in that region. So we have supply from Russia and Belarus, and that will not be anymore. So that we are working hardly now with alternative sourcing. So we will be able to increase our internal supplies from our sawmills, but we're also looking externally, of course, of alternative suppliers. And that work is ongoing, and we will communicate when we have some information about that and the effects that we can quantify. And how will this affect the wood market in general? Yeah, we can see that Europe is consumption about 100 million cubic meters of wood a year, and the supply from Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine is about 7 to 8 million, so it's less than 10%. But we should keep in mind that the balance between supply and demand is a fine line in this business, and this might have an effect on the wood market, or it will have an effect on the wood market. But this is a big puzzle of selling prices. It will also put pressure on the raw material prices and the transport availability and costs. And you maybe also heard from Lennart before in Rottneros that how that will affect the pulp and pulp market, and also the pulp wood market. So it's a puzzle that needs to be laid, and we'll be back as soon as we have some more information about how this will affect Bergs. So my final slide is our message. These are 3 areas of high priority. We should build capacity for organic growth, but also always looking at acquisitions. We should accelerate the digital journey, and we should strengthen our product development and aftermarket services. And also all of this is to move in the value chain and increase the margins over time. So by that, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Anders, for an interesting presentation. I think we have time for 1 or 2 questions, so we can take a very short Q&A. And my first question is related to the joinery segment. You have acquired 2 companies the last year. Could you elaborate about the strategy behind this acquisition, and also what potential do you see from these companies now going forward?
Yes, as you mentioned, we made 2 acquisitions, or 1 acquisition last year and 1 in January this year within the windows and door segment in the UK. And the reason for that was as we have our production unit of windows and doors in Latvia, and the UK is one of our major markets. And actually the company we bought was a big customer to our production company. So that was an integration going forward, and that was the rationale for that. And now we see, when we have learned the company and the management, we see a very good growth potential within this segment. As the UK market for windows and doors is very, very big, and especially the segment we are into as bespoke doors and windows with very high quality. So there we see a growth potential. And the company we bought in January this year actually owns 3 of the showrooms that I showed earlier in the network. And that gives us also a very good platform to open platforms in central London based on the platform of that company. So it's an integration going forward, and we see a good potential in that.
Interesting. And also related to organic growth, you have previously stated that wood protection and joinery that you aim to grow within. But which type of product categories within these 2 segments do you see the most interesting going forward relating to growth?
Yes, as I mentioned, the big part of the wood protection products are a little bit more of standard assortment, and that will always be the base. But the growth we see in more specialities. As I mentioned, we see fire protection as a very interesting area. We also invested quite a lot in a production facility in Sweden last year for the linseed impregnation. That has very good exterior looks and very well received by the market. And we also see service concepts and working with the digital journey, and that allows us also grow into more high margin products. And we should also investigate the possibility of e-commerce also within this area. So definitely going from the more standard assortment to the more specialities.
Thank you, Anders. And I think our time is running up now. Thank you very much for presenting for us today and taking the time to answering all our questions. And also thank you to all who listened in today.
Thank you for listening.
Hi, and welcome to our next presentation, this time with Nordic Waterproofing. And with us, we have the CEO, Martin Ellis, who will present the company. And afterwards, we'll follow up with a short Q&A. Myself, my name is Max Bacco, and I am an equity research analyst here at ABG. With that said, Martin, please go ahead with the presentation.
Yes, thank you very much, Max. I'm happy to present Nordic Waterproofing. A quick presentation and outlook also, given that we live in turbulent times right now. So if we start, our business is protecting buildings and infrastructure. On the next slide, we have a short history of our development. We were created in 2011, IPO'd in 2016, and since the IPO made a number of acquisitions, 25 acquisitions over the year, doubled our size. And you can also see that we have intensified our acquisition drive last year, and we have already made one acquisition this year also. Moving on to what we are doing, we have two segments in our business. One is industry, basically manufacturing waterproofing and other building materials. And you can see a few examples here, which is very much linked to roofs and facades, the outer shell of the building. And the second business segment on the next page is actually installing these materials. And that's what we call installation services. A lot of that is still our legacy business, waterproofing membranes, which we install on roofs to protect them and to protect the insulation material, which is below our material, which needs to be kept dry to have its thermal insulation properties. We also make prefabricated roof and facade elements, which are wood-based. That's a business we entered 4 years ago, and we do that in Denmark, Norway. We then have smaller business segments, which are flooring, which we do mainly in Finland, and green infrastructure, which is a business where we produce cedar mats and cassettes in Sweden, which are then installed either on green roofs or in urban areas. We also have a metallic facade and eaves installation business, and in Finland we also install solar panels, which obviously is a growing segment. Moving on, I can show you a footprint, a geographic footprint. We are focused on Northern Europe, the 4 Nordic countries, of course, where we manufacture and install our products, but also a significant presence in Benelux and UK with our synthetic rubber membrane material, waterproofing material especially. We have, as a group, a relatively low exposure to cyclicality, since only half of our business is for new construction, the rest being renovation. So it makes for a relatively stable demand picture for our products and services. Moving on to the next slide, we can see that our business case is very strongly built on sustainability. First of all, in our legacy business, the durability of our material, which is at least 50 years, means that there is relatively low cost of renovation. Once we've installed our material, it stays there for many, many years, and there's no more environmental impact from replacing it. Also, as I mentioned, it protects the thermal insulation material, mineral wool or whatever our customers choose, and it's really important for a thermal insulation to work, to stay dry. So the waterproofing quality is really critical from that point of view and contributes to reduce energy losses in a building. The second item, which is really important, is the wood-based prefabricated elements. Basically, we are replacing concrete, cement-based solutions. Cement is a big emitter of CO2, whereas the wood we are using actually captures CO2 and contains CO2. So a huge climate-friendly impact from that shift from cement to wood-based solutions. Our green infrastructure business obviously contributes aesthetically, but it also contributes in terms of managing heavy rainfall. With climate change, we see more and more heavy rainfall, which tends to clog the sewage system because the water gets to the system too fast. And our green surfaces capture that water for a time and retain it. So they contribute to solving this sewage overflow problem we see more and more. Last but not least, clean energy solutions like solar panels also in our portfolio. So very strong focus on sustainability. I would say also in terms of the acquisitions we make, we have a preference for acquisitions and companies who are active in the sustainable building solutions arena. Moving on, a short summary of our acquisition strategy and what we have achieved. I mentioned the focus on sustainable solutions. We also want to enhance our product and service offering for existing customers. We have a very good recognized service level with our customers, so they're happy to buy additional product categories and service categories from us. And we also have a opportunity, especially in the synthetic rubber membrane market, to forward integrate. We produce the membrane, but you can prefabricate a waterproofing for a roof in a shop, and that's what we're doing in a number of European countries. The acquisition drive has intensified last year, and I've mentioned here a number of examples. We moved into waterproofing contracting in Norway. We did that previously only in Finland and Denmark. We moved into the ponds and landscaping business in the Netherlands and the UK, where we use synthetic rubber membrane to create swimming ponds and other landscaping elements. Prefabricated wooden elements, which we have done in Denmark and Norway for a number of years. We also established in Finland. We acquired an additional urban green landscaping company in Sweden, and we rounded our product portfolio up with small acquisitions in Finland and Denmark. The growth since the IPO, as I mentioned, is 25 acquisitions, more than 25 acquisitions in 5 years, and we doubled the turnover of our group thanks to the acquisitions and the organic growth we also had. Moving on to the financial development, you can see that we've had continuous growth in our sales and our profitability. We had a number of record years. Over the last 4 years, we improved our results each single year, also last year. We have a EBITDA level of 515 million in last year, in 21. And that, I would say, is in spite of the pandemic, and it is in spite of a very significant input cost inflation. So we've been able, in our product and services category, to pass these cost increases on to our customers. In the installation services business, that takes a bit more time, and we're still in the process of doing that. We've achieved the ROCE, which is really the key profitability indicator we follow, of 16.6% last year, and it's significantly higher than the 13% threshold we've set as a minimum. We also continue to have a strong balance sheet in spite of the fact that we did build up inventory to make sure that we're able to serve our customers with the supply chain issues we've seen in general in the economy. So we tend to be on the safe side, building up both raw material inventories and finished product inventories to make sure that we can serve our customers. Next slide shows the situation and the impact of the Russian war in Ukraine. That's obviously a significant event. In our case, we have an impact which is almost zero. We don't have employees or subsidiaries in either of the two countries. The sales exposure to the area was limited. If you take last year's figure, we're talking about 0.4% of our turnover. We have cut exports at this time to comply with the general recommendations of the European Union, especially. The input from Russia into our raw materials, it's an indirect input which did exist to some extent with bitumen and with SBS, two materials which go into our waterproofing production. These have been discontinued, so the suppliers of bitumen have shifted the input from Russia to other alternative sources. So that means that we don't expect at this time any impact on our supply chain and on our capability to deliver products and services to our customers. On the other hand, obviously with the rise in oil prices due to the crisis, we do expect a further continuation of the input cost inflation, and we are confident that we're able to pass that on to our customers over time. As I mentioned, it takes a bit longer in our installation services business than in the manufacturing business. We have also immediately collected money and donated money to support refugees from Ukraine. Next slide is a short, and the next, please, is a short picture of our last quarter last year. So we have seen strong demand. We also see in the short term strong demand going forward. Input cost inflation I described, we've been able to manage that to a large degree. Prefabricated elements, the wood-based elements, have seen slightly lower in the quarter, but we continue to be optimistic, and there's a strong tailwind for wood-based solutions throughout our geography. We don't see that changing. And also we had organic growth in our green infrastructure business, which had a bit of a downturn in the last 2 years. So again, we see progress in that area also. Moving on, we have financial figures which are, as I mentioned, a record year last year, but we did have a bit of a profit drop in the installation services in the last quarter. Again, we are confident in the future of that business. Moving on, the key targets we have, we've ticked basically all the boxes in terms of sales growth, profitability, and capital structure. So we're basically able to make additional acquisitions, and we have an active pipeline. And we also have proposed to the General Assembly to distribute a 6 SEK per share dividend, which is beyond the 50% threshold we've defined. So we're in compliance with all of these targets. Next slide just sums up why we believe that investing in Nordic Waterproofing makes sense. We have strong market positions. We have a strong emphasis on sustainable building solutions, a low cyclical sensitivity, and a continued strong balance sheet. The yield with the current share price obviously is very attractive. We are approaching 4% yield on our shares. So that was my presentation, and I very much look forward to questions.
Yes, thank you very much, Martin, for the presentation. I think we could begin with, as you said during the presentation, in the installation service segment, which has been struggling last year due to component shortage, restrictions related to on-site work, and also to struggling companies. What are your expectations for 2022? Should we see an improvement in terms of profitability this year?
Yes, absolutely. We are very confident that we can achieve that. And the reason is that we have a very strong order book in our Finnish installation service business. We also have been able to adjust our sales price level. So from that point of view, we should have increased, or you could say decreased margin pressure as far as we can see. And on the other element being that the difficulties we've had in Norway, where we acquired a company which had some trouble. There we have new management, and we're confident that we're going to be able to improve that situation. So we are confident that results will improve this year over last year.
Okay, perfect. And the installation market is much more fragmented than the waterproofing market, which is your other major segment.
Correct.
And your current market share within installation is somewhere around 10%. What are your long-term objectives within this segment in terms of market share?
Yeah, I think we have different market share, obviously, in different countries. So in Finland and Denmark, we are probably talking more about a 20 to 25% market share. In Sweden, we have a very small business, just one company where we have a shareholding. In Norway, we are probably talking about 5 to 8% of the market. So I think in Denmark and Finland, it's relatively difficult to increase our market share further, but we also are looking at opportunities. I would say in Sweden and Norway, there's still obviously large potential for increased market share, and we are actively looking at that. You could say that in these countries there might be a bit of a consolidation move, and we will actively look at what we can do in that arena.
And last year, a lot of the organic growth in the product and solution segment was driven by price increases to offset the cost inflation, whereas volume growth was quite muted, at least in H2 21. What are your expectations for 2022? Is it the price increases that will drive the growth, or do you see some underlying volume growth as well?
Yeah, I think if we talk about the legacy business, it's probably a stable situation. If you look at prefab elements, wood elements, solar panels, and green infrastructure, we probably will see continued tailwind, and there we would expect some organic growth on top of the sales price variance.
Okay, perfect. And lastly, in February, you acquired Gordon Low in the UK, the first acquisition this year. First, could you elaborate some on the acquisition and the rationale behind it? And also the usual question, how does the acquisition pipeline look going forward?
Right. So regarding Gordon Low, it's basically an extension of the forward integration we've been doing in the synthetic rubber arena for many years. And we also will use the opportunity to implement the district pond, swing ponds, and other landscaping applications of our synthetic rubber in the UK. So we started this business by an acquisition in Belgium. We've made another one in Holland, and now we will implement the concept in the UK. So it's basically a continuation of that strategy, which has been successful for us. In terms of the pipeline, we do have a number of targets where we are discussing right now. Obviously, multiples are still quite high. They might well come down now in line with the stock market evolution. So we're quite confident we'll be able to get acceptable deals also this year.
Okay, perfect. I think we are running out of time. Thank you very much for joining us, Martin. Always a pleasure.
Yeah.
Good luck
Pleasure
in the
for me
future.
too.
Yeah, and we'll talk soon.
Yes, thank you very much.
Bye.
Have a good day.
You too.
Bye.
Welcome back, everyone. The next company to present on this track will be a real estate company, Randviken, and we are pleased to be joined by the CEO, Gustav Segerborg, who will spend some 20 minutes on a presentation followed by a Q&A session. So with that said, please, Gustav, the scene is all yours.
Thank you very much, and thanks for organizing this and for letting me present Randviken here today. I'm going to give you a short presentation on the company. I'm going to talk a little bit about our activities last year and our plans for the future. First, a couple of quick words on myself. My name is Gustav Segerborg. I joined the company back in 2017 as the first employee. Before that, I was based in London for a few years, where I worked for Norges Bank Investment Management. And prior to that, I worked as an investment advisor for a company called Tensing, which is now incorporated into JLL. I also have some experience working in a private real estate company called Bergs. Randviken is a fast-growing real estate company. We focus on fundamentally high-quality assets with strong cash flows. We have an opportunistic but sound and disciplined investment approach, and our main focus is on the office, industrial, and warehouse segments. Randviken was founded in 2017, and we went public through a reverse takeover in June last year. And since December last year, we're listed on Nasdaq First North Premier. We have a diversified mix of properties, and the geographical presence is primarily focused on growing regional cities with properties that generate strong cash flows. We acquire properties with a conservative risk profile and a limited residual value risk. One of our strengths is that we are able to source and complete off-market deals. Almost all the deals we've done so far have been off-market. The property value as of Q4 is 6.4 billion. We have a total rental income of roughly 393 million and an NOI of 311 million. The average lease term is 6.3 years. We have a net initial yield of 4.8% and a net LTV of 56%. Q4 last year was a very active and transformational quarter for Randviken. We acquired 16 properties, and we more than doubled our portfolio in terms of value, and we added more than 3.3 billion kronor to the existing portfolio. To make this happen, we issued new shares to a value of roughly 900 million, and the annual earnings capacity as of today is more than 200 million kronor, or 4.7 kronor per share. This slide illustrates our rapid growth second last half of last year. Looking to the left, we acquired a portfolio of 38 properties. The value of that was a little less than 3 billion kronor, and that was made in June last year. And this became the initial base of the company. Since then, we have acquired an additional 16 properties through a number of different transactions. And if we include deals that we expect to close later this month, our combined portfolio value is now in excess of 7 billion kronor. Our longer term goal is to reach 20 billion in property value. And once again, our focus is on properties with strong cash flows and a limited residual value risk. So, why is this rapid growth so important to us? For a listed real estate company, size does matter a lot. One of the most obvious reasons or benefits for having a bigger portfolio is that our central administration cost will go down in relation to rental income. We also believe that the property management will be more efficient as we add more properties to the existing regions, and also by that creating economies of scale. Another obvious fact is also that, all else being equal, of course, that the total risk of the entire company goes down as tenant and property diversification increases. However, all this being said, the most important driver for our growth is to decrease our financing costs. A bigger company is much more attractive from a financing point of view, and that goes especially for the bond market if that ever opens up again. And as you can see on the lower right-hand side, we have a very strong shareholder base. I'm proud of these names, and they're all very strong owners that will support our growth story ahead. If we dig into the portfolio a little bit, you can see that our properties are located in growth areas from Stockholm in the north to Malmö in the south. We have divided our portfolio into 4 geographical areas, where what we call the middle region is the biggest one with 39% of the property value. The middle region is primarily Västerås, Karlstad, and Nyköping, all strong cities and regions that we believe strongly in. The second biggest market is the Stockholm region, with 28% of the total value, and that is as big as the West region, that also constitutes 28% of the total property value. In terms of property segments, logistics and light industrial buildings is our main focus, or actually the main category, with 46% of the value. And that is followed by office and public sector buildings, which make up for 19% each. The lower pie chart is quite interesting, actually. You can see that we have a very strong tenant base, with more than half our income coming from either big corporations with strong credit rating or from public sector tenants. This, combined with a long average lease duration of more than 6 years, is a strong proof of our ability to deliver strong and stable cash flows for the years to come. If we take a closer look at the actual tenants, all our top 10 tenants are either big corporations or public sector tenants, like Tyresö Municipality or the Swedish Court of Law. These 10 tenants that you can see on the screen right now, they make up for some 40% of the total rental income, and the average lease term on these leases is above 7 years. And as you can see on the bottom right chart, the expiry profile of these, or actually on all our agreements, is quite evenly spread out over the coming 10 years or so, which is obviously good in terms of limiting the risk of income shortfalls. Here's a little selection of some of our properties, just to illustrate the range of different assets we invest in. You have everything from large industrial buildings in Västerås to healthcare properties in Stockholm, and prime offices in cities like Karlstad. Randviken doesn't have any restriction on what type of properties we invest in, since we believe that good deals can be made in all sectors and in many different geographies. However, our primary focus is on warehouse, logistic, industrial, and office buildings, and these are also segments that we have a lot of previous experience working in. The business model is purposely made quite simple. On general, we try not to overcomplicate things at Randviken. We're now in the build-up phase, so there's a lot of focus on new acquisitions. We have a wide network within the Swedish real estate community, and as I said before, we try to focus on deals that are being made off-market. On top of the transactions business, we're obviously constantly trying to improve our existing portfolio by renegotiating leases, finding development opportunities on the existing properties, and so on. We also have a strong ambition to be one of the leading property companies when it comes to using modern technology in our property management. We are convinced that the use of new technology can help us cut operating costs, as well as potentially creating new revenue streams. We believe that if we can get access to granular energy consumption data from the properties, we will also be able to make better decisions on where it makes the most sense to improve energy efficiency. Currently, we are performing a wide-scale assessment of our complete portfolio in order to find out where the lowest hanging fruits are. We have also initiated collaborations with some of the most interesting PropTech companies to help us capitalize on these ambitions. Another initiative we have taken on the sustainability side is that we recently switched to only purchasing electricity from renewable resources, and we're also in the process of forming our long-term sustainability targets. This slide, coming back a little bit to that, what I talked about before, it illustrates our strong earnings capacity. As I said before, the portfolio in Q4 generates a total income of 393 million, and together with new acquisitions that we expect to do this month, the earnings capacity is in excess of 200 million kronor, and that is equal to roughly 4.7 kronor per share. Randviken has a very simple balance sheet. We only have one class of shares, and we only have debt finance on the liability side. In terms of financial targets or restrictions, if you like, we aim to have a net LTV of less than 65%, an ICR of more than 2 times, and an equity ratio of 35% or more. As we're focused on growth at the moment, we don't expect any dividend to be paid out the coming couple of years. Access to debt financing is obviously very important for a real estate company like us. As I said before, the balance sheet is quite simple to understand. We have loans with 2 major Swedish banks, and we're currently working on establishing relationships with a third one, or potentially a fourth one as well. The expiry profile of our existing loan portfolio is 2.7 years, and the weighted interest maturity is 1 year. And we have an overall average interest rate of 2.2%. Coming back to the shareholders list a little bit, as I said before, I'm very proud of having these strong owners with me. Our biggest owners are all entrepreneur-driven private companies or listed companies for that matter. and also family offices. We also have some of the best mutual funds in Sweden in our shareholder list. And I think this is a very, very strong testimony for us, and it will be important for us to achieve our growth story ahead. To summarize a little bit, we have a well-proven acquisition strategy, and we have a great investment team in place. Our property portfolio consists of high-quality assets with solid cash flow from a diversified tenant base. We're constantly working with sustainability through decreasing energy consumption in our buildings. We have an opportunistic but also very disciplined investment approach, and the main focus is on regional growth cities. And lastly, both the management team and the board of directors are both experienced and also very, very dedicated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gustav.
Thank you.
So I will just start right away with your financial goals. So two of them are a property value of 20 billion, as you mentioned during the presentation, as of 2025. That's only some 3.5 years from now. And you also have a target to grow your NAV by 15% per annum.
Yeah,
on average. So maybe if you can help us sort of break down those targets and how will you achieve 20 billion and how do you sort of add up to those 15% per annum in NAV growth?
Sure. The 20 billion, we did 7 in 6 months. So if you extrapolate on that, no, I'm just kidding. I'm not worried about the growth target. Obviously, it depends a little bit on the financing situation and the situation going on in the rest of the world, obviously. But finding the deals, I'm not very concerned about at all. We have a really good network, as I said before. We source our deals from our owners, from the board, from our connections with brokers and also other property companies. So I'm not worried about that. In terms of the NAV growth per share, 15% is a good target for us. We had 12% before we changed that to 15 in December. And what we found was that 12% was a little too sort of easy, because if we buy properties at between 5 and 6% net initial yield, and then we gear it up 60% and some tax add back and stuff like that, you pretty much get 10 to 12% without doing anything. So 15 is for us to push us to do something a little bit better than just buy and hold. So by that I mean cutting costs, increasing rents, finding development opportunities on the properties and stuff like that. It's pretty basic. It's nothing too complicated, but it's just to raise the bar a little bit for ourselves.
It's nothing wrong with being simplistic, I guess.
No, I think it's easier to explain, and real estate, you could make it very complicated, but at the end of the day, it's bricks and mortar, and you have a tenant who pays rent, and you need to keep them happy and have good financing. So it's nothing too complicated.
Makes sense. So in terms of those projects that are adding the extra 3 percentage point or 4 percentage points, what is a fair assumption in terms of yield on cost or project margins, or how should we think about that?
Well, if we buy properties, we try to, if it's a stabilized property, we try to come in above 5% net initial, and for us to do improvements in the property, we expect a higher return on such capex projects. So I would probably assume something like 7, 8, 9% on the tenant fit outs and stuff like that we do. That's what we have seen in the past as well. You tend to get around 8% on investments like that. So that's what gives you the extra percentage points on the NAV growth.
Makes sense. So you touched upon this during the presentation that you have a great investment team, you source deals off market, etc. And I mean it surely makes sense that a company looking at 50 million SEK acquisitions or below 100 at least probably can make better acquisitions than the ones looking at a billion or so.
Yeah.
How would you? What is sort of the yield spread if we compare a like-for-like property to a larger portfolio? How much better can you source?
I would say the yield spread on a large portfolio compared to the single asset for the properties we look at is probably around 100 basis points. So it really makes sense to be out there and try to buy and build. And that's also why we have established 2 joint ventures with people that are focused on finding these smaller deals, and they have a great incentive to do that. And the deals they find, we wouldn't have found ourselves. So it's a great way for us to get access to more deals, basically.
Yeah, makes sense. So we're running out of time, so I will finish up with one final question.
Okay.
So in broad terms, what do you believe sort of differentiates you from other real estate companies that do look at a lot of different geographies or a lot of different segments? If we say Balder or Nyfosa or the likes of these names, how do you differentiate from this?
I think it's if you have the kind of the same investment approach as other companies, hard to be very different for starters. What makes a difference is the ability to actually be quick, the ability to source deals and to complete deals. And as I said before, we have a great investment team. We specialize in making these complex transactions, be it single assets or portfolios. So I think what makes us different is our ability to actually make things happen and to be quick. It pays off most of the times.
All right, thank you very much, and thank you all for listening in. So I believe there will be a short pause before the next company is up to present. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi and welcome back to Investor Day. I will go over to Swedish for this presentation. Mitt namn är Viktor Kryger. Jag är fastighetsanalytiker här på ABG. Som nästa presentatör för dagen så har jag med mig Kristoffer Johansson som är vice vd på Fastpartner. Och ni kommer att lyssna på en presentation av honom följt av en Q&A session där vi diskuterar tillsammans. Kristoffer, över till dig.
Ja, tack så mycket för den presentationen. Ja, idag jag ska presentera Fastpartner AB, ett tryggt och stabilt fastighetsbolag med kommersiella fastigheter i Sveriges största städer. För ett par veckor sedan så släppte vi vår bokslutskommuniké för 2021. Och där kunde man läsa att hyresintäkterna ökade med 3% till 1856 miljoner. Driftnettot ökade med 1,2% till 1301 miljoner. Överskottsgraden minskade något till 70,1%. Här har vi ju som mål att få upp den till 75%. Anledningen till att det minskade var lite högre energikostnader, kostnader för snöröjning. Vi hade ett stort skyfall i Gävle. Och sen lite andra sådana här eftersläpande saker från föregående 2020 då, året med covid. Men nu är vi på banan igen där. Förvaltningsresultatet ökade med 2,1% till 972,4 miljoner. Här har vi ju som mål att öka förvaltningsresultatet med ungefär 10% per år i snitt över lite tid. Det rullande förvaltningsresultatet är, om man ställer sig vid årsskiftet, 1050 miljoner per år. Och här har vi ju som mål att till utgången av 2025 få upp det till 1,5 miljard per år. Så det rullande förvaltningsresultatet är ju om man står här idag och tittar ett år framåt utan att göra några investeringar. Vad är förvaltningsresultatet då? Fastigheternas värde är strax över 35 miljarder. Ja, en summering av fjolåret. Så att året började ju med mycket diskussioner om kontorets vara eller icke vara. Och för oss som satt i marknaden så märkte vi ju direkt att alla företag vill ju ha kontor. Vi hade av våra 2000 hyresgäster så hade vi bara ett företag som sa det att de inte behövde kontoret längre. Men det är ju klart, kontoret det behöver ju vara mer än bara en arbetsplats. Det behöver ju ge ett mervärde både till företagen och de anställda. Man behöver bygga den här företagskulturen. De anställda, ja, men de måste ju få lite lyx, god mat, kanske möjlighet till att träna och lösa bra service så de kan lösa sitt vardagspussel. Så jag tror många företag under den här covid-perioden, de tänkte ju över vad är det för kontor vi har. Och för oss Fastpartner då, vi som arbetar aktivt med att utveckla våra fastigheter och våra lokaler. För oss så finns det ju många företag då som kommer till oss och liksom undrar hur ser ett modernt kontor ut och vad har ni att erbjuda oss? Så för oss blir det här någonting bra. Vi tänkte ju då att i och med den här oron för kontorens vara eller inte vara så kanske det finns möjlighet till att göra några bra affärer i början av året. Men vi såg rätt tidigt att det fanns väldigt mycket kapital ute i marknaden och väldigt billigt kapital. Så att priserna redan i början av året var i all time high. Så då tänkte vi att men det här är ju fel marknad att vara köpare i så att vi satsar på att konsolidera oss istället. För vi såg jag skrivit här att priser var upp 10-20% förra året och nu när rapporterna har kommit in så ser man att till och med för bostäder så kan det ju vara upp mot 30% upp i värdeförändringar. Men fel marknad att vara köpare i. Så att fjolåret vi gjorde 2 mindre förvärv i Gävle, något i Stockholm och ett i Uppsala och så sålde vi i Alingsås. Så att ett netto då på 173,7 miljoner. Istället så satsar vi ju mer då på förvärv i investeringar i vår egen portfölj i våra befintliga fastigheter. Så där blev det ju lite mer än föregående år. Så vi investerade 777 miljoner. Man kan säga att i den här transaktionsmarknaden då så hittar vi ju direktavkastningar på 4% och det är väl nästan dubbelt upp då när vi går till investeringar i vår egna portfölj. Så 7-8% där har vi. Men å andra sidan transaktionsmarknaden är ju lite roligare för där kommer ju driftnettot direkt. när man investerar i sina befintliga fastigheter, ja, men då tar det ju något år eller 2 innan det slår igenom i driftnetto och förvaltningsresultat. Vi såg inflationen komma förra året, men det gjorde inget avtryck riktigt på räntor förrän i slutet av året. Men oktober KPI då, det som de flesta fastighetsbolag justerar sina hyror med vid årsskiftet, det var ju upp hela 2,8%. Sen fortsatte ju inflationen att stiga mot årets slut, mycket drivet av energipriser, till 3,9%. Den här grafen visar hur vi historiskt har förvärvat och investerat i våra fastigheter. Så vi ser i början av 2010-talet så kommer ju förvärven rätt jämnt och tätt. Sen när fastighetspriserna har kommit upp en bit, då kommer de lite mer stötvis förvärven. Hittar vi en bra affär, då har vi en snabb beslutsprocess för att göra dem. Men istället har vi ju fokuserat då mer på investeringar i befintliga fastigheter, och det är ju de blå staplarna där. Och linjen ni ser, det är ju vårt rullande förvaltningsresultat. Så att även fast vi fokuserar mer på investeringar i våra befintliga fastigheter, så ser vi att vi hela tiden ökar det rullande förvaltningsresultatet. Som en effekt av att vi investerar mer i våra befintliga fastigheter så ökar ju intäkterna per kvadratmeter i beståndet. Jag sa tidigare att vi ville komma upp på en överskottsgrad av ungefär 75%. Och dels försöker vi hamna där genom att öka intäkterna, men sen så ska vi också spara in på kostnaderna. Dels de här miljöprojekten vi gör som sparar energiförbrukningen och därmed kostnaderna, och sen så försöker vi effektivisera oss i förvaltningen med hjälp av IT. Tittar man på våra belåningsgrader så ser man ju att det ser bättre och bättre ut. Vi konsoliderar oss, minskar belåningen. Så av det förvaltningsresultatet på närmare 1 miljard som vi har, så lite försvinner ju skatt, och sen har vi ju lite utdelningar, men 2/3 av förvaltningsresultatet det återgår ju och hjälper oss att sänka den här belåningsgraden. Och vi ser ju nu att vi har en nettobelåningsgrad på strax under 40%, vilket känns väldigt bra i en sån här marknad. Tittar vi på vår kapitalmarknadsfinansiering, ungefär hälften av våra lån är ju kapitalmarknadsfinansierade och hälften är ungefär banklån. Men tittar vi på kapitalmarknadsfinansieringen här så ser vi att vi har inga förfall under 2022. Och det känns ju jätteskönt i en sån här stökig marknad som vi har nu. En annan intressant sak man ser här är att på den här resan att konsolidera oss så fick vi en investment grade rating i maj förra året. Och det är ju viktigt av 2 anledningar. Dels finns det ju mer kapital för oss att låna, och sen blir ju det kapitalet vi lånar billigare. Nu är det självklart så att när man plockar upp ny finansiering så är ju räntan man får då beror ju på marknadsläget, men man ser ändå ett visst skifte här från de 2 första lånen här som ligger närmast i förfall mot resterande lån som vi har plockat upp under den tiden vi har varit investment grade ratade. För lite mer än ett år sedan så satte ju styrelsen upp mål för utgången av 2025 för företaget. Och tittar vi på de finansiella målen här så ser vi att vi har måluppfyllnad eller på god väg att få det. På de operationella målen, det handlar om NKI, nöjda hyresgäster, nöjda medarbetare, great place to work, och hur vi rullar ut IT i vår förvaltning, så har vi också måluppfyllnad eller på god väg att få det. Går vi över till de miljömässiga målen så ser vi att vi även där gör goda framsteg, och till innevarande år så har vi faktiskt höjt vår ambitionsnivå och
nu siktar vi på att kunna spara 2% av vår energiförbrukning i fastigheterna mot tidigare 1% per år. Den här, ursäkta nu kommer jag av mig lite för jag fick de gamla slidesen, jag fick inte de nya.
Okej.
Så att, och det är lite synd på just den här, för den här är lite daterad.
Förklara hur den ser ut idag.
Men det här är en modell vi har gjort över hur vår tillväxt ska se ut framåt här då. Och fjolåret då från 2020 till 2021, som ni såg i början där, så konsoliderade vi oss, vi stannade av, slog av på tillväxttakten. Och det är den perioden, nu är det lite fel graf det här, men det är det som ni ser från 2020 till punkten 2021 där. Så där har vi ju slagit av på takten. Tittar man sen framåt då, så har vi ett antal faktorer som bidrar till vår tillväxt. Dels så i den här modellen då så har vi räknat med att vi justerar upp våra hyror med 2%. Nu kommer det ju bli ännu lite till här i år. Och det är den blå grafdelen ni ser här. Justerar man upp de här 2% till 3% per år, då börjar den blå nedersta delen där bli nästan lika tjock som den svarta eller den röda. Alltså bidragen från projektinvesteringarna och förvärven. Så att den nästa delen då, den svarta delen där, det är ju de investeringarna vi gör i våra befintliga fastigheter och nybyggnationer. Och det siktar vi ju på att göra med en 600-800 miljoner per år. Nästa del är ju förvärven och där siktar vi på att förvärva för 1 till 1,5 miljard per år. Och den sista biten som bidrar till tillväxt då, det är den här förbättringen av effektivitet i vår förvaltning. Ja, miljöarbetet är ju viktigt för oss. Dels är det ju bra för oss för att dels så när vi sänker vår energiförbrukning, det är ju bra för plånboken, men det är också det rätta att göra. Och inom ramen för scope 1 och 2 så sänker vi ju snabbt våra koldioxidutsläpp. Mycket av de här koldioxidutsläppen härstammar ju då från den fjärrvärme vi köper och där för vi avtal med alla våra fjärrvärmeleverantörer om att teckna förnybar leverans av fjärrvärme. Vi certifierar hela tiden nya fastigheter och vi siktar ju på att ha all vår finansiering grön. Och till utgången av 2030 så vill vi vara helt klimatneutrala inom ramen för scope 1 och 2. Alltså det är den löpande verksamheten. Sen finns det ju scope 3 och det är ju det som handlar om de utsläppen som härrör till materialet som går in i våra byggnader. Det kommer ju vara svårare för oss, men vi har även startat arbetet på att sänka utsläppen där. IT, det är någonting vi satsar mycket på. Det gör ju alla företag idag för att vara relevanta och konkurrenskraftiga. Så vi ser att IT är nyckel till att ge våra hyresgäster en bättre service och vara mer tillgängliga för dem. Det är också en nyckelkomponent för att öka effektiviteten i vår förvaltning. Och IT kommer ju också in som en viktig del i miljö- och hållbarhetsarbetet genom att man kan styra och sänka driftförbrukningarna i fastigheterna. Under förra året också så satsade vi mycket på IT-säkerhet så att vi satte upp en ny brandvägg, alltså den här muren som skyddar mot intrång runt våra IT-system. Men även om man tar sig igenom brandväggen så segmenterade vi upp systemen innanför den. Så att en del för kontors-IT och en del för vår fastighets-IT. Så bara för man kommer innanför brandväggen så kommer man inte åt allt.
Och i den miljön vi är nu så känns det tryggt att ha gjort de investeringarna. Ytterligare en spännande utveckling som vi har gjort på senare tid är vår satsning på kontorshotell och coworking, Fast Office. Så att vi har en bit över 500 rum nu och 20 000 kvadrat på mer än 20 platser, och det här växer ju snabbt. Och det växer snabbt för det finns en stark efterfrågan på den produkten. Det är en bra plattform för oss, Fast Office, att testa lite ny teknik. Bland annat nyckeln i mobilen med Accessim. Och idag så har vi en process där man kan från internet klicka sig hela vägen fram, signa kontraktet, få nyckeln i mobilen och flytta in helt digitalt. Fast Office, man kan ju också hitta lite nya affärsmodeller i det här, som att till exempel erbjuda alla våra befintliga hyresgäster ett abonnemang på de här Fast Office-sajterna, så att deras säljare när de är ute kan komma in, låsa upp kontorsdörren med nyckeln i mobilen och stanna till, ta en kopp kaffe eller kanske sätta sig ner och arbeta ett tag mellan olika säljmöten. Så att spännande utveckling. Ja, jag ska säga några ord också om, jag har ju pratat mycket idag om att vi satsar mer på investeringarna i våra befintliga fastigheter. Och dels så investerar vi i befintliga fastigheter och dels så investerar vi i nya fastigheter. Och här för att nämna några, så en av de större satsningar vi gjorde förra året var ju på att renovera upp kontorshus från 2000-talet i Frösunda. Vi har 100 000 kvadrat i det området totalt, och här är det 40 000 kvadrat. Vi fick en vakans efter att 2 av 3 HP delbolag flyttade från den här från vår byggnad där i centrala Frösunda. Men nu har vi uppgraderat fastigheten ordentligt, nytt gym, restaurang, solpaneler. Och det har varit en väldigt lyckad satsning där vi hyrde ut mer än 9 000 kvadrat förra året. Vi har gjort liknande saker i Hemsta Works uppe i Gävle, J12, tidigare Siemens huvudkontor upp till Upplands Väsby, och vi håller även på i Kista i Microsofts före detta kontorslokaler. Till det så bygger vi även nya fastigheter, nya projekt. Där har vi Västberga, Riksby och en Gävlehov. Det ligger uppe vid arenorna i Gävle. Jag ska visa lite bilder på det här nu som avslutningsvis. Och det här är en bild då på vår fastighet i centrala Frösunda. Får en ny fasad. Här kan man ju liksom, fasaden kommer ju även innehålla solpaneler. Så att det är kul med de här nya materialen som man hittar idag. På den här bilden så ser vi den tilltänkta nybyggnationen i Västberga. Den ligger ju väldigt bra i nära anslutning här till E4. Och det man inte ser riktigt på den här bilden, det är det att lite till vänster här så har vi faktiskt redan påbörjat en annan byggnation av en ny fastighet där vi bygger en 5 000 kvadrat lager och proffsbutik. Och det här är en bild över våra planer ute i Bromma Riksby. Här är ju förväntad byggstart 2025. Så att dels så kommer vi få bygga de 2 bostadskvarteren ni ser här, och sen så kommer vi ha 2 kvarter med kommersiell bebyggelse bakom det. Ja, avslutningsvis lite om vår affärsfilosofi här. Så enkelt, nära och engagerat. Så att vi vill finnas nära våra hyresgäster och utveckla våra fastigheter tillsammans med dem. Vi äger ju fastigheterna i stora befolkningsområden, Sveriges största befolkningscentrum, för att storleken på befolkningsområde är rätt tätt kopplat till den ekonomiska tillväxten. Har man ekonomisk tillväxt så finns det alltid en efterfrågan på lokaler, och man har en tillväxt av hyrestillväxt. Så för oss blir det då att vi har fastigheter i Stockholm, Göteborg, Malmö, Uppsala, Norrköping och Gävle. Norrköping och Gävle blir som ett Mälardalen-område. Och vi uppskattar att mer än hälften av alla våra nya affärer kommer genom det här nätverket av våra befintliga hyresgäster. Vi förvaltar ju våra fastigheter med egen personal, och Det är ju viktigt då för att upprätthålla det här nära kontakten med våra hyresgäster. Så antingen är det våra befintliga hyresgäster som hyr mer, eller så är det företag som de känner som kommer till oss och vill ha nya lokaler. Och vi är ju långsiktiga ägare av fastigheter, och det här ser vi som en garant för lönsam tillväxt. Känner vi att marknaden är dyr och att man inte hittar några bra affärer, då avvaktar vi lite. Vi har då en stor portfölj med projekt som vi har tillskansat oss under lång tid, och då kan vi ju satsa mer pengar på att utveckla de projekten, vilket har varit ett lyckosamt drag i den marknaden vi är i nu. Tack så mycket.
Tack för presentationen. Jag börjar med första frågan. Du nämnde er tillväxttakt, och när man tittar på den så har den varit ganska hoppig, vilket förklaras av att ni har varit lite mer stötvisa i de förvärven ni har gjort. Om man ser sen liksom 2015 i alla fall framåt. Först för att förtydliga lite det du varit inne på och talat om, men som jag kan tänka mig att en del frågar sig, det är att tittar ni på försäljningstillväxt, eller om vi tittar på tillväxttakten i termer av försäljning, driftnetto och förvaltningsresultat, så såg den sämre ut 2021 än vad den gjorde de senaste åren innan dess. 2020 och 2019 var väldigt starka, men om vi kollar just på 2021, vill du förtydliga lite vad som berodde på att det blev en lägre tillväxttakt just det året?
Ja, vi förvärvade ju mindre fastigheter, och förvärv är ju kul på det sättet att då bygger du ju driftnetto direkt. Däremot investerar du i dina befintliga fastigheter. Det tar ju 1-2 år innan du får igång kassaflödet.
Mm. Så det är den stora effekten i förvaltning. Det var ingenting annat som ändrades när det kom till det befintliga beståndet, hur ni managerade det, eller inget annat avvikande?
Nej.
Fair enough. Så då har ni det här målet då att ni ska nå 1,5 miljarder i förvaltningsresultat om man ser rullande framåt från slutet av 2025. Det implicerar ungefär den tillväxttakten som du nämner är ert mål på 10% om året. Vill du bryta upp den lite mer också, hur ni ska nå dit, förutom alltså i termer av förvärv och projekt och befintliga fastigheter?
Alltså att, det handlar ju om att vi ska investera i våra befintliga fastigheter och de byggrätterna vi har med, som jag sa, 600-800 miljoner per år. Vi vill förvärva över tid, så att inte varje år, men i snitt då, för en bit över 1 miljard. Och sen så effektivisera vår förvaltning lite grann, sänka våra kostnader lite i förvaltningen, och då kommer vi nå dit.
Och hur ser du på förvärvsutsikterna för 2022 när vi talar om att det är en tuff marknad? Känns det realistiskt att nå det målet som ni har om över 1 miljard i förvärvade fastigheter?
Ja, men som sagt, i början av förra året så insåg vi ju det att fastigheter är dyra. Det är inte rätt läge att göra de stora förvärven nu, så att vi konsoliderade oss. Och vi ser ju det att fastighetsmarknaden har ju löpt på här, men sen 1,5 månad tillbaka så har ju marknaden vi har haft mer finansiell oro i marknaden. Det har väl inte riktigt satt något avtryck än i fastighetspriserna. Men vi bevakar marknaden kontinuerligt. Vi utvärderar väl varje år en bit över 100 olika affärer. Så vi fortsätter att bevaka marknaden, och när läget är rätt, då är vi snabba på att hugga till.
Och ni står väl finansierade på 41% eller runt 40% i nettobelåningsgrad, och målet är 48, att ligga under 48, så att ni har bra med spelutrymme där också när ni skulle vilja förvärva. När det kommer till liksom att ta upp ny skuld eller att att trycka fler aktier. Ni gjorde det till exempel i form av D-aktier under hösten. Ska man förvänta sig att det främst blir skuldfinansiering, eller att tror du det även kan bli att ni trycker mer stamaktier framåt för att finansiera eventuella köp?
Ja, men det är viktigt för oss att ha den här den här låga risken. Så med det sagt, vi har inga planer på att trycka några nya aktier. Men vi har inga planer på att öka vår skuldsättning heller i det här läget.
Men ponera då att ni hittar ett bra objekt som ligger utanför ramen för vad ni kan betala med befintlig kassa. Bara för att få förståelse lite för er rational där. Vad skulle du säga att båda två skulle kännas intressanta eller att ni föredrar en över den andra så att säga?
Vi har ju en investment grade rating på BAA3 här och vi siktar ju på att öka oss 2 steg till BAA1 och det är ett väldigt viktigt mål för oss så att vi vill ju inte göra någonting som riskerar att vi inte når det målet.
Nej, just det. Vill du nämna lite mer hur ni, eller snarare så här, om man jämför er då som är Stockholmsorienterat kontorsbolag mot andra Stockholmsorienterade kontorsbolag. Nu säger jag Stockholm för att det ändå är 80% ungefär av fastighetsvärdet. Vad skulle du säga är de 3 viktigaste grejerna som skiljer från de andra som finns på marknaden? Det behöver inte vara 3, men de viktigaste du tycker.
Nej, men vi har en väldigt renodlad fastighetsportfölj som är väl fokuserad på Sveriges storstadsområden. Och vi har en väl intrimmad förvaltningsorganisation. Så det gör det att vi får effektivitet i vår förvaltning och vi är i ett bra läge att ta tillvara på de möjligheterna till projektutveckling som finns i våra fastigheter. Och i en marknad då där priserna är höga, direktavkastningarna är låga så är det ju väldigt fördelaktigt att kunna investera sina pengar då i de här mer högavkastande egna projekten. Men sen givetvis tillväxten för oss, det är viktigt och vi har en liten tajt organisation, är snabbfotade. Så att är det plötsligt så att det visar sig att det finns bra möjligheter till goda affärer i förvärvsmarknaden, ja men då kommer vi ju vara de som är först där.
Just det. Så som att tiden har börjat rinna ifrån oss, men vi tackar er som har lyssnat in idag och Kristoffer, främst tack till dig för att komma hit och presentera.
Tack så mycket.
Hej och välkomna till vår Investor Days. Jag heter Rebecka Gärderup och är analytiker här på ABG. Nu så ska vi få lyssna på en presentation med Christer Widström som är vd på Dedicare. Varsågod Christer.
Ja, tack så mycket. Tack så mycket. Christer Widström heter jag som sagt, var koncernchef på Dedicare och har jobbat där i snart 5 år. Har tidigare erfarenhet från bemanningsbranschen då jag på slutet på 90-talet var med och byggde upp Poolia och var med om deras börsintroduktion 99. Ja, så att jätteglädjande idag att få med och presentera detta fina bolag som heter Dedicare och vi är då Nordens största rekrytering- och bemanningsföretag inom vård och socialt arbete. Vård är ju ganska givet vad det är för något, men socialt arbete för oss det är egentligen mot kommunen och socionomer som jobbar i socialtjänsten. Det är vad vi kallar socialt arbete. Vi har en affärsidé, vi har en mission och vi har en vision. Affärsidén gör det att vi ska vara bäst på att attrahera, erbjuda kompetens inom vård och socialt arbete. Missionen, vi ska på ett ansvarsfullt och hållbart sätt bidra till människors hälsa, utveckling och livskvalitet. Och en underbar vision som är att vi ska bli ett av Europas ledande rekrytering- och bemanningsföretag inom den nischen då, det vill säga vård och socialt arbete. Och när vi säger ledande så menar vi att ett av de 5 största bolagen i Europa inom vårdbemanning och att vi ska finnas på flest geografiska marknader. Kort om Dedicare. Grundades 1996, var en del av Poolia, hette Poolia Vård. Och vi noterades på Nasdaq 2011 och var då en avknoppning från Poolia. Vi har då verksamhet som ni ser på kartan i Sverige, Norge, Danmark och Finland. I Finland så är det mer ett rekryteringskontor där vi har främst finska sjuksköterskor som jobbar i Sverige och Norge. 8 lokalkontor som ni ser i de här länderna och de där lokalkontoren täcker då hela den nordiska eller framförallt den skandinaviska marknaden med våra tjänster. Och som ni ser då så är det 5 kategorier som är fokus för vår del och vår nisch. Det är ju läkare, sjuksköterskor, socionomer, psykologer och pedagoger. Det är där vi ska vara bäst och det är där vi ska attrahera våra konsulter. 2021 omsatte vi ungefär 1,250 miljoner och ungefär 1000 medarbetare om vi lägger över till helårsanställda. Vad vi då erbjuder det är ju skandinavisktalande personal till våra kunder i Norden och vi erbjuder våra konsulter då intressanta och utvecklande jobb inom hela Norden eller framförallt Skandinavien och då med väldigt goda anställningsvillkor. Visar den här bilden också en stor del av vår verksamhet vad vi kallar någonting cross-border staffing och det har vi hållit på med länge. Det är egentligen att en person kan då bo i ett land men jobba i ett annat land. Och ser ni de här pilarna så kan man säga de blåa linjerna här är sjuksköterskor, de röda är läkare. Så mycket av vår personal de kan vi alltså rotera runt i hela Norden. Det viktiga är att man har en legitimation som läkare eller sjuksköterska. Så kan man enkelt få den verifierad till ett annat land. Så att det är både läkare och sjuksköterskor som flyttas runt och det här är vi då faktiskt väldigt duktiga på. Dels gäller det att vi har koll på socialförsäkringar, skatter, moms. Och det är egentligen en totallösning mot konsulten. Man kan nästan säga en all inclusive. Vi ordnar jobb, boende och resa. Och då har man en kontaktperson under hela uppdraget. Kort kan vi väl se hur den här organisationsstrukturen ser ut. Den är relativt tydlig och klar. Vi har ett moderbolag som heter Dedicare AB. Det är ju det som är det publika bolaget. Där finns koncernledning och stabsfunktioner och det kallar vi då business support. Sen har vi 3 verksamheter. Det är Sverige, det är Norge och Danmark och då ser ni också i de respektive länderna vilka yrkeskategorier vi erbjuder. Och genomgående så ser ni att det är sjuksköterskor och läkare som vi faktiskt är basen. Sen har vi då i Sverige lagt till socionomer, psykologer. Det har vi även i Norge. I Norge har vi en verksamhet för pedagoger som heter Akapedia och det är under ett eget varumärke. Och i Danmark har vi då sjuksköterskor och läkare. Och vi kallar ju de här då konsulter, framförallt när de jobbar med bemanning. Och det kan vara i stort sett allt från en dag upp till ett halvår eller ett år eller till och med ännu längre. Och de här kan då vara anställda på olika sätt. Antingen är de tillsvidareanställda och har valt att jobba så här under en längre period. Eller så är de visstidsanställda för ett specifikt uppdrag. Och den tredje gruppen egentligen det är konsulter som har egna bolag och de kallar vi då underkonsulter. Så det finns en uppsjö olika former av anställningar för att ta de här uppdragen. Tittar vi på kunderna, ja, som ni ser i det här cirkeln här så är ju majoriteten offentliga kunder, det är 92%. Och de offentliga kunderna, det gäller i hela Norden, det är ju regioner, kommuner och stat och egentligen menar väl myndigheter där. Men regionerna naturligtvis i alla länder är en väldigt stor kund och det är ju sjukhus, det är vårdcentraler där volymen ligger. Kommuner är ju dels mycket sjuksköterskor, men där har vi framförallt mycket socionomer. Den privata biten, det är ju privata vårdgivare som då är ungefär de här 8%. Den vanliga försäljningskanalen för oss, det är ju då via ramavtal. Nästan allt går via ramavtal. Och där kan man väl säga 2 olika varianter av ramavtal. Antingen är det att det är ett fast pris och där kan det finnas med kanske 20-40 leverantörer. Det viktiga där det är ju att vara snabb först till kvarn egentligen, att kunna presentera en konsult. Den andra varianten det är ju ramavtal med rangordning. Det är kanske 8-10 företag och den som ger lägst pris ligger först och sen en rangordning ner till den då som har offererat ett högre pris. Så det är egentligen där vi jobbar och vi har då ett antal personer som är specialister enbart på upphandlingar. Så det är en väldigt viktig bit för oss. Fördelen där också är att har du många upphandlingar, vi har ju ett 100-tals upphandlingar, så är det en trygg period för oss för vi vet att de här löper ju då oftast på 2 och sen förlängs de med 2. Finansiella mål, vi har 4 stycken. Tillväxt, vi har sagt att vi ska växa snabbare än marknaden på de geografier vi är. Ibland kan det vara svårt att få ut exakta uppgifter hur mycket en marknad växer och inom vilken kategori. Men vi konstaterar i alla fall som ni ser nedanför där att vi växte själva då 2021 41,2%. Fantastiskt fin tillväxt under 2021. Vi har ett mål på rörelsemarginalen ska ligga på 7%. Och den hamnar exakt på 7% 2021. Soliditeten minst 30% och den var 35,9 2021. Och sen har vi en utdelningspolicy som säger att vi ska minst dela ut 50% och för 2021 då så är utdelningen 57%. Så historiskt har vi haft en hög direktavkastning på vår aktie. Visar lite kort utvecklingen från kvartal 4 2017 till kvartal 4 2021. Och vi har legat som ni ser per kvartal runt 200 miljoner under, om vi backar tillbaka ett antal år. Men har haft en kraftig utveckling per kvartal de senaste året kan vi säga. Så vi passerade ju faktiskt över 350 miljoner intäkter i Q4 vilket var väldigt, väldigt glädjande och hade ett bra resultat. Ser vi på året då från 2017 till 2021 så är det också väldigt glädjande. Ett rekordår. Vi passerade 1 miljard som ni har sett i omsättning. Och en tillväxt på 41%. Och en väldigt bra rörelsemarginal där vi klarade vårt mål på 7%. Tittar vi på segmenten, vi har ju 3 segment som vi säger. Det är Sverige, det är Norge, det är Danmark. Den svenska då som vi ser det är ju den röda stapeln. Vi har haft tyvärr en nedgående trend de senaste åren, men glädjande är omsättningsmässigt så vände det upp 2021. Utmanande när det gäller lönsamheten. Vi har skrivit om det förut. Vi har sett en hårdnad konkurrens. Oftast då prispress och att en lönestegring har gått upp ganska fort. Så marginalerna pressas. Nu har vi gjort så att dels har vi då inför 2022 delat upp den svenska verksamheten som tidigare låg i moderbolaget för att renodla och tydliggöra egentligen både intäkt och kostnader för den svenska delen. I höstas anställde vi upp en vd för den svenska verksamheten som heter Eva Brunberg. Hon har jobbat många år på Manpower. Så att mycket mer fokus på både tillväxt och lönsamhet framöver på den svenska verksamheten. Omvänt kan man ju säga mycket glädjande så har ju Norge gått väldigt, väldigt bra. Det är den gråa stapeln i omsättning och även när det gäller marginalen. Gjorde ett fantastiskt fint 2021 med en väldigt, väldigt fint resultat. Den danska verksamheten tog ju fart framförallt 2020 i och med förvärvet av ett bolag som heter Consenta. Och där ligger vi ju på en tillväxt på 51% och är uppe i nästan 150 miljoner i omsättning för 2021 med ett mycket bra resultat. Så det är de 3 segmenten vi jobbar i, det vill säga per land. Vi har 5 strategiska fokusområden som är viktiga för oss att förhålla oss till för att vi ska fortsätta med den utveckling vi har. Vi måste vara en attraktiv arbetsgivare och då talar vi framförallt om vår egen innepersonal. De flesta är ju konsultchefer och det de gör det är ju att rekrytera, bemanna och sälja. De matchar kan man säga det behovet som finns hos kunden mot den tillgängliga kompetens vi har. Och vi måste då att dels hitta de här personerna men utveckla och behålla dem. Så vi lägger väldigt mycket kraft på intern personal. Och det kan väl säga, det är väl en av framgångsfaktorerna att vi lyckas attrahera och behålla väldigt duktiga medarbetare. Den andra kallar vi uppdragsgivare och det är ju egentligen våra konsulter. Vi måste ha ett brett utbud av intressanta uppdrag och det var lite grann det jag visade tidigare. Vi måste finnas i Skandinavien eller Norden för att kunna erbjuda många intressanta jobb för sjuksköterskor eller läkare. Och det är klart att om vi kan säga att du kan jobba i Stockholm, Göteborg, Kiruna eller Tromsö, Oslo, Köpenhamn, Ålborg. Det är en bred palett och det är viktigt för oss att kunna säga att vi har det bredaste utbudet och självklart kombinerar det med goda anställningsvillkor. Den tredje är marknad och tjänsteutveckling. Jätteviktigt för oss. Vi har ju tidigare haft läkare och sjuksköterskor. För några år sedan då, som var väldigt lyckat, det var att vi tillförde socionom. Och sedan även nu har vi lagt till psykologer. Vi tittar ju alltid på nya tjänstekategorier, kundsegment och även geografiska marknader som jag nämnde tidigare i vår vision. Det fjärde, operationell effektivitet. Viktigt att vi är med i framkant när det gäller nya system, framförallt digitala lösningar. Egentligen är det ganska enkelt. Vi har en kompetens, en konsult som är tillgänglig. Kunden har ett behov. Hur matchar man det på effektivaste sätt? Säg att det är 10 moment som är handpåläggning. Kan man få ner dem till 5? Ja, det är klart att öka effektiviteten och att en konsultchef egentligen kan ha fler konsulter ute. Så det är ett viktigt område för att hela tiden ligga i framkant. Den femte, det är kund- och samhällsnytta. Dels så hjälper ju kunderna att få in kompetens när de har sitt behov. Det kan vara semester, det är sjukdom eller andra stora arbetstoppar där vi tillför personal. Politiken har ju sagt i hela Norden att vi ska ha likvärdig vård. Och det är bara att konstatera att det är svårt på vissa orter att faktiskt bemanna. Och det är där vi kommer in och ser till att det faktiskt finns då sjuksköterskor, läkare, socionomer eller vad det nu kan tänkas vara. Och därmed bidrar vi till en likvärdig och hållbar vård, vilket vi faktiskt är väldigt stolta över. Och framförallt nu under de här 2 senaste åren så har vår konsult gjort ett fantastiskt jobb i alla de här länderna att hjälpa till när det varit väldigt, väldigt tufft inom vården. Drivkrafter som vi ser. Ja, vi vet ju alla att det är ju en stor och åldrande befolkning. Och det är klart att, och det är väldigt glädjande att vi lever längre, men det kräver också mer vård naturligtvis. Det är svårt, som jag nämnde nyss, att bemanna utanför storstadsregioner. Det vill säga i glesbygd så finns det helt enkelt inte tillräckligt många läkare, sjuksköterskor, socionomer för de som bor där. Och där kommer ju vi in och hjälper till att kunna erbjuda en läkare eller vad det nu är under en viss period. Det är brist på vårdpersonal. Det finns inte tillräckligt mycket utbildade sjuksköterskor, läkare, socionomer. Det är legitimationsyrken, det vill säga en konsult. Är man sjuksköterska läkare idag så kan du ju faktiskt ta uppdrag i hela Norden som ni har sett. Det som är viktigt är att man kan då något skandinaviskt språk. Men den där legitimationen funkar ju i hela EU. Den funkar ju faktiskt i hela världen. Men framförallt den rörliga arbetskraften inom EU så är det faktiskt inga problem att jobba någonstans, vilket är väldigt spännande. Vi tror ju också att vi har ju en slogan som säger din legitimation tar dig vad du vill. Att visa på till exempel för sjuksköterska att har du din sjuksköterskelegitimation så får du enorma möjligheter. Vi hoppas ju via sådana bolag som oss att öka attraktionskraften för fler att söka till sjuksköterskeutbildningen och det ser vi som jätteviktigt för vi har en brist på vårdpersonal. Det är offentlig finansiering, det är stabilt för oss, det är kunder som betalar. Vi ser ju också vare sig det är hög eller lågkonjunktur så behovet av vård finns. Och då är det tryggt att ha en stor del offentliga kunder. Inom den här sektorn ser vi många nationella aktörer. Många bolag är specialister. Fåtal generalister inne i den här sektorn, eller de har svårt att lyckas. Och när jag säger generalister så är det ju företag som erbjuder allt ifrån lagarbetare till ekonomer. De flesta som är inne här, de är specialister inom sitt område. Och de här breda bolagen som har Deco, Manpower, Randstad är inte våra huvudkonkurrenter, utan det är de som faktiskt bara håller på med vård eller socialt arbete. Det vi tycker är spännande, det är ju att ingen specialist har tagit ledartröjan i Europa. Och tittar vi på den bilden ni ser här, den är visserligen från 2018, men då omsatte enligt bedömningen branschen 6,1 miljarder euro. Och siffran kan man alltid fundera på, men det som är intressant är fördelningen. Och då ser ni den blåa här, det är ju faktiskt Storbritannien. En väldigt stor marknad som har nästan 39%. Sen kommer Frankrike, Nederländerna och Tyskland. Och det är klart att det är ju spännande intressanta marknader för oss att titta på de här om vi ska gå vidare och bli en av Europas ledande vårdbemanningsföretag. Vi ser även Danmark och Sverige har ju faktiskt en relativt stor andel om man ser på det här med tanke på att vi är relativt små länder. Så att så ser det ut. Så ambitionen är ju naturligtvis att ta ledartröjan inom det här segmentet. Och jag börjar närma mig slutet, men det som är viktigt för oss det är ju att för att lyckas med det vi har gjort hittills och kommer göra framöver så är det ju människor. Det är människor bakom det här. Vi har fantastiskt bra konsulter, fantastiska bra medarbetare och vi har en väldigt, väldigt bra koncernledning. Det är ju people business vi håller på med och de här 7 personerna har varit med samtliga i stort sett inom bemanningsbranschen. Vi har Jenny som är HR-chef, många år erfarenhet av Dedicare och Poolia. Bård Christiansen, vd i Norge, många års erfarenhet av dels vårt bolag men har jobbat i Addtech i många år. Eva Brunnberg som jag nämnde nu som är lite vd för Sverige, lång gedigen erfarenhet från Manpower. Kasper Madsen, vd för danska verksamheten, också lång gedigen erfarenhet dels av sin egen verksamhet som var Consenta men också ett bemanningsföretag som heter Agito. Johanna Eriksson, vår CFO, ska tyvärr sluta. Men vi har fått in en ny CFO som kommer efter sommaren som heter Anette Sandsjö. 8-9 år har hon jobbat på Profis, Randstad, så det är också lång gedigen erfarenhet. Och sen Mattis, IT-chef, många år på Deco. Så alla de här personerna egentligen har jättelång erfarenhet och jag brukar säga att engagerat ledarskap och delaktiga medarbetare, det är lätt att säga men det är väldigt viktigt. Lyckas man med det så kan man bygga bolag. Ja, det är väl i stort sett det jag tänkte berätta.
Tack så jättemycket. Tack så jättemycket Christer för presentationen. Vi kör några frågor. Ja. Jag tänkte börja med under covid-pandemin så har vi sett ett stor belastning på sjukvården generellt. Vad är din bedömning? Hur har det gynnat eller missgynnat Dedicare?
Ja, framförallt har vi sett ett stort behov av sjuksköterskor. Så det har ju gynnat oss. Så behovet av sjuksköterskor har ökat definitivt. Däremot så har det varit lite blandat när det gäller läkare. Vi såg under vissa perioder att vårdcentralerna hade inte alls samma behov av läkare. Så den har faktiskt minskat lite. Men totalt sett när vi ser på det så har det ju haft en viss positiv effekt. Ja, det har haft.
Och under förra året växte ni väldigt starkt i Norge, över 60%. Och vad beror detta på? Vad är det ni har lyckats med där senaste året?
Dels har vi en väldigt stark position på den norska marknaden. Norska marknaden har vuxit mycket också. Det har varit en kraftig efterfrågan, både på sjuksköterskor och läkare. När jag sa läkare så har den varit lite lägre i Sverige, men den har varit fortsatt hög i Norge under den här perioden. En organisation som har varit med länge. Och det är egentligen stabilitet, kontinuitet och en marknad som växer. Och när den har vuxit då så har vi haft en väldigt stark position. Både bland konsulter och bland kunder.
Och vidare i Norge där då så har vi sett tendenser inom politiken att avskaffa eller starkt reglera i alla fall bemanningsbranschen. Hur kan det komma att påverka er och vad ser ni för risker kopplat till det för er i er verksamhet?
Ja, men vi har ju med den, det finns alltid en politisk risk och nu kom de ut i höstas eller vid årsskiftet med en idé då att begränsa vissa delar. Och för Norges del så är det framförallt det som har kommit upp, det är ju byggsektorn i Norge, bygg och konstruktion. Så det förslaget vi har sett nu är ju tanken att eventuellt förbjuda byggsektorn, alltså bemanning inom byggsektorn i Osloområdet. Den andra delen de lägger till det är att de som hyr in måste ha tariffavtal, det vill säga kollektivavtal. Och det är väl egentligen de två sakerna de tittar på. För oss påverkar ingenting, vi är inte byggsektorn och alla våra kunder i stort sett har ju kollektivavtal för det är ju offentliga kunder. Så för vår del ser vi ingen påverkan.
Okej, och lite kort, vi såg en minskad trend i Sverige de senaste åren, men som ni lyckades vända 2021. Vad var det ni gjorde 2021 till skillnad från tidigare åren?
Nej, men dels så har vi sett det som var väldigt stort för några år sedan, det var socionombemanningen. Dels omsättningsmässigt men även lönsamhetsmässigt. Den har ju gått ner de senaste åren men har nu bottnat och som vi har skrivit om att den är på väg upp igen, vilket är positivt. Nej, och sen jobbar vi hårt med både läkare- och sjuksköterskebemanningen. Att ta mer affärer till bra priser naturligtvis. Så det är mer fokus, mer kraft på den svenska marknaden och det kommer bli ännu mer kraft på den 2022.
Högre konkurrens helt enkelt kräver mer kraft.
Ja, så kan vi konstatera. Det har varit en hård konkurrens. Men som sagt var, återigen, det är bara att fokusera för oss på rätt affärer.
Tack så jättemycket Christer för att du var här och berättade om Dedicare. Tack så jättemycket.
Tack själv, tack själv.
Hello and welcome to ABG Investor Days. My name is Rebecca Järdrup and I work here at ABG as an analyst. And yesterday we took up coverage on Physitrack and therefore I am very glad that we have Henrik Molin, the CEO of Physitrack, with us here today. He is going to give us an overview of the company. And so Henrik, please go ahead with your presentation.
Well, good morning, and thank you for the introduction, Rebecca. We can flip this 2 steps ahead. Just I'll do a little introduction of the company, some of the things that we do, some of the high-level KPIs. I'll show you a little bit about the strategy and outlook for ourselves and the business in general, and then we can open up for a little bit of Q&A. I'll try to keep this tight within 15 minutes, so we have a few minutes for Q&A as well. So we can go to the next slide. Just by way of introduction to us, so here are some key points on who we are. We are a B2B provider. We're a SaaS provider. We operate in the care space, the healthcare space, and we mostly provide virtual services in the form of pure play SaaS, things that people buy subscriptions to. And we also provide care in the virtual space, and that's something also that we're introducing as a subscription model over time. I'll tell you a little bit more about that in the coming slides. Something that's been a core staple of us ever since we were founded is that we like high growth. We also like high profitability. That's the box there in the middle. At the top, if you look underneath there, you have some of those metrics displayed to you. So clocking in at a CAGR of over 100% over the last few years, high degree of recurring revenue. Very, very important part here is the profitability, gives us financial robustness and an ability to take on risk in a way that's balanced with what we want for the business as the best of it. We operate in a multi-billion total addressable market, which I'm sure that you know because it's the virtual care space. Bottom left there, about the size of the business now, 120 million approximately Swedish krona. Run rate 11.5 million euros is the approximate size of it. And on the right side there, the little circle diagram, you can see that we have a pretty diversified book of business when you look at our global exposure. Let's switch to the next slide. Just a quick overview where we are operating globally. Red dot, people on the ground, and green dots where we actually have some sort of exposure. So we are a truly global play. We have customers on 4 continents. We have had patients of our customers in 187 countries. That's pretty much as global as you can get. So we have a very scalable technology that's also scalable at a high margin, which is a good combination. Let's go to the next slide. Just some high-level KPIs, just looking at the last fiscal year, so 152% top-line revenue growth. If you look at that on an organic level, it was 36%. So we have a combination between an M&A strategy and growing the business organically with that quite important margin-wise over 30%, which is healthy. It can go even higher. Historically, we have clocked in at closer to 50% EBITDA margins, but this is a little bit seasonal depending on what we do on the M&A side of things. But you can expect us to clock in at high growth, both on an organic level, top line, with a high margin. Bottom left there, we have an active M&A agenda, so supplementing the great business that we already run in technology and in care with acquisitions. We have done 5 acquisitions since we launched the M&A program in 2020. So halfway through 2020, we started working on acquiring a competitor. We also used that to diversify into virtual care. And this is something that we actively work on. We say on average, an acquisition a quarter is what we're capable of in terms of the team. And so we're slightly ahead of that game, having announced an acquisition at the end of Jan and also at the end of Feb. And just some macro drivers, I'm sure that you're well aware, but we are experiencing some really nice macro tailwinds. I have a little bit more on that than the total addressable market, but you do see a rapid expansion of this market. You see an adoption of virtual care, which is quite important in this space. And the top right there, innovation, new offerings, I will be mentioning that a little bit as well. These are some screenshots from our deck that presents our virtual care SaaS product Access. Let's go to the next slide. Digging into the business model a little bit. So on the left side here of that circle diagram, I describe our journey as a technology provider to the healthcare space, where we operate as the provider of key tools in a platform concept, where you have different ways of utilizing our technology. You can utilize just a little bit of it, and you can use that with your patients or employees if you're in occupational health. A small part of it, just using the library with 50,000 exercises and doing exercise prescription, would set you back about $6 to $12 a month, depending on where you are in the world, for you to use a single license with us with unlimited use per patient. So if you have a clinic of 100 healthcare providers in it, you'll be paying 100 times $6 to $12, depending on where you are. So we act as the technology provider there with the technology. I'll walk you through step by step how that comes together. So that's about 80-90% of the business today of that 11.5 million run rate. On the right side, this is our own virtual care business, where we specialize in occupational health and virtual first care provision using our own technology. But we are the healthcare provider, which means that we get paid per individual patient or per individual employee that's part of that journey that we enable with our technology. So the revenue mechanics are a little bit different there. The total addressable market is substantially bigger in that we get paid for the end user, i.e. the patient or the employee that's part of this journey. They're very complementary because they utilize pretty much the same technology. There are some modifications to the technology that we have done specifically to fit our role as a healthcare provider, but at the core of it, this is technology that's been used by tens of millions of patients all around the world in 15 languages. Let's go to the next slide and I'll show you how the technology actually comes together. So let's, the second drawing there at the top with my co-founder and I on a telehealth call. So the journey with Physitrack usually starts virtually, and a common use case is actually a patient getting online with a healthcare provider for an initial assessment, initial triage, which can be followed up with hands-on treatments, hands-on physiotherapy treatments, hands-on occupational health treatments, etc. This is a common way the healthcare provider works with the patient face-to-face, either virtually face-to-face or physically face-to-face. And after the treatment, they will usually give them some things to work on while at home. So a little bit of exercise homework, a bit of education about the symptoms that you're experiencing and how you can make those better. Those are prescribed to a patient to an app or a web page or a tablet. So that's on the right there with the iPhone, and also we have the tablet there at the bottom. So this is how you experience things with Physitrack on iOS, on Android, on web, and also on paper actually. And that's it's a very great way to prescribe and to give a patient this homework. In that app ecosystem, you can get reminders as a patient. You can go back and you can go on chat and do video calls with your healthcare provider, and everything that you do, and that's the picture all the way to the right there. Everything that you do, you can report back to your healthcare provider so they can keep track of your progress without having to ask you. So you can help your healthcare provider with data that they can slice and dice to understand what you're going through. And then your healthcare provider will be more informed as you go back to him as a patient and you continue your treatment. In a hospital setting or a big clinic, you can use that data, you can aggregate it, you can analyze it, and you can draw conclusions as to the health of your whole clinic or your whole hospital system using this Physidata tool. Now, top left, you have a little virtual man up there, a little avatar. We have patient onboarding technology that we sell via a custom app range. So we can tailor that patient experience in a custom app framework that we sell to our customers. So you can actually start communicating to your patient even before you start that first assessment process or that first appointment virtually via our intake module, which is called Physitrack AI. So our custom app range is quite a popular offering. It's virtually exploded over the last few quarters because as patients have gotten more savvy with technology and putting more pressure on the healthcare providers, it's something that's putting pressure on the healthcare provider actually to purchase more advanced technology, which they do from us in a lot of cases in the physiotherapy industry. But that's the overview of the ecosystem in a nutshell. Let's go to the next slide. Not going to dwell on this very much. You know this very well, that we are experiencing some very interesting macro trends here in the healthcare space when it comes to the attitude towards virtual care, and this is a market that's fast growing. These are even the old numbers before on the right side there with the graph, that's pre-pandemic, but you have some updated numbers there on the left. The pandemic was more or less just a trigger for the explosion of virtual care in our space. So physiotherapy specifically was perhaps a little bit slow to adopt things when it comes to digital, but this is very much something that's catching up, and we're right at the heart of that. Next slide, please. A little overview of our journey to date. I'm not going to stay too long on this, but we started from pretty much an idea. Me and my co-founder set up the business. We got a little bit of help from friends at Apple that took us on in their accelerator program in 2015. We found product market fit quite quickly with the help of them designing and architecturing our solution. We're still part of Apple's accelerator program, which is a fantastic tool for us to have. Their engineers and their designers are very much at our disposal for helping us evolve. But fast forward a few years with the pandemic, with a really big financial success we had there, we launched the M&A program, which enabled us to acquire a big competitor, PhysioTools, and also to launch into virtual care. You see a number of care brands there on the right. You have Physiotest, which is a Swedish company based in the south of Sweden. Urea Plus, which is the UK. Wellnow is in Germany. Now, Rebecca wrote a really nice piece of research here that explains how this comes together, but this is pretty much the same company, but with different brand names. Over time, we'll probably harmonize this, and there will be something that's Physitrack, the Physitrack care arm, which is probably 1 or 2 brand names. But it comes together nicely, 11.5 million run rate at the moment and growing. A couple of soundbites. That's the next slide here on where we're taking this. And so we spoke a bit about the acquisition strategy and how we get along with that. There's some nicer things there in Rebecca's report, which I can recommend. On the organic side, very important to point that out. Number one, we are a platform with different components on it. We can we not only grow that in terms of number of users and make more money on as the ecosystem grows, we can also sell additional components into that ecosystem in the form of, you saw with the custom apps, you have the telehealth technology, you have the Physidata piece, which makes this a very interesting, quite stable, diversified play in terms of revenue streams. On the care side of this, although we like the M&A side of things, we're not a buy and hold type of business. We are a buy and build, buy and grow type of business. And so all our acquisitions have in common that they just form the start for us in a specific market or with a specific component in the SaaS product that will grow organically over time as we invest time and resources in an existing well-working business. So we provide rocket fuel for the businesses that we acquire, and we continue that strong organic growth in a very coherent and a very seamless, actually, way of working with these companies day to day. So buy and build indeed. A couple of things now on the next slide before we open up for Q&A. This is where we're going with our virtual care product. We are moving that into a subscription framework step by step. We are going more holistic with that. So historically, the physiotherapy industry has been more focused on solving problems that have occurred and making money off of appointments and making money off of consultations. In our world, we like the holistic view of that, where we can actually have a one-size-fits-all ecosystem that gives you access to a number of preventative initiatives, meaning preventing things from happening to you so that you don't need care. Now, so we are going big on assessments using Physiotest's IP for biometric testing via blood tests and virtual coaching and things like education exercises in a really slick app ecosystem illustrated there on the right, and also having an opening to speaking to people face to face, virtually or actually in a clinical setting, as is the case with Rehab Plus in the UK, if something happens to them throughout that journey. So going really full circle here in terms of going from assessment and prevention to rehabilitation in the same ecosystem on a subscription model, so fixed fee to cover all of these things in the ecosystem. Let's flip to the next slide there, Rebecca. And so what I was speaking about here, going into a tailored situation, personalization is a big thing in 2022 when it comes to virtual care. And so coming in, assessing companies and their needs, calibrating the technology for what they need to fit their employee base, because it is different depending on what company you work for and what health you are in. Then you launch this ecosystem, which is specific to that company. And as you have your employees being active inside of the ecosystem, you reassess. The user journey or the employee journey is there on the right. So what I spoke about, the assessment by biometric tests, with Physiotests IP rolled out more widely in the target markets where we are, and personalizing that journey, super important today. You can't just drop tech into any company and any employee base and expect them to adopt that unless it's been adjusted. You engage, and if something happens, you can triage, assess individuals, and to actually get them care if something happens to them. And then you recalibrate and you keep personalizing this. And this is Access. There'll be more information about that in the market in the next few weeks as we launch that widely in Sweden, in Germany, and in the UK under those brands that we have acquired. Let's go to the next slide. All right, so just very quickly, just on the growth strategy here. First box there on the left, market growth dynamics. We are in a macro tailwind environment, and so with the growth of the total addressable market, we naturally grow on that because we are quite dominant in several geos, and so that's supporting us, and also the way that companies are on a micro level, moving towards wellness and prevention and employee satisfaction using technology, very important there for the growth of the Access product. So we see a lot of things happening there. And of course, legislation and the ability to come in and do things in the virtual care space is getting easier in a lot of markets because of the pandemic triggering that. Middle there, organic growth levers. So of course, with what we see here, with the macro environment is very much favoring our core markets here, which are mostly Western markets. But in terms of the emerging markets, there's some very interesting things going on here for the next wave of digitization. And this is going to be quite favorable for us in terms of the growth of the technology SaaS piece. And so we have our system in 15 languages, but we are growing that in several other languages, including Japanese, South Korean. I think we have a Turkish version, and so on and so forth. So localization quite easy for us, quite inexpensive, and it's quite easy for us to launch locally. And so we very much have our eye on that next wave of digitization. Right side of this M&A program, as I said, on average, 4 acquisitions a year is about the pacing that we feel that that's prudent and healthy for this business at this point in time. All right, I just have one last slide, which is about our financial targets. So top line growth, you can expect us to be over 30%, and in terms of middle there, profit margins over time 40 to 45%, but seasonal variations depending on what we do on the M&A side. The right side there, we like dividends. I think over time, a successful, profitable, cash-generating company should have the ability to distribute dividends to its shareholders when the times are right for that. Probably in the next 2-3 years, this is something that we'll contemplate. For the time being, very busy on the M&A side with the cash buffer that we have, so we won't see distributions, but over time we are quite favorable to that idea. And that's it for me. I am happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much, Henrik, for your presentation. If we start with Physitrack is such a global company used pretty much all over the world. Are there any differences in the way the SaaS platform is used, depending on where in the world it is used? And also, what are the challenges for Physitrack being in such a global environment?
Right. So on the first question there are local differences, and so the level of sophistication of healthcare providers and patients, they reflect the usage of the platform. So when you look at newer markets for us, printing is more important. And so you know, patients there, they like to have their little paper printout. It might be that they have a very simple Android phone that might not have that much capability of downloading apps and things like that. So it's quite important that you give access to exercise programs without the constraints of an app store or a Google Play Store, which we do. So print and just the very basics of digital health, which is to log into a platform and printing out some stuff for your patients. We do that in some markets. And of course, you have the very sophisticated markets, which we see notably in the UK and the US, Canada, where they want more personalization, they want more custom apps, they want the specific look and feel of their app ecosystem with their patients, so that they can be more competitive. And so those are the two extremes that we have. So we adapt locally, on top of course, having a different languages and also different pricing. We look at stuff. Our Big Mac index is the price of a Netflix subscription. So we actually look at the local pricing for Netflix in different geos before we launch, just to make sure that you don't overprice or underprice. That's quite important. The big challenges, globally speaking, well, there is. When I spoke about those local nuances, there are some things that we see in emerging markets that we have to adjust to. Namely, we want to have a step in between the printing of exercises to the full-blown download of apps on the App Store, and so we are currently working on ways to distribute exercises and prescribe exercises without the need to log in, but while still creating, you know, a digital experience. And so some of those things, when you look at patient data protection and so on, are a little bit challenging. So these are some things that we're working on right now, that's so that we can have a really, really nice uptick in the usage of the platform without having to compromise that. So yeah, there's some local nuances. Otherwise, it's for us, launching widely and rapidly at a low price point around the world is not really a challenge. I think we have way more markets that are open to launching than not. So it's almost the opposite. Like we have to slow down a little bit and not do too many markets at once. So that's where we are.
Thank you. And in our initiation report, we highlight the competitive landscape as one of the main risks. What kind of advantages does Physitrack has in this space?
If you look at the way that the platform is designed, we have some of the secret sauce with us, and so we didn't do this alone. We did this with the help of the world's largest non-petroleum company, which is Apple. So you know, design, innovation, and having a technological edge for everything that you do, that's probably the number one thing. If you make a great product, then you will always have a leg up on the competition. And so historically, we always had the most rapidly innovative product out there, and it's something that we are not slowing down for at all. And in fact, you know, we are due to go back into the Apple lab with some of our tech in the next few months, and that's really an edge there. Now, overall, I actually think competition is healthy, because a lot of competitors that are deeply funded, they can actually go in and develop markets, and they can develop some very expensive technology and fund that with their venture capital money and break down doors that we then can jump into. I mean, if you look at the search engine space, the last entrance into the market was Google, and so they weren't the first. And who remembers Yahoo and Alta Vista today when it comes to search? I don't think a lot of people do. So generally, I think competition is healthy, especially when you are transforming a market. And I do think that for markets like Germany, which is very, very big, but it is challenged from a technological perspective in that the broadband internet and the mobile internet, for example, is not at super top-notch quality. There are a lot of companies that are thinking about jumping onto the digital bandwagon, but aren't. Actually being in touch with people before us actually helps our journey, and it speeds us up when we come in with an offering that's technologically superior. So anyways, I'm pretty bullish on competition because it actually helps us in the end. So that's my view on that.
Yeah, thank you. And just lastly, the last acquisitions have been in preventative healthcare space. Can you just briefly give us a hint of why this is such an interesting area to grow in?
Well, I think the world, as we said, the macro is really supporting the digitization of healthcare, which is quite important. So you have the adoption and the sort of the buy-in into using digital health, both from employees and from normal consumers. That's changed quite rapidly in the last 2 years. It is a very hot space, and I think with the pandemic, employers have become more savvy when it comes to understanding the needs of its employees and seeing how things hang together. I think it's probably people spent a lot of time working from home, and then you start to understand the connection between emotional well-being and physical well-being and productivity and absences and things like that. So coming out of the pandemic, I think employees came out with a very different playbook, which really supports the use of technology for this space. Now, so there is a more of a holistic attitude from employers around this, which I think you can cater to with technology in a very, very big way. Now, the trick to be successful in that space is to understand that you need a combination between great technology and great people behind the technology, because consumers today, first of all, they need a personalized journey. They want something that fits them, and also they want pretty much avoid having too many places to go to get that holistic journey or to get help with those different things that they're looking at. So there's a challenge for a tech provider to actually collect everything in a technological framework that has humans in it, where everything fits in the same place. So that so it is a very exciting space. It's a very significant repositioning of our total addressable market, which we have been keen on for the last 4 or 5 years, because we've seen these trends come in the way that we've saw our own customers use our own technology. And I expect a lot of interesting things. And just on a final note, on the KPI side of things, we've been incredibly successful with the acquisition of these companies. So track record-wise, we've seen. We don't actually disclose the exact growth of it, but our Swedish occupational health company, for example, has more or less doubled since we acquired them. Our Rehab Plus acquisition in the UK has increased with several dozen % since the acquisition. So that very much shows that the proof is in the pudding when it comes to the market growth and the evolution of this in the way our acquisitions have developed. So we're very, very bullish on what's going on in that space. So more to come on that front, for sure.
Thank you very much, Henrik, for the presentation and the Q&A, and thanks everyone for listening in. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this presentation with Integrum. My name is Eric Castle, and I'm doing medtech research here at ABG. Today we all have the pleasure of having the CEO of Integrum here with us, Rickard Ronnemark, and he will host a presentation for us, and we'll follow that up with a short Q&A. But without further ado, I'll leave the floor over to you, Rickard, for the presentation.
Yes, thank you very much. And actually, you see another Richard here on the slide. So that is Mr. Richard Cicero, a wounded warrior in the US. And you see he had a lot of accidents, and we've been trying to help him. So without further ado, can I have the next slide, please? So maybe you understand we're in the field of amputation, and that this is a major limb amputation, and it's a very challenging change in life, which affects both body and physical integrity, of course, but also mental and social well-being, not least related to the financial impact on work capacity. In Sweden, there's about 2,500 persons that become amputated every year. But if you go to US, that is our priority market, there's 185,000 male limb amputations occurring. And there are right now about 2 million living. And the expectation is that it will be 4 million by 2050. Next slide, please. So what has the company done so far? Actually, the company started in 1998, but we went public in 2017 and really started our commercial travel. And we have a fantastic collaboration with the Department of Defense. We have a letter of intent signed a couple of years ago where the Department of Defense is using our product to see if that can help to increase quality of life for wounded warriors. We are working with some of the most prestigious hospitals in Europe and the US. We'll come back to that, but one is Johns Hopkins, very well respected. We have over the years performed more than 500 and actually successful surgeries because that they are successful has been investigated by FDA, and we got the full PMA approval for our implant system for above knee amputees in December 2020. Next slide, please. So we are addressing a large unmet medical need within amputation. And we have our own implant system that we call the OPRA implant system. We have a very strong leadership in the US, very unique position because we're the only company that has a commercially approved system. We're working with 12 of the 20 top hospitals in the US right now. We are growing and we are improving profitability. We have some absolutely smashing things in pipeline, and if the video is working, you will see that later on. And we are strengthening our management team and board of directors, and that's now very experienced. Next slide, please. So what is it that we're really doing? Well, amputation has been around for long, and until we really started with the implant system, the best solution was the socket that you see in the middle picture here. And that has not really been a technology that you can improve a lot. And I will talk about that. Next slide, please. So we come from an other direction. And maybe you heard about dental implants and osseointegration developed by my father, originally in Gothenburg. The first patient treated in the world was in 1965. And mostly it's been used for dental implants, bone-anchored hearing aids, and other stuff in the ENT. Next slide, please. So we use this for what we call orthopedic osseointegration. And here you see a fantastic guy from France out in the nature, regaining his freedom and quality of life. Next slide, please. So with the socket, you cannot do this really good because all the loads will need to be transferred from the bone inside the stump through the muscles and skin to that hard white shell. And that's not a good way of transferring loads from a biomechanical perspective. Next slide, please. So we bypass the socket completely. We get rid of it and all the drawbacks by having an implant that sits inside the skeleton, an osseointegrated implant, and it goes out through the skin. And all the loads will be transferred from the bone through the implant directly out to the prosthesis. So there's no load transfer to the soft tissues, and that's causing all the problems with the socket. So we get rid of all of that. Next slide, please. What we also have done is that we have been working now almost 10 years to add control features to the implant system. So not only mechanical connection, also actually some kind of brain connection. The implant system is hollow and we can change certain components. So as you see on the left here, we have a lot of wires going to muscles and also to nerves. And by using this system, the brain can talk to the external prosthesis and the prosthesis can talk back to the brain. Next slide, please.
Gård i Lövånger i Västerbotten med fru och 3 barn. 2011 var jag med om en högspänningsolycka i ett ställverk och blev kraftigt brännskadad. Förlorade min vänstra arm. Och efter det så fick jag då börja använda en hylsprotes som jag egentligen aldrig kände mig bekväm i. Den satt dåligt och var svår att kontrollera, svår att få sätta som man ville på morgonen. Efter ett tag så kände jag det att min högra hand började domna av och jag fick problem med rörelseförmågan i vänster axel och ryggen började kännas sned. Jag tänkte att det här måste finnas någonting bättre. Och då kom jag i kontakt med Integrum och blev erbjuden att prova operasystemet, vilket jag då valde att göra. Och efter 2 operationer och en del rehabilitering så kunde jag då börja använda den protes jag har idag. Och det har ju öppnat upp en helt ny värld. Det går inte att jämföra, det är så otroligt mycket bättre. Systemet är lätt att använda. Jag tar på mig pucken, klickar fast den och startar den på några sekunder är den igång. Med hylsprotesen kunde man få ta på den flera gånger innan det väl börjar fungera. Det kan ta upp till 20 minuter, en halvtimme innan man kan börja använda den på morgonen. Så att det kändes aldrig bekvämt. Det som var kvar då, det var ju att ytelektroderna var väldigt störkänsliga för mig. Jag kunde aldrig riktigt lita på greppet när man var i en miljö med mycket elektronik. Helt plötsligt kunde handen bara öppna om man tappade saker. Då blev jag erbjuden att delta i ett forskningsprojekt som en av hittills 4 personer. Och det heter då e-opera och då har de opererat in elektroderna i armen. Vilket har gjort att störningarna för mig är helt borta. Och precisionen är mycket, mycket mer finkänslig. Jag kan göra väldigt små rörelser och styra ännu bättre ovanför huvudet. Och det är en helt ny värld även det. Och det möjliggör även att jag får en viss känselrespons tillbaka. När jag tar i saker så känner jag att greppet finns där. I och med att vi då lever på en gård och jag hade tidigare ett väldigt aktivt liv, finns sysslor att göra hela tiden, har ett stort motorsportintresse, så var jag väldigt begränsad med min hylsprotes. Man litade inte på greppet och det var svårt att röra sig. Idag så har ju allt det där börjat komma tillbaka mer och mer. Jag hittar nya saker varje dag som jag kan göra. Och jag känner det som tidigare, då bar man en protes som ett hjälpmedel. Idag är protesen mer en del av mig. Jag ser det inte som att jag bär protes. Det är en helt ny värld.
Next slide, please. With these technologies, what are we really bringing to the market? Well, so it's the Opera implant system that is really at the core what we offer today. We also have developed another tool that is very valuable for amputees. Sometimes you can have something called phantom limb pain, and it can actually be up to 80% of the amputees to have that. And we have a special virtual reality based on artificial intelligence, the intelligence that can train the brain to reduce the pain. And then we have what you saw here on the video. We have really the future, the mind control prosthesis. But that is still a product in development. Of course, there is a lot of interest from the Department of Defense to help us to bring that technology to the market. Next slide, please. So as I briefly said, we are the only really commercial actor in this field in the US. We got the PMA in December 2020. And maybe you know something about PMA. It's a very tough procedure, and it's really a quality stamp when the FDA is giving a company a full PMA. And that is also helping us to change, come with a new technology, to change the perception in the market that this is experimental. Now, it's really no one that can say that it's experimental. And we are now moving into the next phase, and that is when we should establish this as the new standard of care. We see that the PMA is also helping us when it comes to recruitment of new patients, to facilitate reimbursement negotiations with public providers of healthcare and the insurance systems in the US. Next slide, please. So if we look at the market size and we look into the US and also add our targeted European markets, we have about 3 million living with amputations. And the subpopulation we are targeting is those with amputation caused by trauma or cancer. And then we are targeting the subgroup there that is typically above the knee amputees, and that's the 260,000. And with an average price for our implant system per patient, that will lead to a target market value of about $8 billion. Next slide, please. So let's talk more about the US. Next slide, please. And here we break it down. And again, we use the same average price. And this is what we have disclosed. But I think everyone knows that the price might be somewhat higher in the US, but then it's still with that 30,000K. The 30K will be about $6 billion. Next slide, please. So that was the pool. And what is the contribution? And here you see the figures, the 185,000 I was talking about, and that's broken down to what is relevant for our above knee amputees, and that is be about $200 million. Next slide, please. So we have a fairly reasonable sized market, and how can we address it? Well, one will be to work towards centers of excellence, and we have those: Johns Hopkins, University of California, San Francisco, Walter Reed, University of Southern California in LA. We are also now expanding into other centers and into further of these high-level centers. One problem is that you need a fairly big sales organization to penetrate with the right pace. So we signed an agreement with Oncos, a smaller niched orthopedic implant company, very dedicated to university settings because that is inside orthopedic oncology. And they have about 150 independent sales reps, and that will most likely help us to penetrate the US market more quicker. We are also spending a lot of time and effort to educate, in principle, everyone that this new technology exists. We have surgeons, of course, we have the rehabilitation specialists, and not least we have the patients. And we're doing a lot of efforts now to spread the information to all of them. And long term, we see that we should be able, that's my view, and also some of the leading surgeons in the US, we should be able to establish this as a new standard of care. Next slide, please. So here I'm sort of reiterating, the leading hospitals, oncos, and what I didn't mention is that we have a prosthetic component that acts like a ski binding, and that is actually distributed in the US by Ultimovacs. And Ultimovacs, that's the biggest prosthetic company in the world. Next slide, please. So this will be the biggest game changer in amputation care ever. We are currently in the leading position, and we plan to stay there. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Rickard. And this is obviously a very exciting product, but I just thought that we could start off with talking about patient access to this. Currently, what's the reimbursement situation like? How much of the prosthetic is covered by reimbursement versus out-of-pocket expenses for patients?
Yeah, this is a big question, so I try to be a bit brief. So the low-hanging fruits will be with Department of Defense. Their reimbursement is a separate system. And the other, which I didn't really talk about, that we're just about to start collaboration now with Veterans Affairs. That's also a reimbursement system that will just provide both the implant and the prosthetics to the patients. And then we have the big ordinary public hospitals where we have health insurance providers, where we see that it is still a struggle, but it's being easier now with the PMA. But we will need to put a lot of efforts into that. And maybe there are like 2,300 independent health insurance providers in the US. So over time, we need to negotiate deals with most of them. And then in a maybe longer perspective, we also have for the retired, that's Medicare, etc. But right now, we're really targeting 22 to 65 in the US. That will not be our short-term goal.
Thank you. And you're sort of currently in a monopoly position when it comes to regulatory approval and patents as well. And do you think this will become some sort of golden standard in the future? And if so, I would assume that there would be new competition entering. And how do you view the timeline of that in that case?
Yeah, so I'm pretty confident for the selected patient population, this would be the preferred treatment. And I think a lot of people can agree there. So what about competition? Well, we have some competition outside the US. It's difficult to enter the US, the PMA, that's a lot, that's heavily. So the big players, they haven't started their clinical trials yet. And if you start a clinical trial, you need to recruit patients, say that takes a minimum of a year, then you need to do the study as a minimum of 2 years follow-up, so then it's 3 years. Then you need to write a report, that might be another year or say half a year, and then the average approval time is 18 months, so we're up to 5 years once they started the clinical trials. And none of the big players has done that yet. So our expectation is, minimum 3 years, most likely 5, maybe 7 years.
Okay, well, that's interesting. And then in terms of possible indication, I mean, the ones you're targeting right now are fairly narrow, but I would assume there's a lot more potential out there. What sort of new indications could you be targeting, and what would be the potential of that?
Okay, so right now in the US, which is, we have 80% of our revenue in the US, it is above knee amputations. In Europe, we also have CE mark for above elbow amputations, lower numbers, but still something we would like to bring to the US market. And we also have approval for digits, and that's especially it's the thumb amputations where this technology is really, really very good. However, if we take a more long-term approach, it will be below knee amputations, which is the biggest limb amputee population. However, they do better with sockets than above knee amputees. So if we can get this to be standard of care for below knee amputees in the future, that will double the size of the market.
Okay, thank you very much. That's super exciting. And in the interest of time, we need to wrap up now. And I would like to thank you very much, Rickard, for doing this presentation with us. Very interesting here about Integrum. And also thank you to everyone listening in as well. We will go in on a short lunch break now, about an hour, and then return. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hej och välkomna tillbaka till ABG Investor Day. Mitt namn är Viktor Kryger och analytiker här på ABG inom fastighetssektorn. Vår nästa presentatör är Kristoffer Johansson, vice vd på Fastpartner. Så jag tänkte lämna över ordet för ungefär 20 minuters presentation till Kristoffer och därefter så har vi en ungefär 5 minuter lång frågestund. Kristoffer, ordet är ditt.
Tack så mycket för det. Ja, idag presenterar jag Fastpartner AB, ett tryggt och stabilt fastighetsbolag med fastigheter i Sveriges största städer. För ett par veckor sedan släppte vi vår bokslutskommuniké. Och där kunde man läsa att våra hyresintäkter ökade med 3% till 1 856 miljoner. Vårt driftnetto ökade med 1,2% till 1 301 miljoner. Vår överskottsgrad sjönk något till 70,1%. Och här har vi ju som mål att få upp den till 75%. Anledningen till att den sjönk något förra året var att dels lite högre kostnader för energi och snöröjning. Jag hade några engångskostnader i samband med skyfall i Gävle och sen lite såna här eftersläntrande poster från föregående året med covid. Vårt förvaltningsresultat ökade med 2,1% till 972,4 miljoner kronor. Och vårt rullande förvaltningsresultat, alltså om man ställer sig vid årsskiftet och tittar ett år framåt utan att göra några förändringar, förvärv eller transaktioner, så ligger det nu på 1050 miljoner per år. Och här har vi ju som mål att få upp det till 1,5 miljard per år till utgången av 2025. Våra fastigheter har ett värde på strax över 35 miljarder. Ja, om man ska summera föregående år här så började ju året med mycket diskussioner om kontorets vara eller icke vara. Och vi som sitter i marknaden var ju inte så oroliga. Jag kan ju konstatera så här efteråt att vi har bara haft ett bolag av våra cirka 2000 hyresgäster som har sagt att de inte behöver kontoret längre. Men det är klart, kontoret behöver ju vara någonting mer än bara en arbetsplats. Det behöver ju tillföra några extra värden. Dels till företagen i form av att bygga företagskultur och kreativitet och dels till de anställda individerna som jobbar där att det kanske finns bra lunchrestauranger, möjlighet till lite träning och välbefinnande och bra serviceutbud så man kan lösa det här vardagspusslet. Men då tänkte vi, eftersom det var mycket diskussioner om kontoret så kunde man ju tro att kanske finns det möjligheter till att göra några bra affärer. Men vi märkte redan i början av året att priserna var höga. Och jag skriver här att förra året såg en prisuppgång på generellt 10-20% och nu när rapporterna kommer in ser man att till och med bostäder kan ha gått närmare 30%. Så det här innebar att vi rätt tidigt i början på förra året bestämde oss för att det här är inte året då man ska göra stora förvärv utan vi konsoliderar oss istället. Nu gjorde vi några mindre förvärv, 2 kompletteringsförvärv i Gävle, 1 i Uppsala och 1 i Stockholm och så sålde vi en fastighet i Alingsås. Så att netto landade vi på förvärv för 173,7 miljoner. Istället så fokuserade vi ju mer då på att investera i våra befintliga fastigheter och utveckla de byggrätterna vi har. Och där investerade vi 777 miljoner förra året. Och ska man säga någonting om de här olika investeringarna så om man har 4% i förvärvsmarknaden så har vi kanske 8% i direktavkastning på de här förvärven eller de här investeringarna vi gör i vårt befintliga bestånd. Men sen är det klart, förvärv är ju lite roligare för då kommer ju driftnettot direkt när du gör det. Däremot när du investerar i dina befintliga fastigheter då ska ju pengarna först ut och sen dröjer det ett tag innan du får hyresintäkterna. Men som sagt, ett år med konsolidering och ett väldigt viktigt steg i den här konsolideringen var ju också att vi under maj erhöll en investment grade rating för Moody's. Och det innebär ju dels att det finns mer pengar tillgängligt för oss att låna och att vi får låna dem till en bättre ränta. Så att det är ju väldigt viktigt. Och i den här stökiga marknaden vi har nu så känns det väldigt tryggt att vi står på så stabil grund. Jag nämner här också KPI för att redan i början på förra året såg man ju att inflationen började ta lite fart, mycket drivet av energipriser. Men det var ju först i slutet av året som du började göra ett avtryck i räntemarknaden. För oss som fastighetsbolag så är det intressant med inflation och speciellt den här oktobersiffran för det är ju den vi justerar upp våra hyror med. Och nu ser jag den landade på 2,8% och det här, inflationen fortsatte ju och i december var den uppe på 3,9%. Men det här innebär att många fastighetsbolag nu kommer ju få en uppjustering under det här året av sina hyresintäkter. Tittar vi historiskt på vilka förvärv vi har gjort och investeringar i egna fastigheter så ser vi att 2010-talet har vi varit rätt aktiva på förvärv. Sen när priserna har kommit upp då har vi varit mer försiktiga. När vi ser ett bra läge då är vi med vår tajta och snabba organisation snabbt på bollen och kan ta tillvara på de möjligheterna och göra förvärv snabbt. Men vi har istället fokuserat mer på att investera i våra befintliga fastigheter när vi har sett att priserna på fastigheter har varit höga. Och det är ju någonting som är lönsamt och det hjälper oss att bygga vårt förvaltningsresultat. Och linjen ni ser i grafen här, det är det rullande förvaltningsresultatet. Så att även om vi har slagit av lite på förvärvstakten så har vi investerat mer i våra befintliga fastigheter och förvaltningsresultatet växer på. Den här grafen visar våra hyresintäkter per kvadratmeter och i och med att vi investerar mer i våra fastigheter så får vi ju ett finare bestånd med högre kvalitet och det ser vi ju och det kan vi ju följa då i att hyresintäkterna per kvadratmeter blir högre. Det här kommer ju också hjälpa oss att nå upp till den här överskottsgraden på 75%. Att intäkterna växer per kvadratmeter och att vi förhoppningsvis klarar av att sänka kostnaderna lite i förvaltningen. Först och främst då på den energi som vi använder i fastigheterna. Som sagt, agendan för förra året var att konsolidera oss och när man slår av på investeringstakten lite och har ett förvaltningsresultat på närmare 1 miljard som vi har så ser man ju att man får en snabb konsolidering. Och vår nettobelåningsgrad nu är nere på strax under 40%. Så att det här innebär att vi är i en väldigt bra position för att ta tillvara på de nya möjligheterna som kommer eventuellt dyka upp i marknaden. Tittar man på vår obligationsportfölj så ser man det att vi har inga förfall det här året utan nästa förfall är först om lite mer än ett år. Och när den finansiella marknaden är så stökig som den är så är det väldigt tryggt att inte behöva gå ut och refinansiera sig. Vi har ungefär hälften av vår skuld ligger hos banker och den andra hälften i kapitalmarknaden. Ytterligare en sak man kan se i den här grafen eller den här tabellen är ju den här skillnaden. Det beror ju alltid lite på marknadstiming vilken ränta man får men de lånen här med de närmaste förfallen, de är ju på en väsentligt högre nivå än de med lite förfall lite senare i tid. Och det beror ju på att de här lånen med lite högre ränta, de tog vi innan vi blev investment grade. Och med investment grade finns mer pengar tillgängligt och man får bättre villkor. Ja, här har vi gjort en liten modell av hur vi förväntar oss att, från vilka faktorer vi förväntar oss att vår tillväxt ska komma ifrån. Så att ni ser här från 2020 till 2021, det är ju föregående året. Vi slog av lite på förvärvstakten och då ser man ju att den här grafen då, den växer inte på samma snabba sätt. Men nu har vi kommit in i 2021 och tittar framåt. Så den första komponenten här, den blå delen, det är från den här indexuppräkningen. Här har vi räknat med 2% uppräkning. Men nu kommer ju indextalet in på närmare 3%. Så det innebär att den blå delen kommer nog få samma tjocklek som den svarta och den röda delen. Den svarta delen då, det är ju det nya förvaltningsresultatet från våra investeringar i våra befintliga fastigheter. Den röda delen är den tänkta delen från våra förvärv. Och här räknar vi med att vi kanske investerar i våra befintliga fastigheter med 600-800 miljoner per år och kanske förvärvar för strax över 1 miljard per år. Sen har vi också en liten grön komponent och det är ju från den här effektiviseringen i förvaltningen där vi har satt som mål att komma upp i de här 75% av överskottsgrad. Och som ni ser så följer vi den här planen, då landar vi på strax över 1,5 miljard per år. För strax över ett år sedan så satte styrelsen upp nya mål för 2025. Och de finansiella målen har vi tittat lite på och vi har ju nått måluppfyllnad eller är på god väg att nå måluppfyllnad på de målen. De operationella målen som handlar om kundnöjdhet och medarbetarengagemang och digitalisering, där har vi också måluppfyllnad eller på god väg att få. Sen miljöarbetet är ju väldigt viktigt för oss och i miljöarbetet så höjer vi faktiskt ambitionsnivån till i år. Och vi säger att tidigare hade vi att vi skulle sänka energiförbrukningen med 1% per år i beståndet. Och nu höjer vi det målet till att sänka energiförbrukningen med 2% per år i beståndet. Och det här är ju även dels den absolut viktigaste anledningen till att vi gör det. Det är ju för att det är rätt att göra för miljön och världen. Men det hjälper ju oss också ekonomiskt. Det kostar ju mindre att köpa mindre energi. Som sagt, miljöarbetet är viktigt och vi jobbar ju hela tiden med att sänka våra koldioxidutsläpp. Och den största posten om man räknar i scope 1 och 2 för koldioxidutsläpp, det är utsläppen som härrör från den fjärrvärmen vi köper. Här för vi ju nu dialoger med alla våra leverantörer av fjärrvärme att teckna gröna avtal om förnybar fjärrvärme och det kommer ju drastiskt sänka våra koldioxidutsläpp. Vi håller också på att arbeta med att miljöcertifiera alla våra fastigheter. Och målet med det här det är ju att kunna ha en 100% grön finansiering till 2025. Och ser vi fram mot 2030 då vill vi vara helt klimatneutrala i vår verksamhet inom ramen för scope 1 och 2. Vi jobbar mycket med IT också. Och det gör ju alla företag idag. Det är ju viktigt om man ska vara konkurrenskraftig och relevant i framtiden. Och för oss ser vi ju då att IT det hjälper oss till att leverera en bättre produkt till våra hyresgäster. Finnas mer tillgänglig för dem. Det hjälper oss också att effektivisera vår fastighetsförvaltning och sänka kostnaderna där. Och det är också en nyckelingrediens i det miljöarbetet vi gör. Har du moderna styrsystem i fastigheten då kan du ju styra dem effektivt och sänka energiförbrukningen. Under fjolåret så gjorde vi också stora satsningar på IT-säkerhet. Vi satte upp nya brandväggar runt alla våra IT-system. Skulle man mot förmodan komma innanför den brandväggen så har vi segmenterat våra datasystem så man inte kommer åt allt. Så att våra kontors-IT ligger i en del och våra fastighets-IT ligger i en annan del av systemet. Och i ett sånt här oroligt omvärldsläge så känns det ju väldigt tryggt att ha gjort de satsningarna på IT-infrastrukturen. Jag ska också här nämna en liten ny affärsgren som vi arbetar med och som det finns en väldigt stark efterfrågan på. Fast Office, det är ju vårt egna koncept för kontorshotell och coworking. Så vi har idag strax över 500 rum på cirka 20 000 kvadratmeter på 20 platser. Och det här växer ju snabbt. Och det är ju drivet av den starka efterfrågan på den här produkten som finns. Och Fast Office ger ju också en möjlighet för oss att testa lite ny teknik. Ett sån här Fast Office-rum går idag att hyra helt digitalt. Att man signar hyresavtalet digitalt och man får nyckeln till fastigheten och rummet i telefonen via Accessi. Så det är en spännande utveckling som vi sen på lite sikt kan låna över till våra mer traditionella produkter. Det finns ju också möjligheten till nya affärsmodeller här. Vi funderar lite på att kunna erbjuda Fast Office-ytorna till våra befintliga hyresgäster som ett abonnemang. Då kan ju befintliga hyresgästers säljare till exempel som är ute och springer och träffar kunder slinka in på ett sånt här Fast Office, jobba lite, kanske ta en kaffe innan det är dags för nästa kundmöte. Jag har ju pratat mycket idag om att vi satsar mer på att investera i våra egna projekt. Så att nu ska jag berätta lite om vad är det vi investerar i då. Och vi har dels investeringar i befintliga byggnader. Här är centrala Frösunda i Solna ett väldigt bra exempel. Vi äger ungefär 100 000 kvadratmeter yta i området och i centrala Frösunda är det 40 000 kvadratmeter yta som vi nu gör om helt. Det är en byggnad från 2000-talet som vi fyller med modern service, bra restaurang, gym och gör om den exteriöra intrycket på fasaden. Miljötänket är med från början här så att det finns ju solceller i fasad och på tak och vi sänker energiförbrukningen i hela fastigheten. Och det här har ju fått ett väldigt bra gensvar i en marknad eller bland företag då som gärna vill hyra här. Så att förra året så hyrde vi ut över 9000 kvadratmeter i den här fastigheten. Projektet kommer att bli färdigställt i slutet av det här året. Vi gör liknande satsningar uppe i Gävle i en gammal Erikssons fastighet som vi kallar Hemsta Works. Där får man tuffa industriella kontorslokaler i Gävle. Och samma sak där som i Frösunda, stark efterfrågan. Vi gör om det här i en delmarknad av Stockholm, J12 ute i Upplands Väsby. Så att J12 erbjuder de bästa kontorslokalerna i norra Stockholm. Och då ser vi att det är många företag som vill sitta i de bästa lokalerna som finns i området. De vill inte flytta in till stan. De sitter gärna ute i Upplands Väsby. Men de vill ha en bra kontorsprodukt med ett högt serviceinnehåll. Och det kan vi erbjuda dem där. Och lite längre fram i tiden här så gör vi samma sak i Microsofts före detta lokaler ute i Kista. Men vi bygger också nya fastigheter. Det här håller vi på med just nu i Västberga. Där vi har möjlighet att bygga nästan 40 000 kvadratmeter yta. Om ett par år så kommer vi även kunna byggstarta ute i Riksby, Bromma. Och uppe i Gävle i det arenaområdet som finns. Så jag ska visa lite bilder på hur det här kan se ut då. Här har vi ju först vår fastighet i centrala Frösunda som får en helt ny exteriör. De här fasadplattorna, de kommer att vara lite omväxlande solceller och bara dumma plattor. Vi fyller markplan med ett serviceinnehåll och det blir en attraktiv miljö dels för hyresgästerna men även alla andra som vistas i området. Här är en flygbild på Västberga med vårt tilltänkta hus inritat i vitt här i mitten av bilden. Det man inte ser i den här bilden är att lite till vänster om det vita inrutade huset så håller vi faktiskt redan på nu och bygger en ny fastighet på 5000 kvadrat som ska bli lager och proffsbutik. Och vår vita byggnad här är ju, ja, den kan byggstartas omgående. Vi håller på att riva av ytan nu. Och det är ett väldigt bra läge precis vid E4. Här är ett skiss över det vi siktar på att bygga ut i Bromma. Byggstart 2025 tror vi. Så att först det man ser närmast i bild är 2 bostadskvarter vi bygger. Det är ungefär hälften av den här byggrätten på 80 000 kvadrat. Och i bakgrunden så ser man de här kommersiella kvarteren som vi kommer bygga. Ja, jag avslutar presentationen här med att summera vårt framgångsrecept för att vara ett tryggt och stabilt fastighetsbolag. Och våra värdeord sammanfattar det här i enkelt, nära och engagerat. Och det handlar ju om då att vi vill äga fastigheter i Sveriges största befolkningscentrum. För storleken på befolkningscentrum hänger ihop med ekonomisk tillväxt. Har vi ekonomisk tillväxt då finns det alltid en stark efterfrågan på lokaler. Och med det kommer också en hyrestillväxt. Så det gör det att våra fastigheter de finns i Stockholm, Göteborg, Malmö, Uppsala och Norrköping, Gävle. Norrköping, Gävle, Stockholm ser vi ju som Mälarområdet. Vi förvaltar våra fastigheter med egen personal och det gör det att vi får en bra relation till våra hyresgäster och det är viktigt eftersom mer än hälften av alla våra nya affärer kommer från den relationen. Antingen att det är hyresgäster som hyr mer yta eller att de tipsar sina företag som de känner om lokaler hos oss. Och vi ser ju på det här med fastighetsägande långsiktigt. Så vi vill ju skapa hög lönsamhet och god tillväxt över lång sikt. Så det innebär det, är priserna dyra i marknaden så att det inte går att köpa någonting, ja, då fokuserar vi inåt och investerar i våra egna fastigheter i den projektportföljen vi har. Och ha en sån här projektportfölj då, det tar ju lite tid att bygga upp. Ofta tar det ju kanske 10 år att utveckla de här byggrätterna med nya detaljplaner. Så därför är det väldigt viktigt att vara långsiktig för att få den här strategin att fungera. Men det gör vi och har lyckats väl med det. Och det gör oss till ett väldigt tryggt och stabilt fastighetsbolag. Tack så mycket.
Tack Kristoffer. Eminent presentation. Jag vill börja med ett tillväxtmål som ni har på substansvärde med 12% årlig tillväxttakt. Skulle du kunna bryta upp det lite mer så man förstår vad ni tänker i termer av kassaflöde, projekt, belåning, hur ni ska nå det målet?
Ja, vi har ju en kreditrating från Moody's på BAA3 och vårt mål är att komma upp 2 notches till BAA1. Så det innebär ju, det sätter ju en begränsning i hur belåningsgraden, och just nu är vi ju väldigt trygga med det. Vi vill vara ett tryggt och stabilt fastighetsbolag som inte tar några stora risker. Nej. Samtidigt, tillväxten är ju viktig för oss. Men vi ser ju det, vi har ju ett väldigt bra kassaflöde på nästan 1 miljard från vår förvaltning. Och med det, tillsammans med att vi investerar i egna fastigheter som har en hög avkastning, så ser vi ju framför oss att vi ska kunna nå de här målen på tillväxt.
Ser ni att det skulle vara intressant med en ytterligare stad till de här 6 som ni fokuserar på nu för att nå ännu bättre tillväxt eller för att komplettera den tillväxten ni ser i befintligt bestånd?
Alltså som det är nu, så under fjolåret då, så berättade jag att vi gjorde ett par kompletteringsförvärv. Jag nämnde ju också att jag ser en sån här generell direktavkastning på 4%. I de förvärven vi gör så ligger ju vår direktavkastning på närmare 6%, men det är ju lite mindre förvärv. Och faktiskt vi har redan under året tillträtt 4 nya fastigheter, också lite mindre sådär.
Men det är befintliga städer då, alltså de här 6 som ni främst fokuserar på som du nämnde under presentationen?
Ja, men precis. Vi ser ju att vi har ju alla möjligheter vi behöver på de ställena vi finns idag.
Det är tydligt. Vad är det du skulle framhålla främst skiljer er från andra kontorsbolag om man ska ha 2 eller 3 punkter att ta med sig?
Ja, men det finns många bra företag där ute, men det vi gör som jag tycker är bra, vi har en väldigt effektiv förvaltning. Vi har ett litet sammansvetsat team, så att när det dyker upp affärsmöjligheter så är vi alltid snabba på att kunna ta tillvara på dem. Och i en orolig marknad som det är nu så står vi på en väldigt stadig grund, men har goda möjligheter att ta tillvara på de nya möjligheter som kommer.
Och du nämnde att ett överskottsgrad, eller målet var att överskottsgrad ska nå 75%. Det är en del av att ha effektiv förvaltning. När ser du framför dig att det nås? I vilket år? Eller liksom?
Ja, men målet på 75% i överskottsgrad, det ligger ju i de här målen för utgången av 2025. Så att det är då vi ska ha nått dem. Och det handlar ju dels om att vi investerar i egna fastigheter för att upp hyresintäkterna, men det handlar ju också mycket om att vi arbetar med att effektivisera förvaltningen med IT, med de här miljösatsningarna vi gör. Så vi sänker vår energiförbrukning och då kostar det ju mindre att driva fastigheterna.
Är det mycket kvarstående arbete just när det kommer till IT, eller är det liksom lösningar ni precis har implementerat som ska börja ge frukt under 2022?
Ja, men det är en intressant fråga, för att göra det i det enskilda fallet, det är det lätta. Då går det att ha väldigt högt teknikinnehåll. Utmaningen, det kommer ju när du ska lansera någonting med hög teknik över en stor bredd. Men vi känner att vi är på god gång där. Och vi har väl nått en 40% i penetration. Så att vi känner oss övertygade om att vi ska lyckas till 2025.
Och vad var målet 2025 just? Var det 75% vi tänker då? Eller var det något annat mål som var IT-relaterat som du vill framhålla? Eller?
Ja, men vi har ju mål om att vi ska liksom ha digitaliserat hela portföljen tills dess. Men givetvis, det liksom kokar ju ner till den här överskottsgraden. Ja. Det är det som resulterar i pengar. Just det.
Och på tal om pengar och höga priser, du nämnde att era projekt, eller i allmänhet att det är en hög prisnivå på marknaden. Och ni sitter på en stor projektportfölj och mycket byggrätter. Ser du framför dig när det just gäller den befintliga projektportföljen att ni ska utveckla, eller ska det ska ni göra, men det finns även intressanta avyttringsmöjligheter som du ser det för att ni ska kunna få in kassaflöde på det sättet?
Jag vill inte utesluta något, och det har hänt att vi har avyttrat projekt till JVN, speciellt då när det är bostäder. Det är inte riktigt vår core business. Samtidigt så bygger vi ju en del hyresrätter nu i egen bok. Gjorde det senast ute i Märsta, finner en god affär där. Så att det beror lite på marknadsläget då byggrätten finns där.
Men är huvudsakliga inriktningen då att utveckla projekten? Där har ni liksom ändå en organisation för att göra, och det känner ni er trygga med?
Stämmer.
Ja. Du nämnde också bara vad ni lägger ungefär per år på investeringar i befintliga fastigheter. 600-800 miljoner. Skulle du kunna bryta upp ungefär vad som läggs på hyresgästanpassningar och på mer liksom större, eller när ni startar upp nya projekt, nya byggnader och mer omfattande?
Så man kan ju säga att vi har precis börjat med att bryta upp det, så det finns att läsa i våra kvartalsrapporter, men ungefär hälften är väl hyresgästanpassningar och hälften på lite mer långsiktiga nybyggnadsprojekt.
Just det. Det ser ut att summera det som vi hade för dagen, så tack för att du tog dig tid att komma hit, Kristoffer. Trevligt att lyssna på din presentation.
Tack så mycket för att jag fick vara här.
Hi, and welcome to our next presentation, this time with Addtech. And in the studio, we have Malin Enarsson, CFO, who will present the company. And afterwards, we will follow up with a short Q&A. Myself, my name is Mac Bacco, and I'm an equity research analyst here at ABG. And with that said, Malin, please go ahead with the presentation.
Thank you, Max, and warm welcome to all of you who are looking. I'm going to have a presentation of Addtech. I am Malin Enarsson, and I am the CFO of this group since 3 years. But I've had the pleasure of working in this group for 18 years in total. We are a technical solutions group comprising of 140 strictly decentralized companies operating all under their own brands. Addtech is originated from the conglomerate Bergman & Beving and has been separately listed for 20 years. The group has an annual total turnover of about 13 billion SEK with an operating margin slightly above 12% on an annual basis. It's possible to run this engine of entrepreneurial-driven companies thanks to a clear organizational structure, simple financial targets, and a strong and trustful culture. Our value proposition can be divided into 3 parts: own products and brands, modified products and solutions, and trading products. All with high knowledge of customer needs and clear focus on close relations, also to suppliers. Over the last 10 years, the mix has strategically moved upwards to more value add, and now we have a very good mix with about a third of each, which we believe is a very strategic and good mix. Important, though, to mention is that trading products will always be an important part of our business model. They are often crucial OEM components and gives us a flexibility. Key for us is to have a balanced mix between segments and customers. Keep the hedge we have in the segment spread. Our aim is to continue being a resilient company, not being too dependent on any single segment or customer or market. Our sales is divided approximately 50% to OEM, 25% infrastructure, and 25% aftermarket. Our largest segment is the energy sector. Wind power and transmission, very good steam ahead right now, while oil and gas is a quite small part today. Transportation, this is where we have the marine segment. Basically, the only segment where we still see low activities due to COVID. Mechanical industry and special vehicles. Here we have a lot of OEM components and solutions. Here we have seen a clear growth this year. Even though we have easy comps here, it's still a strong underlying market demand. Forestry has had very good development. Many projects ongoing in sawmill industry, and process in general has also had stable development. Medical technology, good development, and our other segments like road tunnels, defense, and agriculture have had stable development. Very briefly about the 9 months that have passed on this fiscal year. We have had very high demand and activity in all our business areas. Net sales up almost 24%, of which 13% was organic growth. Of course, we have had challenging situation with supply chain constraints and global shortages of several components. But through the strong entrepreneurial spirits among our employees and the upside of running this business as a decentralized organization, our companies have managed the situation in a very impressive way. Despite a certain increase in costs, EBITDA increased by 51% with strengthened margins in all of our business areas. The cash flow generation remains stable, primarily thanks to our increasing profit. Although it's partly offset by increasing receivables due to increased volumes and then also inventory buildup. We need this to fulfill customer demands and to handle longer lead times. All in all, we are very satisfied to see that our R through RK reached the top level last quarter at 66%. What are we aiming for in the future? Last year, during 2021, we launched an updated vision. It's not a new direction. It's primarily 2 things we wanted to highlight. Focus on sustainability as a driver for future growth. and also the shift towards solutions rather than components. This vision works also as an inspiration for all employees and attracts new entrepreneurs and talents. We have a clear strategy that is unchanged for the last decade. We're aiming for market-leading positions and are therefore active on small niche markets with low or medium volumes. We believe that being leaders in a specific niche is a way to be differentiated and to generate long-term profitable growth. Acquisitions. We only buy profitable companies. We like to buy companies that we deeply understand and therefore can develop. Operating mobility. We have an eternity view of our ownership, but we are a very active owner even though we don't sell companies. Even though we have our high degree of decentralized responsibility, we work closely together with our companies to find the best way forward. We invest in organic growth in relevant business cases, and we gradually develop our companies to ensure future growth. We only have two simple and easy to understand financial targets that are the same throughout the whole organization. Firstly, in average, the earnings should grow with at least 15% yearly over a business cycle. The growth should be divided equally between acquisitions and organic growth. The ambitious growth target means in practice that we should double our profit every 5th year. Profitability is of course also key, not least from a cash flow perspective. To be able to continue to acquire at a high pace, we target an R through RK above 45% in all of our entities. When we sum up the last 20 years, we can see that we have had a compounded average growth on EBITDA with 18%. A clear proof of the resilience and strength of this business model. Also, from a profitability perspective, we are way above our ambitious target. The last 2 quarters are historically high, but key here is that we have over time delivered at very satisfying levels. Sustainability is highly integrated in our business setup and has been part of our DNA for many years. To make our ambition more visible, we have set targets in line with the Paris Agreement. All our companies are fully committed and work in a structured way to reach our goals. What is most important is that we see sustainability as core in our growth story. By working closely with the customers to identify the best and most sustainable solutions, we can be a catalyst towards a more sustainable society. Our corporate culture, the spine or the DNA of our organization, it's all about how we interact with each other, the way we work together as a team, taking responsibility at all points and always with the customer in focus in an entrepreneurial way. In management team, always, of course, also keep our central organization as slim as possible, keep the reporting as minimal as possible, so that our companies can focus on their business. And of course, being open for change. This is what makes Addtech unique and attractive to potential new companies and employees. It is in our 140 independent companies operating under their own brands that everything happens. Addtech as such is only to be seen as a catalyst for growth. It should be easy to be an entrepreneur within Addtech. Depending on what they need, we are here to support them. Powered by Addtech, we are using the network, sharing good examples and best practice. We talk a lot internally about co-creation, and we have many companies cooperating in both sales and production. We have our business school, the Addtech Academy. 500 employees are attending different courses there every year. We have an introduction course for every employee in our basic philosophy. Also, a very important tool to find internal talents and future leaders. Since 1st of October 2021, these are our 5 verticals or business areas. All with clearly defined niche strategies and key growth drivers to capture and leverage from. The model has been the same since 2008, but we constantly evaluate the clustering to safeguard the entrepreneurial spirit and that we enhance co-creation between the companies. All leaders have either sold or been an MD in one of the subsidiaries. To be able to build from below over time is part of the magic and also an USP when we meet potential acquisitions. They feel that we are one of them. Our model, where we build our pipeline from below, is well proven and has a solid track record of successful acquisitions. We have done more than 100 acquisitions since 2010, and that is without any capital injections. It is notable that the last years, the size of the companies has increased somewhat. We have a constant inflow of interesting companies in our pipeline. We are very careful when selecting companies to acquire, performance and culture being the most important parts of our evaluation. In recent years, we have increased our sales outside the Nordics, both organically through export and following existing customers to new markets, but also through acquisitions, of course. The reason why we see here a downturn in 2021 is, of course, that markets outside of the Nordic region were hit harder by COVID. We have accelerated our activities in selected markets, and we see that the deal inflow is increasing. There are not so many professional investors with long-term ownership outside of Sweden, so there is a big potential. A short summary of our investment case. Why should you invest in Addtech? We have a long-term proven capability of delivering profitable and sustainable growth with a strong balance sheet and a good hedge among market segments. Our strong culture with entrepreneurial mindset and a very high degree of decentralized responsibility are our real key success factors. Thank you, and questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Malin, for the presentation. And as you said, time for questions. And the first one, what is your current assessment at Addtech of the impact from the ongoing invasion of Ukraine and the sanctions being implemented on Russia in terms of supply chain, raw material prices, and so on, and how it will affect Addtech?
I think first, if we answer our direct impact, so to speak, we are very marginally actually impacted by the situation, even though, of course, that is just sort of a fact. I mean, emotionally, I think we're all very affected, of course, and discussing all the time and try to predict what will happen. Yeah. But we have close to, I would say, zero sort of suppliers in Russia. We have marginally exposure to sales in Russia. But of course, indirectly, it could be other consequences if this accelerates or if sanctions are increasing or such. But as such, we are quite marginally affected. I mean, as a fact, not emotionally.
And as you mentioned during the presentation, a common theme during the last quarter or year has been strained supply chains and cost inflation, which has been affecting Addtech and other companies as well, although you have been able to offset a lot of the cost inflation with price increases. But in this quarter, in the beginning of 2022, have you seen any improvements in these areas, or is it still an ongoing issue?
I would say that what we have seen so far, it's more or less the same. No real ease, but it's not getting worse either in that area, I wouldn't say. So I think that our companies, they have been great in actually compensating for price increases from increased prices from suppliers. And they have also been very good at sort of getting their products. So they have been doing a great job so far, and still we feel that it's quite the same.
And you also mentioned during the presentation that there has been some inventory build-up during the past 3 quarters. Do you expect a cash release in 2022 due to inventory levels normalizing, or is it further ahead?
I think that this will probably go on for quite some time.
Yeah.
I mean, if the supply chain restraints will ease up, we might see a bit of a capital release from inventories. Even though, I mean, it is a known fact that when we have growth, we also have a bit of a restrained cash flow. So, but I think that probably it would, if we have increased volumes due to more sales, due to the fact that we get products and can actually sell them, then it will probably be offset partly by increased receivables, but maybe a bit of a release.
Okay.
It's not that bad yet with the inventories, but we can see that it's happening slowly, and it will probably continue for quite some time if there's no release in sight.
And as you mentioned, the R over RK was a record high 66%.
Yes, it was.
And as you mentioned also in the presentation, for the last quarters, you have seen a very high level of customer activity and a good demand, resulting in strong organic growth. Have this continued in the ongoing quarter, and what end segments are performing the strongest at the moment? You did mention that somewhat in the presentation, but do you see that the underlying demand is still there?
Really, yes. I think that we see still very good underlying demand, and also good pace in sales. So, and I would say, as I think I mentioned also, that all of our segments have had sort of good pace this year, maybe then except for the marine segment. So it's still the same. Of course, sawmill industry, very strong. Energy segment, very strong demand, of course, with the building of grids and such. So, but all in all, I would say that all of our main market segments have had good development this year.
And in the last quarterly report, you guided for slightly higher costs associated with sales promotion activities going ahead, or one could say a normalization of those to pre-pandemic levels. Sort of. Have you begun to see this, or do you expect it to come later in the year?
I think that we saw some of it already in Q3, because I, as we predicted, we had the highest boost in Q1, Q2 when it comes to EBITDA margins due to savings last year. So we can see that it is increasing costs, but I don't believe it will be back to pre-pandemic levels, actually. So I think it will increase, but not to that level, because we have made certain efficiency measures, and I think that we will work in a bit of a different way, also when it comes to travels and digital meetings and such, continuously. So a slow sort of normalization, but on a sort of lower level than before, is my prediction.
Okay, yeah. And finally, and the usual question, how does the acquisition pipeline look like going ahead?
It looks very good, actually. Yes,
sure.
as always, yes. A lot of, I mean, since our acquisitions are generated from our organization, from below, if you say like that, and they have their networks, and their sort of our companies, they have their network, so it's always a very good inflow. And then, of course, we do strict evaluations from different angles, but the pipeline is very good.
Yeah. Do you find it more difficult to approach potential sellers outside the Nordics, which are not perhaps familiar with this decentralized model that you are running?
Maybe not more difficult, but it is, of course, a fact that our very decentralized structures, very non-hierarchic, is new to certain cultures. And there we have to spend a lot of time trying to explain that it's actually true, that this exists in reality. And therefore, of course, it's very good with this network, because if we like to sort of dig where we stand and expand from and not go for blank spots. And that is, of course, an advantage if we have a company already in the group talking to another company.
Yeah.
They can sort of confirm that this is the way that it's actually is done.
Yeah.
So that is also an advantage with generating acquisitions the way we do, I believe, at least.
Yeah. I think that was all the questions I had. Thank you very much for joining us here today. Very nice to hear about Addtech. And I guess we'll see you soon again.
Hope so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Adam Carlson. I'm a healthcare analyst here at ABG, and it's my pleasure to introduce the next company and the next presenter, which is Carlos de Sousa, CEO of Ultimovacs. Carlos, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Adam, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm the CEO of Ultimovacs, a biotech company located in Oslo. We have 26 employees. If we can move to the next slide. As we are a publicly listed company, I need to show you the slide, but we can move to the next one. So as a company, we operate in the treatment of cancer with what we call next generation universal cancer vaccine. Our vaccine boosts the anti-tumor response. What does this mean? This means that we help the immune system to identify and kill cancer cells. And we do this by recognizing a special target in the cancer cells called telomerase, and 85 to 90% of cancers in all stages of disease express this telomerase. And we are a truly off-the-shelf vaccine, ready to be administered, easy to use. We already have clinical trials that are running for more than 5 years that show very good long-term safety and also recently strong efficacy in phase 1 data. And some of this data was extremely important to receive from the FDA, the regulatory authorities in the US, the grant of Fast Track and Orphan designation in our lead indication, melanoma or skin cancer. As a company, we have a very ambitious and broad phase 2 program that when concluded will be enrolling more than 650 patients. And we have 5 phase 2 studies, all in combinations in melanoma skin cancer, mesothelioma form of lung cancer, ovarian cancer, head and neck cancer, and lung cancer. And very importantly, the first trials from these 5 will start reporting data in the first half of 2023. If we can move to the next slide, just to give you very briefly the financial situation of the company. As I mentioned, we had a successful IPO and we are listed in the Euronext Oslo since May 2019. October last year, we had a very successful oversubscribed private placement where we raised 270 million Norwegian krone. And at the end of Q4 2021, we have 574 million krone in cash that very importantly give us an estimated financial runway to the first half of 2024. So very important during these turbulent times, and also even more important, as you will see, because takes us across data points that are potentially transformational for the company. You see there on the right, our major owners are very well known and recognized, in Norway and in the Nordics. We also have international investors. And of course, these investors have a long-term perspective, very stable and very supportive of the company. So if we move to the next slide, the treatment of cancer was significantly changed, in about 8 to 10 years ago, with the introduction of new class of drugs called the checkpoint inhibitors that really replace a lot all the chemotherapy or a lot of these treatments that are very, harsh and a lot of side effects in cancer patients. And this was reflected that just this class of drugs are expected to reach close to more than $40 billion in 2022 and close to 70 billion in 4 years' time. You see there on the right the top selling drugs. And the important part, as you will see, is that our clinical studies that I mentioned to you are in combination with 4 out of these top 5 drugs. And we are going to be used in combination with them. We are not going to be competing with them. So even a modest share of this market is going to be very big. So in the next slide, we will talk about, next slide, please. You see there the checkpoint inhibitors, this new class of drugs, their role is to open up the tumor to the immune system. That's their main job. So they need an active immune system to then be able to penetrate the tumor and kill the cancer cells. what unfortunately doesn't happen for a majority of cancer patients. So what our vaccine does is activate, educate, and expands the number of immune cells that the patient will normally have that then can penetrate the tumor and kill the cancer cells. So in the next slide, you will see that in addition to this, what are the key benefits? You probably hear talk about a lot of vaccines, other cancer treatments. So the first thing that is very important is that our vaccine is very easy to administer, just intradermal injections. So no need for complex hospital infrastructure. The other one very important too is that it's what we call off the shelves. It means that it's ready to be administered when needed and can be used in the general population. You don't need to do any pre-screening. Also very important is, that is easy to manufacture, has a long shelf life, means, it's just, you keep it in the normal refrigerator, and there's a low unit cost. And very importantly, as I mentioned, basically directs the immune system to these cells expressing telomerase, that is 85 to 90% of the cancer cells express it. And basically, our vaccine will have an effect both in the primary tumor, the metastasis, it doesn't matter. So in the next slide, you can see our current pipeline, so a lot of the studies, 3 studies that already completed already more than 5 years ago. We don't show it here, but I'm gonna give you just a little bit of details of these studies. But what you see here is part of our strategy to use our vaccine in different cancer types, in different combinations. So really we show the universal potential to be used across the border in multiple cancer types and in combination with different drugs. This is reflected by the high interest that we receive from cancer doctors to really, all over the world to really use our vaccine. In addition to these collaborations in 2 of these studies, we also participate with Bristol Myers Squibb and AstraZeneca in 2 of these studies. So we also have interest from big pharma companies. So it's very pleasing to really receive this interest and support. In addition to our lead vaccine, UV1, we also have a second platform with a lot of potential that is now in the first phase 1 in prostate cancer. So if we can move to the next slide, just to show that, these were some of the initial studies. I'm not going to go into detail, but just to highlight the fact that because of the safety of our vaccine and some of the initial data in terms of efficacy, this data supported really the grant from the FDA to this fast track designation that is very important for a company like us, because allow us to have more close interaction with the authorities, really more support in terms of development plan, a lot of benefits as it is to get the orphan drug designation. The results were presented at ASCO last year. ASCO is the biggest cancer conference in the world and was very well received. And just briefly in the next slide, you can see why this data is so exciting. Next slide, please. And next one, where you see here that, in 57% of the patients, they had a reduction or disappearance of the cancer. And, when we used in combination, and in pembrolizumab alone, that is one of these drugs, only 33 to 37% had a response. But it's more impressive that 30% of the patients in our study had a total disappearance of the cancer, while this happened in 5 to 12% of the patients when they were treated with the same drug but without our vaccine. And this is also shown in the next slide, please, where you see where the previous one, please. Okay, so sorry, so I see there is a problem here. So anyway, so next slide. This data was very supportive, and really, this is the first slide that we have in terms of the first phase 2 studies. So this is a big study, 154 patients. We are already quite advanced. In last month, we have 120 patients already enrolled, is happening in the US and in Europe. And this is the study where we expect to get data in the first half of 2023, so not that far away. So if we move to the next slide, we have then the other phase 2 studies. NIPO is in mesothelioma. This is Oslo Cancer Hospital, University Hospital is the sponsor, and we participate together with Bristol Myers Squibb. It's happening in Scandinavia, Spain, and Australia. We had 66 patients enrolled, and we also expect the results in the first half of 2023. The next study is a DOVAC study, is in ovarian cancer. This has just started recently, December last year. Very important because this is also in collaboration with AstraZeneca, and a very important indication is one of the major types of cancer in women. And we expect to get results during 2023, but we will provide an updated guidance next year. In the next slide, you see that another study that is running is in head and neck cancer, very, very serious type of cancer, is running in Germany, and we expect also to get data, next year towards the end. And we are very happy that we just ready to initiate a study in lung cancer. This study is going to be run all in Norway with about 10 hospitals, and it's the biggest indication in cancer. So all these studies are very important. You see here our strategy of really maximizing the use of our vaccine in multiple cancer types. In the next slide, you see that the TED platform, as I mentioned to you, is a second platform where we can derive a lot of products, a lot of potential. But the first one that we are running is in prostate cancer at Oslo University Hospital, and we are now in the final phase of the study, and so far has been showing very good safety, and the data from the study will help us really develop further this project. So if we move to the next slide, you can see that we have had a very successful 2021, a lot of results, a lot of studies, the designations, but we are also a very exciting next 12 to 18 months. So this year we are going to have additional data from that study I mentioned to you that we presented at ASCO in skin cancer, with additional follow-up for overall survival. We are going to have the first patient in the lung cancer study, and we expect also towards the end of the year to have the final safety data in the prostate cancer study. Next year is going to be very important for the company because, as I mentioned, in the first half of 2023, we will have the first results from 2 of these phase 2 studies. The Initium study in melanoma skin cancer and the NIPU study in mesothelioma, a type of lung cancer caused by asbestos. So these studies, if they are positive, will be transformational to the company from different perspectives, will allow us to advance partnering discussions with potential partners in the big pharma, discuss with the authorities for potential accelerated approval. And also during the rest of 2023 and 2024, we expect to get data from the other phase 2 studies. And again, because these are started recently, we expect to get the an updated guidance in 1 year time with the Q4 report of 2022. So it's going to be a very excited period for the company. So if we move to the next slide, and just to summarize, as a biotech company, we are very well positioned in the space of vaccines for treating cancer. With a platform both with the lead product UV1 and the TET technology, really enhancing the impact and the duration of effect of the immuno-oncology therapies that is broadly applicable in different cancer types, in different therapeutic combinations. As I show you, has a very strong commercial potential if we show this data, because we can be used in multiple combinations in multiple types of cancers. Very importantly, off the shelf, easy to use. In the treating cancer patients, as you know, they are sick. They also have side effects from other cancer therapies. So it's very important if we continue to show that we have a good safety profile, because more and more, as you know, cancer patients are treated with combinations of multiple drugs, and it's important, as we've shown so far, that we have a good safety profile. The fact that we have all these phase 2 studies running really highlight the potential that we have for the company, and a very ambitious program, the result of a very dedicated team, with more than 650 patients, more than 100 hospitals in approximately 15 countries. The fact that we received the Fast Track designation and Orphan Drug designation from the FDA provides a sort of a regulatory validation. But this was also recognized by the Bristol Myers Squibb and AstraZeneca, that they accepted to participate in these studies in collaboration with us. And of course, also the fact that we are moving along with the first product from our TED platform, and that has a lot of potential. We have a very experienced team, a strong shareholder base, really allowing us to focus on the business, and a good cash position that is a very enviable position to be in these turbulent times, but really taking us a runway towards the first part of 2024 takes us over these very important milestones that we are going to have next year, in the next 12 to 24 months. So with this, I hope that I gave you a little perspective of what we do and the value of investing in our company for treating cancer patients. And I'm happy now to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Carlos, for that presentation. We have time for a few questions. So first one that we get quite often is on kind of the degree of read across between these different studies. You mentioned you have 5 phase 2 studies ongoing or soon to be ongoing. And I was wondering if you could share your thoughts on how much success or failure in one study kind of reads across to the other programs, and in particular, I guess, if there are certain programs that you feel are kind of more reasonable to read across between, and what the reasons would be for that.
I don't think we, of course, one of the benefits of this very big phase 2 program is also to manage the risk to the company, to the program. If we would have only one indication, and that indication will be not positive, basically will be the end of the company. In a way, we are diversifying that risk. So we cannot say that all these cancer types are very different, and they are treated with different classes of drugs. Some of them are extremely hard to treat, like head and neck. So what we can say, if we fail in one indication, doesn't mean that we are going to fail in other indications. But if we start seeing positive data, that at least proves the concept that targeting telomerase is a valid concept. So I think it's more that if we start getting positive data, we prove the concept, but we cannot guarantee that we are going to have 5 study positives. We hope, we wish, but all these cancer types are different. So I think it's more on the positive side that if we show in one study that we prove the concept of telomerase, then we have a little bit more probability that we can show in at least some of the other indications, but it's not a guarantee.
Sure, gotcha. And a question that it would be interesting to get your thoughts on, this high-profile ODAC meeting that the FDA held a few weeks back, where they sort of decided on a new policy around how they would look at Chinese alternatives to checkpoint inhibitors or oncology drugs in general, but in particular checkpoint inhibitors, essentially making it more difficult for those to be approved in the US just based on studies conducted in China, which has been interpreted as likely delaying the launch of those kind of checkpoint inhibitor alternatives in the US market anyway by some years. which was obviously a positive event for those companies, Astra, BMS, etc. You guys are obviously not on the market yet, but you do have studies in combination with these drugs. How do you view it, and does it have any kind of impact on Ultimovacs? Was it a positive development from your perspective, or sort of neutral, unimportant? How do you see it?
I would say that of course, is good to see that at least the standard of care is not going to be changing quickly. I think here, for us, is primarily neutral. What we want to show is that we can be used with checkpoint inhibitors, and we are a little bit agnostic. We don't really care which one. That's why we try to combine with different ones. I think this is going to be, not particularly because it's China. It's more really a problem there. But I think that the whole space, we are going to have other checkpoint inhibitors. We have now the Sanofi one that are going to be launched at potentially lower price. So for us, the more checkpoint inhibitors there are and the more they are used, the more, if we show positive data, the more we will be used. So for us, what is important is that the increase in the usage of checkpoint inhibitors, and of course, in some markets, cost is an important factor, that when we are living in the more developed countries. But for us, what we see as a positive development is when checkpoint inhibitors start moving earlier in the treatment paradigm. And this is where we hope that basically we can tag along the checkpoint inhibitors. The more they are used in different cancer types, increases the usage of UV1. And when these treatments start to go earlier in the stage of the disease, that we can go with them. So we see all developments in the checkpoint inhibitors in terms of broadening of usage, more patients being treated as a positive for us. That China is a neutral. I think that China is a very important market. We are talking with different companies there. We see it as a huge potential, but I think was a little bit of setback for those companies. But I cannot say that I'm totally surprised.
Sure. Great. And one question, inevitable given the turbulent times and the geopolitical situation in Europe, which has affected some biotech companies with trials ongoing in Russia and Ukraine and that territory. Do you have clinical sites in those countries? Will it impact recruitment in your ongoing studies?
No, of course, we really feel for the Ukrainian people, and so we're really sorry for all the situation that has an impact in a lot of companies, but particularly on the people itself. But for us, really doesn't affect. We don't have any centers both in Russia or Ukraine, and also our product is manufactured in Germany, France, and finished in Italy. So even from a product supply, anyway, we have inventory. In terms of our activities, it doesn't affect us. But of course, as a company, as individuals, we feel for all the situation.
Gotcha. And maybe just one last question before we have to finish. In terms of sort of milestones or so before the phase 2 study started reading out H123, we've got the TENDU safety data, but also the long-term follow-up from the phase 1 melanoma studies. Can you give any kind of color on when in time those follow-up data would come? Is it likely to be at a scientific meeting? You presented stuff at ASCO last year, or will it be outside of a scientific meeting setting, do you think?
Well, we are going to have the follow-up data on the second cohort, the 2-year follow-up, in the third quarter, and the 3-year follow-up of the first cohort in the same study in the fourth quarter. And so the idea is, of course, to communicate, the top line, information on the overall survival. That's what we are following. But what we are going to do is put all this data together to then be presented at the conference. Because, you know, and naturally, if the data is going to be available third and fourth quarter, it's not going to be ASCO and this year, but you know, there are other conferences that are very specific for the specialty, you know, melanoma and oncologists specialized in melanoma. But we are also planning for publication of a complete set of data. So we definitely want to maximize the value of this very important data, and the investigators are very excited to both be part of the publication and to present this data at the international conference. So that's the plan.
Great. Carlos, we're at time. Thank you very much for your presentation and then the Q&A.
Thanks, Adam. Thank you, everybody. Have a good afternoon.
Hi, and welcome back to our next presentation, this time with Seafire. We have with us in the studio CEO and founder Johan Bernersten, who will present the company. and afterwards we will follow up with a shorter Q&A. Myself, my name is Max Bacco, and I am an equity research analyst here at ABG. And with that said, Johan, please go ahead with the presentation.
Thanks, Max, and thanks for being here. Just a short introduction to Seafire. Seafire is listed on Nasdaq First North. We are a company with twofold business agenda. One is M&A driven growth, acquisition of SMEs in niche markets. And secondly, we have a true value add approach for achieving growth, organic growth. We have 11 companies in our portfolio. I made 2 acquisitions this year, 2022. We are looking especially for M&A targets with revenues of 50 to 200 million in sales, Swedish entities. We have a prudent buy and hold strategy. Our value add approach is mainly from the private equity toolbox. With that we mean that we have active ownership. We have external expertise in the board of directors, and also adding a business plan for achieve growth, 3 to 5 years on the horizon. We have a very good deal flow. We have more than 50 deals per year in our that we're looking into. And so far we have an average acquisition pace of 2 to 4 acquisitions per year. Historically, we have paid about 4 times EBITDA in multiples, enterprise value. Our revenue pro forma after the latest acquisitions is 725 million. We have a pro forma EBITDA of 110 million Swedish kronor. In last year, in 2021, we had organic growth of 8%. Pro forma, we achieved 10%. And with that said, we have a very good year, 2020, with 24% organic growth. If we look into our portfolio, we have 2 business segments. One is industry, and the other is retail and services. We have a diverse portfolio where those 11 companies in different markets, in niche areas. More than 50% of the portfolio is, we call it construction supplies. That is supplying building construction or manufacturing of vehicles like car and trucks. So that's a main target for our current business. And also when we look at new companies in the M&A agenda and work. The EBITDA split by portfolio, we have 3 companies serving about 50% of the EBITDA. It's Bara Mineraler, it's Turagen and Färgen, and also Pexemek. And this is by December last year. We are looking at companies with a defined selling point, unique selling point, which means that they potentially can have a higher price serving the market with more value-added components and services. And with that, we also see that we can have a higher profit margin than competitors. If we go into the team, I started this from scratch in 2016. That's 5 years ago. My background is from private equity. I worked in Capman, a Nordic private equity group. Especially my background is within healthcare. Both from venture startups, but also M&A and LBO side. And then I started Seafire in 2016. Jakob Persson started a month ago as new CFO. He has a background from Ambea, head of business control and IR, and is now the group CFO. Peter Friberg has been around since 2017, worked as head of financials, especially accounting, and he will remain in the company because of our growth when it comes to new acquisitions and need of more expertise within accounting and economics. The board of directors, Lennart and Joachim, has been around from the start. I have experience with them 20 to 10 years ago. Lennart was working at our sister fund, the tech fund at Kappan. And Joachim and myself have been working almost 15 years now. He serves as an advisor to Kappan and have been from the start, also chairman in Seafire. Tord Landau was appointed in 2017, and then we have added Louise Nicolin, which has experience from peer companies like Volati, and she appointed in 2020, and then Sara Wallin came in for a year ago, mostly adding network and deal flow from the western part of Sweden. Our twofold business idea is the M&A focus. We have a very good target universe in Sweden. More than 3,500 meets our investment criteria, and that means revenues up to 200 million in sales and 10% EBITDA margin. We source our deals in the past mainly from M&A boutiques, but the latest year and a half, we have more and more direct contacts with potential sellers. And in the deals we have made last 12 months, about 50% has been from our own generation of deals. And then, of course, we have a business network also from the mother company, but also from our portfolio companies. We have a very stringent acquisition process. We worked with the board as decision makers when it comes to acquisitions. And our investment criteria, I think that's perhaps the most important here, is to be stringent on those. I think that is one of the key success factors. We're looking at companies with 30 to 200 million in sales. Add-ons to our portfolio companies can be smaller. It should be stable EBITDA with at least 10% margins over the latest years, and also a growth when it comes to revenue of at least 2%. Operationally, we're looking at companies serving niche markets, and also I think that the latest 15 months we have more and more looked into the industry segment with clear value-adding processes, and also with the ESG profile. Those companies should have a competitive edge with these processes and services they're adding. And also a very important thing is the development potential, that we see that those companies can grow more than perhaps 10% a year, and that's significant above the GDP level. And also there should be management continuity or succession in the companies we acquire. If there's no succession in place, we can add that, like in Ludafarm. So we see that we from day one can serve the company with the senior executives that drive the growth and the development going forward. The other part that is really important for us is to achieve organic growth. Our target is, as I said, 10% per year. And we have been on that level the latest 7 years in our portfolio companies. I will come to that a bit later. One thing is the leadership. We have a decentralized model with local management teams and local boards. We're adding resources from our business network when it comes to add industry experts. Like in Toragin, we have appointed Los Vrebo. He was former head of manufacturing at Volvo Cars, and also MAN in Germany. So he's really supporting the company with with purchasing experience and so also experience from the big manufacturers of trucks, which is a key customer key customers for Troagen. The other thing is strategic governance. We always serves in the board of directors ourselves, from the team. And also we are adding KPIs in each portfolio companies with targets and monthly follow-ups, but also with business reviews 2 times a year to see really the plans we have set in place and the achievement so far and any adjustment from that. Also, development is of course very important. We looking into group synergies, and that does not mean integrations between companies or mergers, but more of shared resources that you have purchasing managers that serves that take advantage of a colleague in a group company. We're also looking into to find M&A targets for our portfolio companies also to grow, not just with the organic growth, but also with M&A activities. And then we have administration. We're starting up the ECG monitoring and targets for that. That's really key going forward for us, and that we believe that could be an advantage when reaching out to new customers. All in all, this boils down to a business plan in each company to establish further growth. We have targets of 10 to 20% growth in the various companies. Some of the companies, like in Inga, can grow faster than perhaps Peximec, which is a manufacturing company. And with this plan, we're setting resources, adding key personnel resources to the companies, new initiatives with the new markets and perhaps new products. So this is our internal process in order to achieve this organic growth and increased profit levels. If we go to the historical performance, you see to the left here, we have the pro forma revenues. We have a CAGR of slightly above 10%. And 18, which was a very good year for Linguacom, so that was the increase there. Otherwise, we have been step by step have increased the revenues over the years, and also the EBITDA level have been between 12 to 15%. 15% was achieved in 2020. It was especially Nordbutiker, which had a fantastic year. And this year, it was harder to get the stock of products in place in time. So therefore, we were back to 12%. Our all our target is to have at least 10% EBITDA level, and this CAGR is 11%, so we are above that currently. If we look at last year, which was a bit of breakthrough on different levels here for Seafire. We had organic growth slightly below 10% in our portfolio, and that's mainly Nordbutiker that had some negative growth due to the stock of goods situation early last year. Pro forma, we achieved 10%. We have invested a lot in management teams, both in Nordbutiker, that is our largest companies, with a management team now in place, and other resources in the other companies like Åkerstedt with new sales reps to achieve the organic growth plan there. Also, we have expanded portfolio by 4 companies, Troagen, Färgen, Bara Mineral, and Peximec. On the capital market side, we made a refinancing of the at that time the current credit we had with Kreditfonden, and raised 200 million to replace that. And then we have made a couple of tap issues in September and December. Our interest had gone from 12% down to less than 7%. So that's the main achievement, I would say. And also we have strengthened the equity side. Creades entered as the first investor a year ago, really institutional investor. And then we have made a number of directed issues, both to sellers of companies, but Aktier that came in June, and then in September we raised 110 million with Berenberg, Creades, Clients, Aktier as main investors. So really built the footprint going forward to achieve the long-term growth plan. So we have that now in place. If we look into the key events last quarter, Q4, we had a very good organic growth with 33%. So that was really what we have talked about a couple of quarters last year that came in last quarter. Still we have some bottlenecks, especially with lead times at our customers. So they have not streamlined their production processes. So that's have dampened the growth a bit. What we see that came in is mainly increased cost of materials. Steel prices has gone up up to 100% from last year, and also the cost for logistics, container freight prices. And those often we have price increase indexes in our agreements with customers, but we have not fully been compensated for that last year. And that will now come in from 2022, where we will see that we increase the prices from January 1st in some companies, but also from February 1st, depending on company and agreement. We acquired Peximec in Falkenberg, a company with almost 50 million in sales and 12 million in EBITDA. They have their own product assortment of about 80% of their revenues, and that is antenna mounts and cable protection for fibers and electrical cables. And then we acquired Bara Mineraler in November. That was consolidated from November 1st. Company is based outside Malmö in Bara, Svedala community. Have sales about 80 million and EBITDA level of 17. So that's two really good acquisitions that we will build further on to achieve growth and increase profitability. We made a tap issue of 100 million, which was oversubscribed, and also in that situation we made a written procedure to increase the bond framework from 300 to 600 million, and that was a good achievement in that market, I would say. End of quarter, we had a cash on balance, 176 million, and market cap of what 1 billion SEK, and LTM EBITDA pro forma is 68. Some more details here about the organic growth. We had very strong growth with Färgen, Tragen, and Linguacom compared to 2020, and especially some companies were hit really by the COVID the last year, the first year, 2020, and made a catch up in 2021. We see that the underlying demand is really good. There are bottlenecks, and there had been some restrictions due to COVID that have really dampened the sales and also the activities with the customers. We see the margin is down 3.6%, and that's mainly Nordbutiker. We had EBITDA of 17 million 2020 and 3 to 4 million in 2021. So that's the main drop there. When it comes to companies, Bara Mineraler had 10% organic growth and stable EBITDA level. Färgen had a lower or softer quarter with -3%. Last year, 2020, it was a catch-up really from the COVID situation in Q2. So that the comparable numbers were quite hard to achieve. Peximec actually, from having about 0% organic growth, reached 6%. And then we have Åkerstedt and Luda Farm that made fantastic quarters with more than 50% organic growth. And finally, then Nordbutiker, which we'd had a negative with 10%, and that was mainly that in 2020 we had a very strong sales of gym and home gym systems due to the COVID situation. And that was hard really to hit this year or last year. Then we had a kickstart in this year, first quarter. We acquired Dofab, which is premium sellers of custom-made doors, windows for properties, especially with property developers, but also private customers. Have about 70 million SEK in sales and 15% margin. Kempo, the last acquisitions we made a month ago, develops and produces prefabricated sandwich panels for transportation or trucks, as you see here in the picture, but also to buildings. Company has had last year sales of 85 million and adjusted EBITDA for owner cost of at least 25 million. So very profitable with very good growth perspectives. In this situation, with those two acquisitions, we made a direct share issue of 300 million SEK, and Carnegie Fonder, FF Fonder, Consensus, and Detta, among others, came in as owners in Seafire. The share, we are still above end of last year in share price, even though this Ukraine situation has made it more volatile. Market cap of about 1 billion. Creades is the largest owner here by last year. A bit short about the outlook 2022. Our main target is here to still continue to work with organic growth and organic adjusted EBITDA growth of at least 10%. We see that these price increases that we have due to increased cost of goods from metals and others can have a full impact, even though the last 14 days has been that the situation has been even more difficult due to the steel prices having gone up more than that. So that will be compensated coming quarters. We still have a very good deal flow with high quality acquisitions. We are looking into further to make further acquisitions and increase the pace that we have had from the past years. And also we are looking now into the debt refinancing of the bond to have a flexible structure and perhaps lower interest rate. Yes, that was it.
Yes, thank you very much, Johan, for the presentation. And now we have a few minutes for some Q&A. In your presentation, you mentioned that one of the acquisition criteria is that you want to find or see development potential in the acquired companies. Is it possible for you to give us an example of development potential in one of your existing companies in the group and what you could do to increase revenues or increase the profitability and so on?
Yeah, we have a number of that situations. One is potential Peximec that we acquired in October. They have been stable on 45 million in sales, and not driven the sales with their own product assortment, which account about 75 to 80%. But also they have some Lego production also, and that's we see that you actually can go from 45 up to 70, 80 million without adding more, perhaps some more personnel, but not more investment in machinery.
Okay.
So we see a good potential, and that we see actually last year that it grows 6%, and we see that the target is 10% this year, and with order pipeline we see that can happen.
Yeah.
What we see in next step is perhaps adding a sales rep there during this year in order to have more customer contacts and really drive your own P&L rather than be taking orders.
Yeah.
So that is one example. Bara Mineraler, which has grown 10%, we continue on that pace. We see a lot of potential there. So some companies we're looking into how they work and add some ingredients in order to achieve growth in the short term, but also long term. Others we just support with the business plan they have.
Yeah.
So it could both ways, depending on which company we're looking into.
Yeah. And one of the companies, you mentioned it during the presentation, Lingocom, in February this year, you announced several contracts within translation interpretation with an annual order value of some 30 million. What explains the great momentum in that company?
I believe that we had a difficult situation in 2019. We lost one of the main, or we lost the position in one of our main contracts with Kammarkollegiet. That made it, you have to do it bottom up, quality, service minded, look at each agreement that you're profitable.
Yeah.
And also so invest in the personnel. That's the key there. And that it takes some time before you see the result of that. We saw some sign in 2020 and 2021. We had a good momentum. But this year, or from Q4 actually last year, we're taking all of the deals out there, agreements actually.
Yeah.
And that's really to the management team. They have fine-tuned their service concept, but also been very successful in also presenting this to the purchaser or the perhaps the county council or the government company. So I believe that it's we see the investment we have made a number of years and really the output of it. So it has been really successful actually in taking those agreements from competitors. So we see that will continue
going forward.
Yeah. I think it's a lot of business culture also in that company, and that you can't really. It takes some time to set it and develop it. But we were having small new deals. We had one of less than 1 million yesterday, so it comes gradually. The new deals, but also you have to take care of it. So I mean, I think we could go up to perhaps 100 million this year. But that's perhaps a big step, but I think we will manage it. But you have to be very close to customers and serve it, because they have to recognize you as a premium supplier of these services. But they're doing a really good job.
Yeah. Great. I think unfortunately we are running out of time. Very, very nice to listen to you, Johan, as always. Thank you for joining us here today and telling us about Seafire.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to ABG Investor Days. My name is Adrian Gilani and I'm an equity research analyst here at ABG within the cap goods sector. Our next presentation will be with Absolent Group, and with me today we are glad to be joined by CEO of Absolent, Axel Berntsson, who will give a short presentation and then hopefully we'll have time for some Q&A after that as well. So Axel, you can go ahead with your presentation.
Great. Thank you for having us. It's a pleasure to be here and present to all of you today. Hopefully we can also have a good Q&A with a lot of interesting questions at the end. But let's get going. I will give you an intro to our group and what we do. So I think for those of you who are listening to us or reading about us for the first time, is on the highest level, what we do is that we clean air. So it's air that is polluted from some kind of a production process, and we have solutions to manage that. That's the heart of what we do. We can go to the next page. And air pollution is a big problem for two reasons. The first thing, it has massive impact on people's health. Sure, some of you have read the reports from WHO where they conclude that around 91% of the population of the world is breathing polluted air every day, and that is the second largest reason for premature death in the world, linked to around 7 million people dying prematurely. And I think it's also good then to put the relation here to the areas where we are active, so around manufacturing. It's not uncommon that the pollution levels inside factories are 10 times higher than what they are in polluted cities. I think we can only imagine what that does to life expectancy of people that work in polluted manufacturing. Can move on. The second part is also pretty obvious. It's around the climate. Of course, air pollution has a huge impact on the climate change that we're all seeing and feeling every day. And I'm not going to go into too much detail of that today. You probably know that our planet can absorb around 55% of all the things that we pollute today when it comes to greenhouse gases. And that generates a surplus of 45%. And that then is driving the increased temperatures on our planet. Of course, a big and important topic as well. We can move on. So the market where companies work to solve these issues around air pollution, to help people and help the planet, is pretty large. We estimate that this market is around $20 billion in size globally on the industrial side, and another around $8 billion on commercial kitchen ventilation. And the reason why we split this out, because this is how we organize and run our company. We have an industrial division and a commercial kitchen division. But then we're also working with something that is more futuristic and, let's say, even more high potential, but also higher risk area, that is carbon capture, which is an area where we are investing quite a bit of R&D resources to see if we can be part of helping that. That today is not a big market, but we do expect that to grow exponentially over the next few years. Overall, we expect that this market grows around 5% per year. The industrial side grows a bit faster than that, while the commercial kitchen side is a bit slower in growth, but steadier than the industrial side. We can move on. So how we win in this market is that we win by our application knowledge. So we take a lot of pride in having a detailed understanding of our customers' processes and what it takes to solve their problems around air pollution in those processes. And the foundation of that is a very, very good filtration product portfolio. So we build everything we do based around understanding the customer's processes and then having filter units that can solve those needs. We are a very curious company, innovation driven, which means that we do spend quite a lot of time and effort trying to improve the solutions that we already have, but also look into what else is new on the market. Can we acquire those companies? Can we create joint ventures? Can we have collaboration with companies that are doing something new and innovative, and trying to bring that into our portfolio? We can move on. We're pretty proud of the impact that we're having on the planet. So this may be a big number, but we clean around 350 million cubic meters of air through our filters every day. I think that is to put that in perspective, it's like emptying the Globe Arena in Stockholm every 6 seconds and cleaning all that air inside. So it's a lot of air that we clean, and it also means that we're protecting a lot of people at work. We estimate that we protect around 3 million people that can go to their work and breathe fresh and clean air every day, and of course then not be at risk of shortening their life because of this reason at work anyhow. Can move on. So if we then translate this impact into financial numbers, we have an annual turnover of just north of 1 billion SEK per year. We're also pretty proud that we have had a long, strong growth trend in our company. So we have had a CAGR on growth of around 20% per year, averaging that over the past decade. And we have averaged around 20% EBITDA over this period as well. So we are a pretty profitable and high growth company. And we should then, of course, put this into relation to the general market that has an EBITDA around 7% in our field, and are then having the growth that we saw on the market side around 5%. So significantly outperforming the air cleaning market and the competition in general. We have generated this growth through different paths, but one of them is through acquisitions, which stands for about half our growth. Which also then, if you look at that, means that we are outpacing the competition on organic growth, but then adding more through these acquisitions. And we have been able to take a small Swedish company and internationalize it and go out in the world. And today, Sweden is a pretty small market for us, while we have presence not everywhere, but in most industrialized countries in the world. Can move on. So like I said, we have two divisions. We have an industrial division, and you can see that we have 6 main brands here that have various technologies that are fit for different type of purposes and different type of customers. A lot of that is focused around metalworking industry. So it's a machining, it is welding, it's cutting, it is metal forming of different kinds, but also connected to food and pharma and things like that. And then we have a commercial kitchen division, where you see on the picture on the right-hand side, on the top left of that picture, you see some metal parts, and that is basically what we do. So that is parts that filter air and let fresh air into the restaurant again to protect the people that you see on the bottom of the picture. And we can move on from this slide. So to help us here, we have all these different technologies, and what we try to show here is of course it's a made-up workshop, but it's not untypical. On the right-hand side, in the back of the picture, you have, because I just assume that you don't see my pointer, so I'll try to describe where you see it. But on the top right, in the back, you see an elevated gray box, and that is a filter unit that we manufacture. That in this case is connected to 8 metal, we call them CNC machines. They're connected through this ducting. So we suck all the air out from those machines, and we clean that in that filter and let it back into the workshop clean and fresh again. On the left-hand side, you see some welding boots here, and they are connected to a gray box on the top left of the picture. That is also a dust filter. And then we have the small boxes on the top of the machines to the little bit to the left of the middle of this slide that are smoke filters connected to those bar turning machines or what it may be. So that's practically what we do. We have a lot of different filtration technologies. We have also a few technologies to manage molecular pollutions. And we have a service offering where we do installation work, we manage spare parts, we have connected units so you can monitor them remote and then order the service when they are really needed. And we do various type of testing and reporting services around this. Can move on. So what you see here is our products, or a portion of our products that we do. And the reason why we show this is not because I expect you to know and understand all these products, but it's for that we are a product-centric company. So we really like these boxes and the technology that go inside them. And you're probably going to see over time that we expand this portfolio of offerings of various types of filtration units. And yeah, this is what you will see when you visit our factories and visit our customers. We can move on. Our customer base is very diverse as we do many different things. But something that is interesting is that we have a lot of really well-renowned big companies that we have had the opportunity to follow around the world. Typically, we enter them in one country, and we do a good job, and they like the technologies that we have, and then we can expand to country after country after country with those customers. A typical one is our first customer that we had is SKF, and we are now with SKF in dozens of countries, helping them out clean the air in their factories. But it's also interesting we have some smaller ones in relation to like a Nobel Biocare that do, for example, dental implants that have extremely high needs in their factories. So we can work with them. We can learn a lot from their applications that we then can take that knowledge and use that to serve also the more broader and bigger customers that we have. And it's a little bit the same on the commercial kitchen side, where we have the Michelin star restaurants, but also the big multinational chains like McDonald's, Burger King, and the likes, and so on. So and we like that. We like to have the really high demand specialty cases, learn from that, take that knowledge, expand it, and grow using that knowledge in bigger companies around the world. Can move on. A case just to show you, I'm not going to go into too many details, but today you will see a lot of factories being built around battery production. We are helping the customers in some of those to clean the air inside. The air pollution is not really the same as if there's a combustion engine that they're building, because here it's more gas-oriented problems rather than particle-oriented problems. But in this case, we have helped Samsung in Hungary to clean the air in their new battery factory. And it's a pretty big factory, it's a lot of airflow, and it's a very successful installation with a happy customer in the end. And of course, we have many more of these type of battery productions that we're doing at the moment. We can move on. Another pretty nice case is Franzén. For those of you who are Swedish, you probably know that they have a few Michelin stars as well. And I think one thing that we were very proud of is that when they did a white guide review, they specifically praised the air quality inside this restaurant and said it must have been a restaurant or a ventilation genius that had created that system. And of course, our local team that did that is very proud of it. And so are we as a management team, that we have the really high skill in our team to be able to do that and help the customers to get what they need. We can move on. So you saw our CAGR number before, around 20%, and it's interesting that that is not only for the last 10 years, that's been going on since we founded the company back in 1993. We've had a strong growth year by year by year, and that's really something that's engraved in our DNA as a company. We're a high growth business. We invest a lot in growth. Our people are hungry for growth. And as you can see, it's both through organic and through acquisitions. This year, we have actually carved out and divested 2 small businesses as well that don't longer fit with our strategy. I think that is something you will see over time, that we will also sell 1 or 2 businesses that don't fit. Because typically you buy a company and that company has perhaps 70% of that is something that we really like, but 30% doesn't really fit our strategy. So then we will try to carve that out and sell it and really focus on what we are best at, which is developing, manufacturing, and selling filtration units. We can move on. Our vision is to continue on this growth path, and path we think we are just in the beginning. It's a massive market, like I said before, and the market is built up by thousands of little companies, and it's pretty suited for acquisitive growth. And we will continue to look for good companies, but only add good and strong companies to our portfolio, and hopefully we can continue and to have our high growth culture within the group, so we can continue and have a strong organic growth as well. We can move on. So our growth strategy is built around 3 things. First of all, we have very good companies in our group, and we will continue to grow them. We will invest in them and help them to grow even further. We are adding opportunities for them to collaborate. As you said, we are very decentralized in the way we steer our company. So we have independent P&Ls on each and every one of these, and we put a lot of pressure and invest a lot in each one of those so that they can continue to grow on their own. But of course, we're also trying to inspire that we collaborate, we learn from each other, and get synergies out when it makes sense, and it's something that both companies in that case really desire. Then we have a growth agenda connected to M&A, where we are particularly looking for strong independent companies that have a good position in the market, so that they can continue to grow and have a reason for us to believe that they will continue on their growth and continue to be very profitable. So, companies that have low growth and low profitability is not really something we're looking for, but the stars of our industry we want to have in the family. The third block of growth is what we call breakthrough innovations, where we are looking to make something different, add something new to the market, where we can continue to outpace our competitors by being more innovative. We can look at some of that on the next page. So one of the areas that we are working hard on at the moment is on the carbon capture. I will not show you too many details as this is pretty sensitive. This is a new development, but we decided a bit more than a year ago to invest into this field. So we went in and we built one prototype, so we know that we are able to capture CO2 and store it. And now, of course, we are working prototype after prototype to improve the system. And here the key is a little bit like a heat pump. You need to have the right energy efficiency of the system. So if you put one CO2 equivalent in terms of energy, you need to get 2 out. And this energy balance is the trick. I think we're on a good path to solve that and have a very efficient unit, but a bit too early to say. But so far we followed the time plan. We've done what we were supposed to do, and we've had results that we were expecting along this process. I will say that this is something that can make a huge difference for us and for the planet if we do this right. But who knows, it could be also a failure, you never know. But what we're doing different to everybody else that you see doing carbon capture solutions, that everybody else are trying to make huge installations connected to a power plant or something like that. What we are trying to do is build these small filter boxes, so you can take a small carbon capture unit and plug it into your normal manufacturing process. So we are not looking to build a million tons of CO2 per year units. We are planning to build thousands of 20, 30, 40 ton per year units. And we think that differentiates us in a good way, but also we know that we have the customers for that, as we are already present in all those customers. We already had pre-filtered air in this case that are clean from particles and clean from a lot of gas pollutions. And we have also generated the airflow required to put them through the next level of filtration. And if you look at other carbon capture solutions, you will see, if you look at a picture of that, all you're going to see are massive fans. And that bit we already have practically for free in our solutions. So we do have a lot of advantage because we have the customer access and we have part of the process already solved without other filtration units that we have installed at these customers. Can move on. Lastly, to touch on our last quarter, that may also be out of interest. So we had a growth of 19% quarter over quarter previous year. We improved our EBITDA by 49% and we improved our EBITDA margin by 3%. Then we should also say that we are comparing to a COVID year when we do that. But when it comes to profitability, we had higher profitability also compared to what we did in Q4 2019 pre-COVID. So our profitability is on a very good trend, and so is our growth at the moment. With that, I think we are out of presentation time, and we move over to some Q&A.
Okay. Thank you, Axel, for that interesting presentation. I'll jump straight ahead with a few questions here. And I'd like to start off a bit with M&A, since that's a very important part of your growth strategy. Can you talk a bit about sort of your M&A rationale when you acquire companies? Are you looking to acquire companies to enter into new geographies, to gain new customers, new technologies? Talk a bit about the decision process there.
I think it's actually all of the above, but it depends case by case what we're looking for. The most important thing for us is that we buy a company that has a good position, that would add something to us, and that they have a good growth trend, and that they are profitable, and that we believe that they can continue as a standalone business. Because we are not too interested in doing a lot of integration. We're not interested in managing a lot of problems. So we want healthy, nice businesses. But as we are pretty early in our growth, we are also looking for the new technologies that will be in addition to what we have today. But for that, we're also pretty picky. We do have a strong portfolio ourselves from technology point of view. So if you're going to add something that you have to be pretty good and really have something different. I think as we continue to grow, it will be more and more that we actually just acquire market share and then hopefully have some technology in the portfolio that we can give to these companies to help them continue to grow.
Okay, and obviously there are a few other companies out there as well that are sort of trying to consolidate the HVAC market. Have you seen multiples go up in recent years that you've had to pay to do acquisitions, or are they more or less the same? And what has been the sort of average multiple that you had to pay?
So I think that the players that are in the HVAC market are not the same players that are in the air filtration market. I think typically the HVAC players are somebody we buy components from when it comes, we buy fan, we buy ducting and so on needed for a system installation. The filtration units is something that they don't have. So the markets are slightly different. And something here that we do differently when it comes to M&A, which is something that holds down the multipliers, is that most of the companies that are looking for acquisitions are only considering companies that are of a certain size, let's say 150, 200 million and up. We are also interested in a bit smaller companies or building a structure in our group to be able to manage small acquisitions. Because if you look at our market, it consists of thousands of little companies, typically between 5 and 10 million euro in size, so 50 million SEK. For that, you need to be able to be good at managing that, and typically large companies are not. And therefore, there's not too much competition around these acquisitions, and the multipliers are still fairly low and hasn't changed much. They are, so in average, we have paid around 5 times EBITDA for the companies that we have acquired, and that seems to still be the levels that we are discussing in the processes that we are in at the moment.
Okay. And looking at your new sort of carbon capture solutions, how far away are these from commercialization? Is it possible to say at the moment?
It's difficult to say, and I don't want to give a firm date on that until we are certain that we will actually do it. I mean, best case, we start selling them early 2023. I think worst case, we never get something to market because we fail in that development. But it's better to come back to that when we have something that we are certain of.
Okay. And also this might be a difficult question to answer, or too early to answer this question, but is it possible already to say whether your carbon capture solutions will also have a positive margin effect on group level?
It's a bit too early, but we don't see any reason why we will not have similar or better margins when we do this. We don't see it as a low margin business in any way. It should contribute. And I mean, in general, we don't look for any businesses that don't have the potential to have an EBITDA above 20%. So we do have that type of expectation here as well.
Okay. And also in terms of the market growth, you showed us that the market has been growing at around 5% per year. Can you talk about what type of organic growth you're targeting for Absolent going forward?
We don't have any public targets for our organic growth, and we also don't publish what rate we do have. But the only thing I'm going to say, there's no reason why we will not be able to keep outpacing the market for the next few years like we have done over the last 25 years. There's nothing that has really changed in that. So we do have a fairly good confidence and believe in our ability to outperform competition. That I can say.
Okay. So talk a bit about that, because obviously one part of that is because of acquisitions, but as you mentioned, you've also outperformed in terms of organic growth. And so what has been the main factors behind that, do you think, that you've been able to outperform in terms of organic growth?
I think a couple of things stand out for us. One thing is that we have a stronger technology portfolio and a better application knowledge than most competitors have, which means that once we get in, we are able to convince the customer to choose our solutions. So our win rate is higher than everybody else, and we have a culture where people are really pushing for that growth. We are chasing it every day. We have, our sales teams are pretty driven when it comes to generating business. I think that culture is very difficult to copy. Practically.
Okay. And also, I think I have time for one or two more questions here. I already asked a bit about acquisitions, but you also talked about divestments as well. What sort of goes into the decision process when you decide that something doesn't fit in your group?
I mean, fundamentally, it needs to fit our own strategy, right, of what we want to do and the segments that we want to go after, the type of products that we want to have. That's one thing. The second thing is that if we don't believe in the future growth rate and profit generation of these businesses, that is also something that puts you on the red list for us. If you're not able to generate the type of profit, the type of growth that we're looking for, and we're not able to fix that, then we would prefer to divest it and focus on what we are really good at and successful at. And I think this is something we will always do. I do believe in continuously trimming our organization, both when it comes to operational efficiency, but also on our ability to generate money on the deals that we do. And I think it's important for our culture that we keep that drive and that push and that clarity for the team that we need to be high performing to be part of this group.
Okay. I think with that, we're going to have to round off since we have another presentation starting in a few minutes. I'd like to thank you again for your presentation and for answering all of my questions. And I'll just leave it up to you if you'd like to say any final remarks before we round off.
No, I think I'm very happy for it. Thank you for the presentation. Maybe good to know that we have very little exposure to Russia and Belarus. I guess we have less than 3% of our revenue going for that. And we have stopped all the business to this area. It's good to know.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi and welcome back to ABG Investor Days. My name is Simon Johnson and I'm an equity analyst covering small cap tech and games. With me now I have Brian, the CEO of Thunderful. He will give you a presentation of the company and after which I will host a short Q&A. And with that said, I'll leave the floor to you, Brian.
Thank you very much, Simon. Well, good afternoon and welcome to sunny, warm Gothenburg, Sweden. I'm glad to be presenting Thunderful Group to you here today at Investor Days. And I've got a few slides prepared, so let's get started. Let's go to slide 2, please. So I'm Brian Sigurdsson. I'm the CEO of the gaming company Thunderful Group. I'm originally a game developer, and I started a successful game studio called Image & Form back in 1997. Today, Image & Form is a company within Thunderful Group, and I'll go through that in more detail in a few slides. Let's go to slide 3, please. We'll start by looking at the history and key strategies of Thunderful Group. So let's go to slide 4, please. So Thunderful Group operates in 2 segments. We call these segments games and distribution. While the distribution business covers the Nordics, the games business is global. That means that we sell our games all over the world. We're now more than 400 co-workers across Europe. We have 17 internal games in development at this moment, and we've got an additional 30 games plus from external developers in our pipeline. And these numbers, they keep growing from quarter to quarter. Across the segments, we manage a portfolio of around 100 brands, and we've kept our famous Nintendo partnership for 40 unbroken years now. Last month, we announced that we've extended our partnership for another 2 years, which is business as usual for this agreement. Let's go to slide 5, please. So first, let's have a look at the history of Thunderful Group. It all started for real when Uwe Bergsten, the founder of Bergsala, which today is one of the subsidiaries of Thunderful Group, went to Japan in 1981 and got an agreement with Nintendo to distribute their consoles in Sweden. Now that is a great story and a remarkable achievement because at that point, Nintendo had existed for about 100 years, and this was the first time they exported a single item outside of Japan. So you could very well say that Uwe was instrumental in turning Nintendo into what it is today. It's also widely accepted that Bergsala has played a leading role in making Sweden into the gaming power nation that we are today. That also meant that Bergsala became a part of the gaming industry in 1981 as a distributor of gaming consoles and computer games. So for more than 4 decades now, Bergsala has kept this agreement, and they are the sole distributor of Nintendo products. It's been expanded from being the distribution rights in Sweden into distribution for all of the Nordic countries and the Baltic states. 2 decades later, in 2004, Bergsala co-founded the British game publisher Rising Star Games. And that meant that Bergsala, they were now also represented in the publishing part of the games industry value chain. In 2010, Bergsala co-founded Nordic Game Supply, since there was an increasing demand for gaming peripherals, such as keyboards, computer mice, gaming chairs, and so on. So in short, everything that you need for your gaming rig at home. Today, Nordic Game Supply is a leading Nordic distributor of gaming accessories. And then the year after that, in 2011, I myself became a part of the family when Bergsala acquired half of my studio, Image & Form. At that time, the group was loosely fit together with Bergsala co-owning companies together with separate co-owners for each company. So ever since then, I've been working to find and make use of synergies between the companies within the group. Also, the fact that Bergsala acquired Image & Form meant that the Bergsala group of companies were then represented in all parts of the value chain in the games industry. So game development, game publishing, and distribution of games and gaming accessories. In 2012, Bergsala co-founded Amo Toys Scandinavia, which added a toy distribution company to the group. Today, Amo Toys is one of the most profitable toy distributors in the Nordics. In 2017, it was time to start consolidating the ownership of the companies. And so we created a company called Thunderful AB as a top company for the game development and game publishing side of the family. And then in 2019, we consolidated all of the companies into Thunderful Group. So we created a top company that owned all of the companies within the group. It took some work, but the result was a company group where we moved all of the previous co-owners to the top. And suddenly every owner was interested in every company in the group, which gave us great momentum going forward. In 2020, we saw strong developments, and the next logical step was to list Thunderful Group. And we went to Nasdaq First North Premier in Stockholm. We did this in December 2020. From around the time of the IPO, we accelerated our M&A activities. So during 2020 and 2021, we acquired 8 companies, all involved in one way or another in the gaming industry. And they are spread across Western Europe, in Sweden, England, Germany, and Spain. So let's go to slide 6, please. Here is an overview of how we're organized today. Thunderful Group operates in 2 segments, games and distribution. The games segment is split into divisions, whereas distribution consists of its 3 companies. You'll note that there is an investment division in games besides development and publishing. I'll go into that a little bit more in detail on a later slide. For now, let's go to slide 7, please. And here we'll have a quick look at our 3 main business strategies. So for starters, we accelerate investments. We want to increase our investments in game development and publishing, both internal game projects and external game projects. We want to acquire complementary businesses and IPs, and we also want to acquire gaming companies that continue to operate with a great deal of independence. And second, we make sure to keep our IP rights, meaning the rights to our contents, the contents in the games. There's so much that you can do when you own the content. One of the things that we can release our games to on any gaming platform. And we're also working to bring our IPs and brands outside gaming into new mediums. So we make sure our games are available on relevant platforms, and that the products we distribute appear in the right channels. So in gaming, we maintain our own IPs. In distribution, we work to increase our share of our own brands. And finally, quality is at the core, not only in our games and products, but also in how we do things. We maintain a can-do culture, and we make sure to keep and develop our staff, and we make sure to keep and develop our collaborations and partnerships. Let's go to slide 8, please. Yeah, here we'll have a look at our 2 segments, games and distribution. So let's go to slide 9. So our 2 business segments, they complement each other. We have a games segment that is growing, both in terms of financial results and share of the total, but also in terms of organization. Of 400 and more co-workers in the group, more than 300 of them work in the games segment as developers and publishers today. And within games, we do a few different things. We develop games mainly based on our own IPs. As mentioned, we're convinced that quality is vital to earning success. Our Metacritic scores, which is a standard quality benchmark for games, movies, and entertainment in general, are best in class among our peers. But game development is very hands-on, and that means that we can only work on so many games at any given time. We publish our internally developed games, but we also publish games developed by others. Publishing is more hands-off than development, so we can publish more games than we can develop. As part of the publishing process, we often invest in the externally developed games that we publish. And at the end of the fourth quarter, we had committed some 155 million SEK in our pipeline of externally developed games. But we want to be involved in even more games. Purely investing in game projects that's even more hands-off than publishing. And that's why we started the Thunderful Investment division that I mentioned earlier. Thunderful Investment, that can vastly increase the number of tickets that we hold. And we believe there can be strong synergies with development and publishing. And that ticks an important box for the games segment. We're now a 360-degree games company that offers development, publishing, project investment, and M&A activities. Let's go to slide 10, please. A little bit about distribution. As I mentioned, our distribution segment consists of 3 companies. First, there's Bergsala, that has held the license to sell all Nintendo products in the Nordics and Baltics for many years. Now the agreement is going on 40 years straight. Then there's Amo Toys, our toy distributor that holds, among other things, the MGA license with hit products such as LOL Surprise. And finally, there's Nordic Game Supply that distributes game consoles, games, and gaming accessories, and where we hold licenses for brands like Razer, HyperX, SteelSeries, and others. But also, we have our own brands that we try to we really try to increase the share of our own brands. So let's go to slide 11, please. So to recap, our 2 business segments, they complement each other with stability and growth. The distribution business means steady and stable cash flows, while the games segment is growing fast, both in terms of financial results and in terms of organization. All our earnings from both distribution and games are reinvested in the games segment. And in terms of net sales and adjusted EBITDA, the distribution segment is having its best quarter to date, or had its best quarter to date in the fourth quarter of 2021. And the net sales of the games segment keeps growing, and the EBITDA of the fourth quarter is the second highest ever. So net sales for the games segment has gone from 156 million SEK in 2020 to 354 million SEK in 2021. The adjusted EBITDA has gone from 53 million SEK in 2020 to 140 million SEK in 2021. So now the game segment accounts for almost half of the group's profits, and we expect the segment to continue to grow in 2022. Let's go to slide 12, please. Yeah, let's have a look at recent highlights. So let's go to slide 13, please. So the fourth quarter of 2021 is Thunderful Group's strongest consolidated quarter so far, both in terms of net sales and EBITDA. We acquired 2 exciting gaming companies in the fourth quarter. These are Robot Teddy, which today is a business development and strategy partner to very successful game developers. They'll drive a lot of business for us going forward. And then there's Early Morning Studio, which is our first acquisition in the mobile space and games as a service. Their next title, Vendir, is due out this spring. Robot Teddy will head up the new Thunderful Investment division that I mentioned earlier. There is a lot of good business to be had from investing in game projects, in addition to our internal development and publishing business. As one part of these investment efforts, we've also strengthened the senior leadership within the games segment with recruitments from both Xbox and PlayStation. And that means that our relations to platforms and services are much stronger than before. And going forward, I believe that those kinds of relations will be more important than ever. In general, I believe that future gaming revenues for developers and publishers like ourselves will be less dependent on transactions and unit sales, and will revolve more around deals with platforms and subscription services, like we see for movies, TV series, and music. And we think we're well positioned for that shift. Speaking of publishing, we announced several new games in November via an event called Thunderful World. A bit more about that on the next slide. So let's go to slide 14, please. So in November, we hosted Thunderful World, a global and very successful half-hour-long digital broadcast where we highlighted our coming lineup of games. So among the 16 games that we showed, we had 6 world premieres. 2 of those were SteamWorld Headhunter and Planet of Lana, games that the world is now quite excited about. This was a great way to reinforce our position in the world as a publishing power to be reckoned with. We've done a number of things in 2022 as well already. As mentioned, we have extended our distribution agreement with Nintendo. We're doing a good job, so that was to be expected. We've secured a new revolving credit facility worth 55 million euros with Danske Bank, and we'll use that for new acquisitions, game investments, and other things. We've signed a new development agreement with Meta, formerly known as Facebook, who owns the VR platform Oculus, for additional development projects. As you may know, last year we signed a large contract with Meta and Oculus worth over $20 million for VR and tech development projects. That's going great, and so we've deepened the relationship now. We have a launch title in the works for PSVR 2, and that means PlayStation's next generation VR console. It's both an honor, of course, and also it's very exciting to be among the first titles to appear on their new platform. Also, we have multiple ongoing negotiations with platforms regarding upcoming games. I mentioned that I'm convinced that direct deals with subscription services and platforms will become increasingly important going forward. And I think we have good reason to feel optimistic about that. So let's summarize this and go to slide 15, please. Here I've summarized a few good reasons why you should be investing in Thunderful Group. So 1, we're a growing player on a huge gaming market. 2, our gaming studios focus on and deliver high quality. 3, we invest both in internal and external development, which leads to larger and more exciting publishing deals. 4, our distribution companies are in leading positions on the Nordic markets. 5, our companies run diverse businesses with a unified purpose, and that is to grow as a gaming company. 6, as our business segments generate strong cash flows, we are both safe and sound and a forward-leaning growth company. And finally, 7, in every company in the group, the people leading this group are entrepreneurs that have significant skin in the game. And that's the end of this presentation. Thank you very much for tuning in.
Thank you, Brian, for that presentation. Let's turn to the Q&A, and I would like to start off with the business model and the partnerships with platforms, which I think is a very interesting model. And you focus a lot on that with partnerships with platforms like Xbox, Meta, Sony, etc. And they are currently investing heavily in their subscription models. And to me, this is a new way of monetizing games, basically. And could you maybe explain, for those who don't know, what your partnership with Xbox and Meta look like, and how you are compensated, and who is in control of the IPs, etc.?
Yeah, that's very good. So we are talking about a shift in certain areas of the gaming industry where we think that we are very well positioned. And the shift is that some of the platform owners, such as Microsoft with Xbox and Sony with PlayStation, and Epic with the Epic Store, and Meta with Oculus for VR and so on, where these players are, they are focusing on business models where we will strike deals with them up front before the games are launched on their platforms, meaning when the games are still in early stages of development. So we sit down and show our entire lineup to these players, and they come back to us and tell us which games they are interested in having on their platforms or on their service. As I mentioned in the presentation, I believe that this is one wave of the future. This is one of the paths that gaming will take in the future, where some of the big platforms, they're going to grow their subscription services. For example, Xbox is working very hard with Game Pass, and PlayStation is working very hard with PlayStation Plus, and so on. And this type of deal, so that they can secure really strong content for their platforms, is going to be more important going forward. We're in a good position because I feel that we have strong people in the leadership team negotiating for us when it comes to our lineup, but also because we have always focused on quality, and our games are typically received very well. And that means that the platforms and the subscription services, they can feel secure that when they are signing up a Thunderful game, they know that they are getting quality content for their platform, which is very important for them, because if quality starts thinning out on the subscription services, they lose their validity going down the line. They need to keep quality high, and so we're in a good position. I should also note that some of the players are not going this way. Like Nintendo is have always worked very hard with store presence, and they will continue to be a premium provider, meaning that they will continue to sell physical games sold in stores, and also the games they sell digitally. There are no signs that they are working on a subscription model of their own that is going to compete with the e-shop that they are running digitally, or the physical sales that they have in stores. Also, the PC gaming platform Steam isn't showing signs of implementing a subscription service. So there will be, some of the players will continue working with unit sales, but some of them are working very hard to diminish the dependence on unit sales at launch. So talking also about the business model there. So you strike a deal with the platform, and then you will get paid throughout development plus a margin typically, and then when the game is released, you have a rev share model with the platform, so that you share the revenues for the game titles that you have launched.
Okay, thanks. And as a follow-up on that, I think it's, at least to me, it's very clear why the platforms are doing this. But what are the prime benefits for you as a developer and publisher?
Well, one of the prime benefits for us as a developer and publisher is that we can secure a lot of the cash flows for our game projects early on, like as early as possible in the development process or publishing process, because we then know from the beginning what the what the frames are that we can work with in terms of game development budgets and marketing budgets and so on. And it makes it easier to work with. Also, typically you don't sign up complete exclusivity when you strike a deal like this. You typically strike a deal that is exclusive for a limited time, and when that time is up, you're free to release your game on other platforms as well. So it's in the absolute majority of the cases, it doesn't affect our ability to release our games on all platforms. But typically there is a day and date exclusivity with the platform with whom you strike a deal.
Okay, thanks. Just as a last question here, you have a lot of M&A capacity right now. What kind of targets are you looking for?
Well, that's very good. We think that the future of gaming, it doesn't just go in one direction. The one that I've been talking about quite a bit today, where getting deals with subscription services and certain platforms certainly is important. There are a couple of other directions that the future will go in as well. One of them is game as a service, where gaming companies, predominantly mobile game developers, they create games that are free to play and where you support a game for a long time. We believe that is going to continue, and it's also going to grow outside of mobile gaming, also on PC and console. And therefore, we have made our first acquisition of a game as a service company that we did in the fourth quarter when we acquired Early Morning Studio in Stockholm. They create games that we understand, old school RPG games, but they're still game as a service games. And so they have like two different directions that the future is going to go in, and we certainly want to be part of both of those. Then a third wave is, of course, VR. We believe that VR is definitely a part of the gaming future, and we have already proved that we have very offensive positions, or very forward-leaning positions when it comes to VR. We're strong, and we have strong partnerships both with Meta and Oculus, and also with PlayStation. So our job is to be as well positioned as possible for the future, and I think we are doing a fine job there.
Great, thank you, Brian. I think that's all we have time for, I'm afraid. But thank you so much for coming here and presenting today, and also thank you, the audience, for tuning in. This was the last presentation for today. So thank you, and see you again.
Thanks very much, Simon. Bye.
Thanks.